What's up, everyone? We're back. Well, actually, we're not back. We're live.
We're live.
We're live. Hold on.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live. What's up, everyone? Good to have you. I see you guys are live in the spaces. I think we're live on YouTube.
We're live everywhere, bro.
What day is it?
We're live.
It's Bitcoin Day.
Dude, everything's been going by so fastly. Anyways, guys,
What's up,
welcome to BitBlockBoom 2023. It's going to be awesome. So shout out to everyone who's watching us from the Swan Bitcoin channel, the BitBlockBoom channel. Also, shout out to everybody who's tuning in to the Twitter Spaces, which is simultaneously being streamed through the BitBlockBoom account, the Swan account, and the Simply Bitcoin account. It's going to be a great freaking show. We have an awesome lineup of speakers today. I'm just going to read through some of them because it's going to be absolutely awesome. So starting the day, we have Guy Swan. After that, Morgan Richard, then Pierre Richard. Then you have Beauton, the co-founder of Azteca, which is going to be awesome. You have CJ Wilson going on today, Bobby Shell, Bob Burnett, Tone Vase, Nick Bhatia, and Natalie Brunell at the end of the day. So it's going to be an awesome, awesome conference. I'm really looking forward to it. This is one of my favorite Bitcoin conferences of the year. But we got a couple more conferences coming up too, bro. We have
too many conferences.
We have Pacific Bitcoin coming up in about 40 days or so, and then Unconfiscatable at the end of the year. By the way, use promo code Simply for each. So it's gonna be a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm getting super excited. As you guys know, I'm only 3 coffees deep, so give me a minute to wake up, and we are going to get lit on today's stream. Super excited right now. We got Rustin in the building. Rustin, how are you doing?
Dude, it's my first BitBlockBoom. I'm super stoked. Got to help Gary set up a little this morning. It's a beautiful setup here at the Austin Ballroom at the Hilton. I was blessed. I got to eat the famous baklava from Mandrick this morning. I feel amazing. Got a coffee with that baklava. You can't beat that, my friends.
Looks like Guy Swan. Guy Swan has entered the building. Guy!
Guys in the crib.
Come here. Come here. Say hi to the stream, my friend. Show your face.
What is up?
Where
are we? Can you?
Get him in.
There's the camera. There's the camera. We got Guy Swan in the house.
Oh yeah.
We got Guy Swan in the house.
I gotta get up on stage.
There you go.
Yes.
Go for it.
All right, as you guys can tell, it's going to be chaotic, it's going to be hectic, but we're going to finagle all of your favorite Bitcoiners on the stream live, either right before they go on or after they go on. Actually, Nico, let's kind of break down the schedule. I know you did all the speakers, but we're going, what time is it right now? It's 9 o'clock?
It's 9:03, yeah.
Okay, so I think from what I remember, we're going about an hour of speakers. There'll be a 20-minute break. There'll be another hour of speakers, one 20-minute break. We'll have a lunch break, which I think we're going to do an impromptu Simply Bitcoin live from the floor.
No. We're going to be doing a regular Simply Bitcoin show at 11:15.
Okay.
There's going to be 4 breaks throughout the day, 20-minute breaks, and there's going to be an hour-long break in the middle of the day. We're going to try to get you guys, some of your favorite Bitcoiners, on here, have interviews, talk to them, see what's going on. But momentarily, it seems like Guy Swan is going to join the stage, so it's going to be awesome. The room is filling up, and it's been pretty crazy so far.
Yeah, it's getting nuts. It's you can start to feel the energy, guys. The energy is starting to lift, and you can probably hear the background noise. There's some mega pumping house music right now to get everyone lit in here.
The vibe is strong right now. And oh man, anybody here? Fractal and Crypt has some amazing displays going on over there. You have Scarce.City, amazing artwork. So hopefully go check that out if you are here. Incredible stuff.
So guys, we're about to push you guys back to the main stage where Guy Swan is about to start his first talk.
Dude, what a way to start it off.
1 minute, guys. 1 minute. We're going live. Let me see what's going on.
The voice of Bitcoin
keep
is
going.
set to take the stage. I cannot wait for some Guy Swan action. This is going to be awesome. So we got Bitcoin and AI, a match made in cyberspace.
All right,
this
guys,
is going to be wicked.
We're transitioning to the main stage. Guy Swan.
Yo. Hey, thank you for everybody for coming. Let me see if I can figure out how to do this. Hey, first of all, I want to thank everybody for being here. I think we've got a good crowd for you this year of speakers. I think did anyone here go to the BitBlockBoom town last night? Yeah. Now, I know that was a little bit of a drive, but I think once you got there, it was really worth it. So, yeah, that was pretty cool here. Let's see what we got here. See if I can do a better job than this than normal. Oh, there you go. Sorry, I got to see where I'm at here. Thank you. Okay, I couldn't tell. I have a confidence monitor here, and I wasn't very confident on my confidence monitor. But this is the 6th year for BitBlockBoom. That's all I'm saying. And it's really kind of amazing. We started this thing, I think the first year, if you've been here before, you've heard this story, we had about 45, 50 people here, at the first one. We were going out to meetups at night, giving away tickets, because we had Saifuddin the Moose coming, and we had Pierre Rochard and all these people coming, and we didn't have any people in the audience, so we had to really build it up. And now, I guess it's like the Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come, because now we don't have any worry about it. But since it's our 6th anniversary, I kind of wanted to show some stuff from last year. We have our gun event. Did anyone go to BitBlock Shoot? Yeah, now that was a pretty good event. Pete, you have a good time? You're so loud over there. And then we have our infamous hang bar. No one has ever hit 2 minutes on that, and to be honest with you, I doubt anyone ever will. So that's just the way that goes. Last year, Super Chad here won more on casino night than anyone ever. And then our big casino night winner, right in your face there. Pretty excited about her 1 million sats. Now, one thing I do want to tell everybody, I do not ever get enough photos of this event. So if you take some photos of people and they don't mind these pictures being on the net, make sure you ask them, please email those to me so I can get myself some photos here. So I'm just asking for your help. So email those to bitblockboom@gmail.com. Now, I do want to thank Unchained. They've been with us 4 years now, our platinum sponsor. And they also, to let you know, if you go around the side to the back here, they have a room back there with all kind of arcade stuff happening and a contest. So you need to go back there. But I thought I'd play this presentation of their logo. This is supposed to tell you what their logo is all about. I was still a little confused after watching it, but it's a pretty good presentation. But that's the new Unchained logo. Just wanted to make sure everybody saw that. I just thought that video was kind of cool. And then this is their contest they're having back there. Go back there and get a raffle. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll announce their winners. And like I said, go around to the side and to the back hall there. Then we have Voltage, our gold sponsor, second year with us, and I appreciate them very much. They've been very strong. They also sponsored the workshops yesterday. They're our gold sponsor today. And now this is a release here. We're letting you know about the newest pizza you can get from Fold. Can we have some volume, please? Volume, please. Paul, volume, please. Volume, please. But there's volume. Sorry, guys. This is what happens on the first day.
I am not Morgan Freeman.
I don't have any volume here.
Hey, it's Bob from Voltage Pizza, and today
Okay, I'm going back. We'll get this right yet.
Hey, it's Bob from Voltage Pizza, and today I'm excited to share we're opening a second location. That's right.
A little higher.
You guys have loved the raspberry pies so much that we're taking it further. We now have handmade nodes in 2 minutes. And the key ingredient to our success is the liquidity. You can't have good pizza dough without water. And we've got the flow you need. Anytime you want a pizza, bam, you got it in 2 minutes. And we've got just-in-time liquidity, meaning we've got the best water tap in the world. We can make dough the minute we need it with no issues. Business has been surging. We've been running the numbers, looking at the data and analytics, and the demand is at an all-time high. And we're excited to provide it for you. So give us a call at this number. What is it? 512-548-0669. So I got one of my guys there waiting for you to talk, but we're Voltage, baby. We're excited to serve you. So give us a call, come down, put the magnet on your refrigerator, don't forget, and we'll be here for you when you need us. 2 minutes. It's really that easy. How was that?
After 21 takes, you got it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. But you know, they have magnets that were in your bags, and that has the information on it. If you didn't get a bag or you couldn't find your magnet, there will be more magnets at the front table. Get those. And do check out their booth to find out about pizza and their lightning node offer. So do check that out, please. And then I also want to make sure we talk about Foreman Mining. First year for Foreman to sponsor us. I appreciate that very much. Check out their booth out there. They're the one with the big yellow banner behind them. And then we have our bronze sponsors. And I want to thank a lot of these come this year. A lot of them are old timers. So we'll just let this run through for a second. And I appreciate everybody who sponsors us. This is what helps make this happen. Hey, well, I'm talking, y'all like this facility this year? I mean, we got a nice place. And I don't know if anyone noticed that all the elevators work this year. I mean, you know, last year, oh my God, I couldn't go back up to get clothes to wear from working here. So that worked out pretty good this year. And we also, here's the Wi-Fi, if anyone needs a Wi-Fi. Check that out. That's the information. It's also out by the front if you need it. And this is being streamed on YouTube. If you have anyone you know that might be interested in watching this from home, send them this and they can find it. I do want to tell you about this app I've been using. I've been having a lot of fun with the Orange Pill app. This is like the app of the conference here. And if you join this, they got like a free month membership. It's normally a paid app. But you use this, you can it shows everybody within an approximate around you. So if you use this and put BitBlockBoom in your description, you can first of all see everybody that's within a mile of you. Those are the first ones that show up. So that'll be everybody at this conference. And then, or you can search BitBlockBoom. So this is a good app. I've enjoyed this hat. Now, we do have the fold wheel this year. And I was pretty excited to find out. I just found out the other day, we're the only appearance Fold is really making this year. So I thought that was kind of cool that we qualified for their only one of the year. And who are my Fold people? Are they here? Where's Coleman at? Well, you need to be back here, dude. Okay. And come on up here. Come on up here. So we got the wheel going. Look at there. Come on, everybody's waiting for you out in the audience. They're all just sitting there, like hanging out, getting tired. Why don't you sit down and have a seat back there? And okay. What's your name? AC. AC?
Coleman.
Okay, who wants to go first? Okay, you have a shot of winning a Bitcoin. Simply come back here and push the button. Okay. And Tab conference tickets in Atlanta. Jim will hand you back those. Thank you. And you're next. What can you tell them what this button says?
Badass.
This is my badass button, guys. Okay. Oop, there you go. Delayed. $10 million sats from Swan. Good. Okay, that is the deal for today. We're going to have Guy Swan up. You know, Guy Swan always claims to have read more about Bitcoin than anyone you know. I used to argue with Guy about that I had read more than Guy, but I can honestly say now, Guy is the sole champion of reading information about Bitcoin, and I cannot take that away from him. Guy, come on up here, dude. Welcome, Guy Swan.
Hey, everyone. How are you doing? Good morning. Are we awake? Okay, good. I'll be awake in a minute or two. All right. This is my first slide. Okay, there we see it. Okay. Whew. Welcome. I am Guy Swan, the guy who has read more about Bitcoin than anybody else you know. And I have the honor today of kicking this thing off. And you probably know the podcast Bitcoin Audible, but you may not know about another project I started, I guess, about 6 weeks ago now, called AI Unchained. And I wanted to talk about the marriage between Bitcoin and AI. That's why our talk is Bitcoin and AI, a match made in cyberspace. A little corny subtitle, but I'm sticking with it. I think these are the two most important technological developments happening in the world right now. And there are a ton of parallels between these two technologies that are really important specifically for Bitcoiners to understand. Because the head start that we have on kind of understanding the monetary shifts of the world, I think we can actually apply and add a multiplier if we properly understand the direction and the value of AI. And I was actually chatting with Mark Moss last night, and it was funny because he used the exact same analogy that Svetsky and I did on an episode of AI Unchained. But you know, everybody remembers 2017 crypto, the height of the crypto retardation, and that basically it was, you know, Bitcoin was huge. Bitcoin was suddenly a big deal. People were making a lot of money on it. Blockchain. And everybody wanted to stick a blockchain on everything. If you had some sort of an idea, didn't matter what it was, stick a blockchain on it, and it's like innovation. It was just everything blockchain. I actually remember a company that was trading on the stock exchange, and they didn't do anything to the company. They didn't change the business plan. Like, nothing changed, but they added blockchain to the name, and in like a couple of weeks, the stock literally tripled. And bananas on the blockchain were literally a thing. So I use that example because AI is basically filled with that right now. It's got the crypto disease. And separating the signal from the noise is incredibly difficult because everybody's just sticking AI into their thing. AI with email, AI notes, and God knows what else. As soon as I had my first touch point with AI, that really kind of blew my mind was ChatGPT, and then also Stable Diffusion, the image diffusers. And my first thought was, holy crap, this is incredible. Holy shit, is this going to be like a really, really terrible centralizing force against what Bitcoin is doing? Because I kept hearing that you have to have thousands and thousands of GPUs to do this, and Google has their new model, and it's like 100 trillion parameters, and it's going to be better than everything. It's got more neurons than the human brain. Like, so there's all this hype about, like, are we creating God and all of this stuff? And I immediately was like, I think it's critically important that we understand this to make sure that we don't go there, because if we do, all I could imagine was that AI was going to essentially be the worst surveillance nightmare that you could possibly come up with. If only a $1 billion corporation can run these things, and this is actually that valuable, then we're all going to be plugging into it, and it's going to have a contextual understanding of everything we do on our computers, everything we're doing at all times. It's going to be able to predict where we're going to click before we click on it, and we're not going to be able to get the productivity gains without plugging into those giant servers. So honestly, that kind of scared the shit out of me. So I felt like I really needed to understand what it was. And in doing so, there's this question, have we created God? We created a super intelligence. And I want to say no. No. In fact, like with OpenAI and ChatGPT, they have an OpenAI playground, which will actually just show you what it's doing, essentially. It's just a prediction machine for text. And it takes the context of, the specific word, a group of words, and then the entire sentence, and it literally just has a probability for how likely the next word is. Like, that little thing on your phone where it's like predicts what you're about to type? It says, like, I went to and it says store, bar, BitBlockBoom, like in the fill in the blank. And you could select one. Well, it's basically that on steroids. And so you're just guessing, and the playground will actually show you the percentage of the likelihood, like 73% likelihood that this is the next word if you go play with it. But I'm out of free tokens, so I'm not paying for that shit. So we did not create God. It is a technology, and it is a form of intelligence. But it's not some super intelligent being that's going to eat us all. With that, there is good news and there's bad news. Unfortunately, there is actually a lot of bad news that we don't have time to cover. But these are the main elements that I think are relevant to Bitcoin, and I want to hit a couple of them. First is that AI is an insanely deflationary force. It is going to really change how we do things, and it is going to replace an enormous amount of menial, tedious tasks and kind of administrative. I think the administrative economy is really going to get hit hard. Everybody's talking about, like, how many jobs are you going to take? If you read any article, it's literally anywhere between like 5 million jobs are going to be taken before 2030 to literally 300 million. I think there's a Forbes article that says 300 million jobs are going to be taken. I think it's an exaggeration. You could have said the same thing about the internet, but anyway. The one interesting thing about this is that what it does is it actually takes a lot of the economic capital that we thought was not information technology and was not in the scope of the digital revolution, and it kind of aggressively shoves it into that paradigm. So I think we're going to get a sort of Moore's law in areas of the economy that we did not expect was going to be the case for potentially a really long time. But in fact, the reason I put the price of tomorrow up there, if you have not listened or read the price of tomorrow, if you haven't read it at all, you have a problem, you should fix that. But if you haven't read it in a while, you should read it again, because I think in the context of the technological shift we're seeing, it's just so much more potent with kind of the framing of AI, now that it's kind of here and we can see it and play with it. Now, the other problem is that if you just so happen to have $31 trillion in debt, really a massively deflationary force is a huge problem. So we're going to have to get a lot of inflation. Like, one of the things that inflation has to do is essentially outpace, it has to erase all of the natural price deflation that the growth would enable in the money supply. And because of that, there's going to be a massive amount of money printing just to stay at baseline. And in doing so, it means that more and more capital is going to be allocated towards the political and counterfeit class. Because the more that they take our productivity gains, the more all of our economic center basically sucks around them and their projects and everything that they want to do. So that's not exactly the best news. Disruption as the norm. So if we go back kind of like a half a millennia, business models were a lot simpler, and production structures were a lot closer to from production to product, especially just in relative terms to what we have today. And but fast forward to the digital revolution, like you can even actually use like your grandparents or whatever as an example, is that, you know, they grew up in a world where you could just learn to do one thing really well, and then you had a career and you did that shit for 50 years and then you retired. That world does not exist anymore. It's done. And we're entering a phase where AI is actually it's interesting. It operates a lot like, I use the example of a 3D printer, because one of the things that a 3D printer does is it allows you to iterate. It gives you a production tool that isn't locked to any certain object. You know, you usually would have to have like a giant machine, and it has to have like some very specific tooling or operation in order to print like one gear, and then you print like 1 million of those gears. Whereas additive manufacturing will, like, the operator can now just kind of sit around and come up with a bunch of ideas and iterate on the same product like 100 times in a day. And if you've got a production line of additive manufacturing, well, you could completely change what your product is or what you're offering to the market basically overnight. You just shut them all down, download a new design into the machine, and then start printing again. AI is kind of like that for task management and software and media generation. So it's like Stable Diffusion, and these things are basically like a form of media that generate media. And it's software that generates software. And the operator is just trying to guide it as to what to create. You're prompting it to give you back some sort of structure or some sort of idea. And in that sense, also, there's an interesting way to think about what AI is that I like to, it's a little crude, but I think it works, is that it's kind of like a really, really aggressive compression algorithm that doesn't actually store, like an image diffuser is a great example, is that it doesn't actually store any of the images. If you search an image on Google of like a cat, you'll just get images of a cat. If you search the same thing again, you'll find the same images of a cat. It's just recalling something that's saved. Whereas when you train a model on like 1,000 images of a cat, what it does is it stores the relationship between the pixels on the screen that give you the relative shape of a cat. So if you give it cat, what it will do is it will literally generate an image of a cat that never existed, but it will do it from all of the patterns that it stored, that it learned from all of the images of the cats that you gave it. So it's like a hyper compression that none of the images actually exist there, but the patterns that the images represent are stored and can be regenerated. So what I think all this means in the context of disruption is that because we kind of have the 3D printer of software, so to speak, is that the norm will be a constant disruption of the economy. And I think it will actually start happening, so it will get faster and faster. It will continue to accelerate to the point that when we start into another phase of disruption and changing how we tool and how we operate, it actually will not have enough time to seat itself properly in the economy before the next disruption stage will already be started. And that's going to be a volatility is probably the first word that comes to mind. Second is, or another element is we have knowledge is power. And companies are realizing just how much, they're realizing that users are a massive resource that they didn't know. Users are essentially producing a new resource that they weren't before. So we were already being harvested for our metadata. We were already being harvested for our social graphs and all of this information. Now, we're a great way to train their own personal model, their own company's model. Zoom just actually changed their terms of service or whatever, that now they can use your likeness and your voice in your conversations to train their AI model. This is going to happen a lot. And because of that, they're closing down. They're going to start to silo a lot because they're realizing that if they have anybody that has a community, that has a user base that they can watch, they think that they're going to have an advantage over the other companies by locking in their user base so that they can watch you and they can use your feedback to train their AI and obviously produce the better product. Yeah, so I think what this means is a aggressive increase in the amount of walls coming up on the internet and companies and platforms being siloed. Think of kind of like the problems of Apple and iPhone, except kind of spreading to a lot of different areas in the digital economy. Now this one, prove that you are human. We have a lot of different ways of quote unquote proving that you are human online. Don't mean shit anymore. They're all useless. Like, in fact, actually, you want to just play like 10 seconds of this video? We'll get to it in just a second. But all of the methods that we have to prove, in fact, the number one method that we have to prove that we are human online is KYC. Take a selfie with your ID, solve a CAPTCHA, these sorts of things. Well, if AI can regenerate your likeness instantly, it can regenerate your voice instantly. Now, actually, the newest models, you need 3 seconds, 5 seconds. If you ever get a phone call from somebody you don't know, and you just say, hello, hello, anybody there? That's all they need to train a model, to turn a model on your voice, and then they can turn around and call somebody that you know and be like, hey Bob, what's up? And it will sound exactly like you. Like that's that scene in Terminator when the liquid metal Terminator kills his parents and then calls them up on the phone, sounds like him. Like that's the world we live in. That's not science fiction anymore. I can do that on this computer. And because of that, fraud is going to go through the roof. And when you have a sorry, 1 second. When you have a product that you're offering to somebody, a computational service that has immediate cost. In fact, Sam Altman said that every single time they run ChatGPT, that it costs upwards of 8 cents for every single time you ask a question to it. 8 cents instantly. And I want to talk about what that means.
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I
just saw that video. It was crazy. The fact that you can just kind of do that live now is so nuts. So what's the good news? There's actually quite a bit of a Bitcoin lining to this. So first, and what's funny is that line up the top, we have no moat and neither does OpenAI. There was a leaked memo from a Google engineer that was sent around internally, and I almost did the entire talk on just that memo because it's one of the craziest things. It's what got me starting AI Unchained. It's why I started the show. And essentially, I think open source has a really natural advantage here. First, you do not need thousands of GPUs to run these things. Like I said, I can run some really fascinating stuff just on this machine. And this is not optimized for AI. The hardware isn't even there yet as far as like being geared toward it. All the companies, all the hardware companies are now making that happen. So the next iterations of products and chips are all going to be AI optimized. But one of the really crazy things that open source has is that companies building a model from scratch is insanely expensive. But if you're working on an open source model, you've already got a community that did all the work for you. And there's this natural advantage. There's something called low rank adjustments. And we're seeing this same sort of thing in LLMs, but it's not called exactly the same thing. But this is in image diffusers. And it's basically micro trainings on one specific thing. And you can have a whole community they're all training. Like, let's say you want an image diffuser that's like a little bit better at generating images of people in a suit. And so you make a low rank adjustment and you train it on just like 100 high quality images of someone wearing a suit. And then you can actually retrain without doing with the main model, the base model staying the same. You can actually retrain it to teach it to better make someone in a suit. And when you have a community doing thousands and thousands of these little micro adjustments, you actually get extremely high quality content because everybody's very like centered in on getting the quality of what they're trying to do. And you have this pool of essentially knowledge that's feeding back on itself, and nobody's having to redo the work over and over again. Another thing is that the establishment and the regulatory apparatus are crippling the shit out of their AI tools. They're making them unoffensive and safe, which open source doesn't care about, which is great because it means that there's all these sorts of use cases and restrictions in the establishment version of AI, the closed source AI, that they simply cannot serve, they can't meet. And then also with like the licensing problems is that OpenAI will actually, like they're going to restrict what you can actually do with their API and how you can use ChatGPT. But with these free alternatives, the free alternatives are actually not only matching, but they're actually surpassing a lot of the closed source, like the OpenAI models of ChatGPT. And like Falcon came out not too long ago, and it immediately, a free model that immediately went to the top of the leaderboards of like user feedback and basically the quality of answers. And it just keeps getting surpassed. Like the leaderboards are just like active as shit. Like every just few days, there's another one that's up at the top. Llama 2, I think, is now up at the top. Again, another open source model. So basically the freedom to, there's a quote, and this is again from that memo. It says that people will not pay for a restricted model when free, unrestricted alternatives are comparable in quality. And this is actually what we're seeing. OpenAI, there's another a leaked document or whatever, that they might actually go out of business. They actually have they hold the record for the platform that has the highest growth, the fastest growth in users, like fastest to 1 million ever. And in June, they had 1.7 billion visitors to the ChatGPT service. And in July, they had 1.5. They're actually losing because people are just realizing that they don't have to pay a subscription and they can just go off and run a free model and they can have it for their company or their service. And I think what this is actually showing is that because they're these kind of like middling models that have outsized quality and outsized results, is that we're seeing a technology that actually greatly benefits the individual, the small, and the medium company or the medium service provider disproportionately than essentially the giant corporation. And the overhead for the giant corporation trying to train its own model is something that the smaller guys don't have to worry about. So I just saw this was crazy. The free version of ChatGPT, the smaller model, GPT-3, costs them $700,000 a day just to keep running. So that doesn't include GTP4, and that doesn't include their image diffuser. And we used to live in a world where API calls were largely costless. So going back to the thing I said about it costs 8 cents every time somebody asks it a question, is that what you're essentially doing is you're being given an API access to burn through somebody's GPU, just set it on fire. And what that essentially means is that if you're in a world of increasing fraud, what you're actually doing is you're providing an instantly delivered, irreversible product, which wasn't really the case. If somebody's just reading an article, there's no like real cost there. If somebody's like just watching a movie on your Netflix or whatever, and then you have to like cancel their subscription in 3 days, that's not that big of a deal. But if somebody can run up thousands and thousands of dollars in cost in just a matter of hours on your platform, and then you have to charge back, then you have to cancel, you can't get that cost back. You can't redeem that. That's not free. It is a bearer asset delivery. And because of that, that means that if corporations are crippling their own AI and with licenses and trying to be unoffensive, excuse me, then I think that means the open source economy has a chance of producing higher quality alternatives with a much larger array of services than what the corporations can. And if we see that the speed of economic change is going to get faster and disruption is going to be the norm, excuse me, I think that means that this is actually a huge negative pressure on massive corporations. It actually contributes to the diseconomies of scale. And again, it benefits the individual, the small, and the medium business far more because they're agile. They can change. They can retool quickly. Somebody who's already invested $2 billion in their product, in their design or their production flow is going to have a hell of a lot harder time adjusting to constant disruption than somebody who's small, agile, like the 3D printing versus the big machine sort of platform. And if none of the KYC measures can actually prove that someone is human, I think that we're going to see KYC everywhere. Everybody is going to start adding KYC because you just can't have an unlimited number of AI bots imitating everybody as much as possible on everybody's platform, just burning through capital and burning through the internet. But that means that on a long enough time span, KYC is dead. There's nothing they can do about it. It's going to get worse before it gets better. But if you have a platform that actually runs on public and private keys and just avoids the KYC shit altogether, you have a huge starting advantage because that's where things are headed. And it's going to be like the copyright fight against BitTorrent and file sharing, is that what they did is they tried to say, oh, the copyright's going to get worse and we're going to have DRM on everything and we're not going to let the user control the content. And what happened is they failed. File sharing basically forced them to change their entire business model. They can't restrict the music access. You're going to get it everywhere that you want. And the longer they fought it, the more money they lost. And that if you have a ton of fiat debt in a crazy price deflationary environment, well then the one thing you absolutely need is to be holding on to sound money. You need something that actually benefits from that price deflation rather than something that just turns the printing machine back on and that the government has to essentially print to infinity to make sure that their obligations don't get worse and worse and worse every year, naturally. And then if costs are instant and irreversible, excuse me, and the payment method is delayed and reversible, well, then if you're building a system, if you're building an open source ecosystem with instantly delivered bearer asset settlement, where you send 8 cents the exact same moment that you execute a cost of 8 cents, well, then your margins are going to be a whole hell of a lot better than the corporation that's dealing with billions and billions of dollars of fraud that gets worse every single year. And not only that, you're going to be able to undercut them in price for any of the services that you provide. And essentially, you're going to be able to undercut them in the price of the services that you provide. Oh, sorry, and you'll have a better user experience. But that's kind of the beautiful thing about like Nostr, is that you'll be in an environment where you can have an ecosystem where you can just kind of zap and get exactly what you wanted. And I think we'll find ourselves in a place where people will just kind of be shocked and wonder, how the hell did it never, like, shouldn't it have always worked exactly like this? But lastly, I think the path to heaven is straight through the gates of hell. And the problem here is that I think all of it gets a lot worse before it gets better. And, you know, unfortunately, that's a truth that we have to deal with, but I think that's a road that we can drive. I think that's a path that we as Bitcoiners are ready to take, because we already kind of knew that, and that's a lot of the reason why we are here. But the thing that I love about Bitcoin is that essentially everybody here is a builder. Like, it's full of builders. And not only that, it's full of people who actually have hope and actually realize that there's a chance of fixing this. Like, there's no nihilism here. We recognize that there's work to do, but that there's actually something better at the end of the road. And I think if we properly, again, this is why I started AI Unchained, and I think if we properly understand these new tools and work together to utilize an open source, collaborative, and self-hosted AI ecosystem, is that we will actually have a vastly better chance of getting the future that we are fighting for. So don't sleep on it. Thank you. Sorry, I was a little bit over and had to skip a section that I'm sad I actually had to get to. I don't think we have any time for questions, but I'll just say with the where to go page, please subscribe to AI Unchained. Like, this is really the point of the project, is to kind of unravel how important I think that is and how I think it's tied to Bitcoin. Obviously, Bitcoin Audible. I'm still the Guy Swan on Twix, Dexter, whatever the hell that thing is called. And as long as it's relevant, find me up there. And then obviously on Nostr. And that page down at the bottom is not live yet, but bitcoinaudible.com/AI is actually going to have a bunch of tools that I have been using recently. I'm just going to like list it out. So if you want to kind of go down the rabbit hole, that's actually going to be like a good list of signal for things that I think would be really cool to check out. So thank you, guys. That's me.
All right, Guy, one of my favorite audiobook readers in Bitcoin, and just an extraordinary guy.
Absolutely.
Okay, you're introducing me, so I shouldn't start, but I should introduce Morgan. Morgan Richard is a financial planner and my wife, and a Bitcoiner. She's written one book about financial planning, a bestseller on Amazon, Quick Start Guide to Personal Finance. It's probably the only financial planning book out there that actually has a balanced take on Bitcoin. So now I'll let her introduce me.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I should start this with welcome to Bitcoin for Advisors. My name is Morgan Moshard. This is my
She's referring to our
host.
podcast.
Yeah.
Clarify for folks. Oh, we got
Yeah.
chairs.
Oh, we have chairs now.
All
Okay.
right. Free chairs.
This is my husband, Pierre Rochard. Can y'all over there see us? Should we come up?
Yeah, let's
Pull up, maybe
There we
this
go.
side. Okay. My husband, Pierre Rochard. He's been working in Bitcoin either for a company or just helping out the community since 2012. So an OG for sure. But he is probably best known for, is this one better? Can you hear me better? Oh, yeah. He's probably best known for his viral video where he proved to the world that Bitcoin miners do not emit CO2. In addition to that, he is VP of Research at Riot Platforms, where he has been conducting very thorough research on Bitcoin transactions and mining, and also energy related to Bitcoin. And so it's a pleasure to have you here with me.
Yeah, thank you. I had some slides ready for energy and Bitcoin, but I accidentally locked myself out of them last night, and that was a bit of a mistake on my part. But you know, I think it gives us an opportunity to sit down, do more of an interactive Q&A back and forth, just like the podcast we co-host, Bitcoin for Advisors. Subscribe, give it 5 stars on iTunes, and that way we could just have a free-flowing conversation.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. So we wanted to start with how to talk about Bitcoin with your spouse, because we get this a lot from Bitcoiners, and they're often wondering, how do I orange pill my spouse? How do I make
or they're
spouse?
wondering, how do I keep my involvement with Bitcoin secret, and you know, take money from our 401k without her noticing to put it into Bitcoin? You know, I've got advice on how to do that.
For 10 years, so you know. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. We don't do that. Yeah. But we often get it because people think, oh, Morgan's orange pilled. How did Pierre do it? Can you give us tips?
I didn't really have to put a lot of effort into orange pilling Morgan. I think it was actually kind of, you orange pilled yourself. You were like reading things that were laying around on my desk, which I don't know. But in any case, then you started explaining Bitcoin to me, which was kind of the tables turning.
There you go. Yeah. Well, I think it does start with a basic knowledge of Austrian economics. It does help for sure to be orange pilled very quickly. But in lieu of that, if your spouse is not reading Murray Rothbard and Mises and Hoppe and all the greats, what should you do to help your spouse?
Okay, well, you tell them that it's going to go up.
Yeah. And you tell them, I'll thank you, you'll thank me later. Yeah, you'll thank me later is a good one. And no, really, seriously though, the first thing you should do is actually listen to the spouse who is not on board. So I often see this in my practice. I have a financial planning firm where we do deal with Bitcoin couples. And usually if the wife's not on board, it's because she's been talked at so much about Bitcoin. It's literally like, here's the wife and here's Bitcoin. And it's like, you know, and she's had it so much and she hasn't actually been listened to that she just tunes it out. And she's not interested. And so it doesn't matter the dissertation you've written on Bitcoin or how many hours you've been down the rabbit hole or how many Stefan Livera podcasts you want her to listen to. She's just not going to hear you if you don't hear her. So I would say that's a good place to start.
What do you think about playing Guy Swan audiobooks at bedtime? That way the husband doesn't even have to talk. A guy can just talk to your wife.
Yeah, it's a very intimate discussion with Guy, especially.
Pillow talk with
Yeah,
Guy.
Pillow Talk with Guy. It's your next audio series, Guy. We're giving you product ideas here. That might not work. Yeah, that might not work. But if you put on Bitcoin for Advisors, our podcast, that might work.
Although, if I recall, one of the moments where you actually your interest in Bitcoin increased was listening to the Bitcoin Uncensored podcast.
Yeah, that's actually
which is now, it no longer exists, but in its heyday, it was one of the funniest podcasts, second only to Noted. And I had it on while we were folding laundry, and you were cracking up.
I was
and you were
laughing.
like, "What is this? What are we listening to?" And I was like, "It's a Bitcoin podcast." And you were like, "Really? This is a Bitcoin podcast?
Yeah.
It's not putting me to sleep?"
That's true, actually. And I did start listening to that on my own in the car, and I was very, very sad when Chris DeRose and Jen Seth broke up. It affected me for weeks because I didn't have any other Bitcoin podcasts to listen to. That's not the case now, though. There's so many Bitcoin podcasts out there. So maybe just find one that your wife can be interested in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, when it talks about like how to hold your own keys, how do you have that conversation?
Yeah, so that's a more important one, I would say. Obviously, getting your wife on board and then you guys, DCAing together is best case scenario. But assuming that maybe you've already dragged her along and now she doesn't know where your keys are, the first thing is that you should tell her where the keys are. And so sometimes I get on Twitter, no, don't tell your wife where the keys are. She's gonna leave with the keys. And so what I say to that is maybe stop being so married single. Maybe get on the same page about your marriage before you start, not giving away the private key to your wife.
That's deep. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the first step. But really the reality is that you are on the same team. You do need to do this together. If something happens to one spouse or the other, right? Like let's say your wife's the one who's on board and she's dragging a husband along, right? She should let you know where the keys are. And the reason why is, right, something can happen at any time. Hopefully everyone in this room, thank God, will be just fine. But health events come up, people do die, we're all going to die at some point. We should be prepared, and you don't want to be on your deathbed saying the keys are in the safe, the private key, I left it in the garage, and it's you got to dig in the back. You actually have to get a jackhammer. You don't want to be telling her that when you're getting chemo or something, right? So it's worst case scenario, right? Best case scenario is you leave here today and you're like, yeah, now's a good time to talk to my spouse. I'm going to go home and we're going to talk about where the keys are. And we're going to figure this out together. The other thing to consider, though, is that she's probably not as up on the keys as you are. So, she might not know what to do or what buttons to push or what a seed card is at all. So you kind of have to go through all of that together, not just, the hardware wallets or, at my mom's house type of a thing. And so maybe doing a small transaction together can help. I think that's also one of the other things that can actually help Orange Pill spouse is doing the transaction together. So, sending 100 sats around on the Lightning Network or doing an on-chain transaction, making sure that your spouse can actually send Bitcoin to one place and then send it back and then send it there again is really important. And I've seen that in my practice time and time again, is that when people actually send and receive transactions, it kind of clicks in their head. Oh, this is something I can actually use. This is not just some, tulip bubble my husband's making me invest in.
Yeah, and I think my pitch to the guys, because the guys are probably thinking like, well, I know what I'm doing. She doesn't need to be involved. She should just trust me. I would say to the guys, when we say don't trust, verify, that includes yourself. Don't trust yourself. So setting up a multi-sig, something like that, where one of the key signers is your wife, that means that when you're following the wrong Twitter account, X account, and they're you're wanting to panic sell because the price went down because CZ, looked the other way or something, then you have to go to your wife and you have to tell her, hey, look, I'm following this Twitter account. They told me to sell, and she'll laugh at you, right? And so that way, as a team, you can be holding and not spending your Bitcoin or selling it just because one of you decided to, panic. The other interesting thing about a multi-sig and kind of just having it in cold storage is that you do need both spouses involved to sell, right? To get that signature to move the Bitcoin. But for depositing more Bitcoin, you don't need that, right? You just need the XPub and the addresses. And so that way you're able to accumulate Bitcoin without your wife, needing permission from your wife, right? Which is
the whole reason why people mostly don't want to get their wife on board is because they don't want her to know how much money they're spending on Bitcoin.
It's not spending on Bitcoin. It's how much money they're saving
right.
into Bitcoin for future expenditures.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. But your wife actually can be a good backstop. I think that if you are able to get her on board, right, that she can be your biggest advocate. She could be your helpmate in this to make sure that you stay the course. So there's been actually a lot of research on this, and men are much more likely to trade more consistently than women are. Women who invest and who save in Bitcoin are much more likely to stick to a plan and stay with the plan. So if you tell your wife, we're going to hold this for the next 40 years, she's probably going to hold it for the next 40 years. The husband's more likely to be like, actually, I saw this trend and I was listening to Start to Flow and the 30-year moving average is underneath the 10-year or whatever. And now we should sell and then buy back. And she's going to say no because she's heard I should hold this for 40 years.
Yeah. And I think this is a gross generalization, but I think that women are more humble than men. Men have bigger egos. They're more arrogant. And so I think women are naturally better Bitcoiners than men are.
We just take more time to get into Bitcoin.
That's right, yeah. Which is totally reasonable, right? You gotta make sure that you're not buying Doge or SHIB or something like that.
Yeah. Do we have anything to add there?
Well, what about inheritance and kind of thinking about with the kids, right? That's the next part of the equation is inheritance and estate planning.
Yeah, it's so if you've got kids that are under the age of 18 that are minor children, I mean, it's kind of an interesting thing, I think, because in the fiat world, right, kids can't take ownership of funds. And so you have to have all these custodian style accounts where a parent is custody of the funds on behalf of the child. And so in the fiat world, what happens right now is if there's an unfortunate accident for both parents, usually what parents do is they set up something called a testamentary trust, and assets move from the parent's estate into this testamentary trust, which has a trustee for the benefit of their children while they're young. In Bitcoin, you could theoretically, because you don't have to have this third party involved, you could theoretically toss your child a hardware wallet. But I don't know if any of y'all have kids under the age of 18. I don't know necessarily if that's the best idea, right? Just because it's allowed in the Bitcoin world doesn't necessarily mean that you should do it. And so you should, even if you don't want to create a trust on behalf of your children, I advocate for trusts anyways. There are a number of reasons why you would want to have one. Usually it's because of probate. In the state of Texas, there's a private probate process. You don't have to worry about that as much. But in any other state besides here, you basically have to worry about privacy. So you might want to hold your Bitcoin in a trust anyways, given the way that the rules are. And you would want to do it for the benefit of your children. The reason why you would want to involve a trustee rather than just giving it to your brother-in-law for the benefit of your children is that then your brother-in-law can theoretically just run away with the Bitcoin. So there are a lot of rules that are regulations and laws that can actually help protect Bitcoiners. And I think that a lot of the time what we think about in Bitcoin is like, Bitcoin's going to replace all this stuff. I don't need to worry about anything in the fiat world because Bitcoin fixes this and there's too many rules and regulations and none of that makes any sense. And actually there's a lot of them that are great and that can actually help Bitcoiners and that we should be thoroughly up on, especially in trust and estates, to help us plan for the next generation rather than throwing the bathwater out with the baby or the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, don't
throw the
yeah. Okay.
It's a good thing Jimmy's watching our baby right now.
Yeah. All right. So if let's roll back to the wife who's skeptical.
Yeah.
If you were the husband, what would you tell her?
Well, I would start with asking her what her opinion of Bitcoin is and what her objections are. Because a lot of the time, right, when we're, right, imagine this is wife and this is husband talking, right, and you're talking at her, what happens is that as soon as she responds, it's the other way, right, and she starts talking at you and you're totally closed down and you don't want to hear anything either. And so if you think about a situation where somebody's talking to you, but you're not really listening, right? Or vice versa, actually, is probably a better way to look at it. When you're talking to somebody or your child, right? And your child literally has their ears closed. And we get this from our kids where I'll say, come on, kids, we're leaving the house. And our daughter will go, coming. And she'll literally not move. And so you don't want that situation, and when it's happening to you. And so your wife knows that she's not being listened to. And so what you want to do is you want to actively listen to her, repeat back what she's saying to show that you're listening, ask good questions about what she's asking about, ask them kindly and with compassion instead of argumentatively because she's not on your side, right? All of these things are good ways to get somebody to come from one side of the table to the other side of the table. So it's just, if in the way that you run your relationship normally, you need to use those rules, to apply this to Bitcoin, because it's just a point of disagreement, right? And you have many points of disagreement in your life in a married relationship. And so it's okay to disagree, right? It's how we react to that disagreement that makes or breaks the situation. And so for some couples, that's going to mean starting more slowly in Bitcoin. And maybe, if you think the world is ending tomorrow and you want to have 100% of your assets in Bitcoin rather than fiat, your wife's not moving fast enough for you. But inevitably what can happen, right, is like you can lose your spouse over something like this, right? So you kind of have to weigh up what's more important to you. And I would say 100% of the time, right, you love your spouse, you're on the same team, you want to be on the same page. So in doing that, I think listening is really the first step, hearing her concerns, really hearing them and addressing them in a compassionate way.
That's great advice. And then for the single Bitcoiners, they're in a tough situation of, how do I, avoid a bit digger? And, it's kind of the opposite problem.
Yeah. Well, maybe don't talk about Bitcoin so much on the first date. That's usually
I did not follow that.
It's usually a downer.
At the time you were
Yeah.
skeptical. So.
I was skeptical at the time, yeah, and I did ask a lot of questions. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, right, you have to find somebody you have common interests with, that you could envision yourself living a long life with, and so forth. And so you want to pull money out of the equation, and you would want to do that anyways, right? If you were just a wealthy person from fiat, you wouldn't want that to, muck around anything in the relationship. So I would say just focusing on what values you share is going to be more important than, dangling the fact that you own a bunch of Bitcoin and you're going to buy a Lambo in 20 years.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, I think a lot of Bitcoiners, or not a lot, some Bitcoiners are broke. They just like to talk about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So just because they're talking about Bitcoin doesn't mean they're sitting on a Michael Saylor, treasure trove.
Yeah, that's fair. But I think especially if you're in that situation, you should maybe focus less on Bitcoin, right? And that way she doesn't think that she's bit digging and then get surprised later that she didn't, hit the bit digging jackpot and then leave.
In divorce.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
maybe just, I say again, focus on shared values, right?
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
All right. Is there maybe we could take some audience questions on this topic. Anyone out in the audience?
We've got a yellow shirt over here.
Thank you. I feel like that was an Unchained infomercial rather than a question, but yeah,
Do you
Unchained's
work
great.
at Unchained?
Yeah. How much did they pay you
Yeah.
to
To ask this
No,
question?
that's good.
No,
No,
we like
Unchained
Unchained.
is, I think that, it's a user-friendly way to have what we were talking about, of having everyone kind of onboarded, and they even have concierge handholding, so that maybe the husband has, listened to lots of Michael Saylor podcasts, but doesn't actually, know how to use Bitcoin. And Unchained is a great way to onboard him onto Bitcoin, with his wife and kids.
Yeah, I would say too, especially for most people don't feel very confident holding 3 out of 3 keys, right? You have to find a lot of places to hold 3 out of 3. So collaborative custody is really great in the regard that as long as you don't lose one, you have somebody else to help you sign, which is really nice, and can give a spouse, I would say, a lot of comfort, especially if she's not as up on what to do with Bitcoin as you are.
All right, we still have time for. Oh yeah, we got a question there. Wow, is the whole Unchained sales team here?
Yeah.
Is there? Raise your hand if you're not with Unchained.
We should talk to Drew about how we should get some stock for this pitch we just did.
Yeah, we'll get some advisor shares maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the question is how to kind of onboard friends and family, into holding their own keys with something like a seed signer or a hardware wallet or a signature signing device, right? I think that's the good name for it. But I would actually argue that to motivate them to get through that process, you should start with a mobile wallet, something really easy, maybe like even a Lightning mobile wallet like Phoenix, and have them send money around, sats around like that, where it kind of has that magic internet money moment of, oh, wow, this is really, interesting, and I want to learn more about it, rather than jumping into the deep end of setting up a multi-sig. And so that way they're kind of just, going through the learning curve.
Yeah, for sure. There's also, I mean, there are other, besides on-chain capital, obviously, there are open source multi-sig solutions that can help somebody get set up. Obviously, it's more complicated than, just open an account on on-chain type of a thing. And so it'll take more training for sure. But I would say I wouldn't do it all at once. The problem with doing it all at once is everyone in the room feels like they're experts, especially if they do it for an hour or whatever, and then they don't look at it ever again. And then when the time comes and they actually have to use Bitcoin, it's so far in the back of their brain that they can't actually do it. And even if they've taken notes along the way, we've found that clients still have trouble looking back at their notes and knowing what to do. And so actual regular usage is really more important, especially for people who aren't in it all the time. I would say like at least once a year, spending 10 15 minutes.
No, you need to be training weekly with your family. Okay. Every Thursday evening you have seed signer night, and
I think that could be like the new family meeting. You just use your hardware wallets every Thursday night, and then you play like Uno afterwards.
No, you do some code reviews on Bitcoin Core afterwards,
yeah,
as a family together.
How could I have gotten that wrong?
Yeah. So the question is, if your family is, happy enough with it that you bought it, but they're not interested in actually learning more about it, and the idea of them receiving it is basically like they would immediately convert it into fiat and go buy a Lambo, right? So that
if they could figure out how to convert it.
Right. Yeah, that's their motivation. It's like,
them. Just kidding.
Hey, when I get hit by a bus, do you want to be able to spend this money? And so that way they'll learn about Bitcoin. But do you have a more serious answer?
I mean, the more serious answer is really it's long involved discussions, unfortunately, about why they don't want to get involved, and it's kind of similar to how you would orange for your spouse, in which you have to listen to their concerns about it. I would say that like probably uninterested children is going to be a little more difficult because they don't think that their parents know anything, and they're like, this old fogey wants me to do Bitcoin stuff, whatever. But at least getting your wife on board, I would say, even if she doesn't really care what you're doing and she doesn't really want to be involved, just having regular discussions about her concerns about it. I mean, sometimes it's I'm just totally disinterested, but other times there's actually a real fear there that she doesn't actually think she can do it. And for whatever reason, it just feels too technologically beyond her. And so I think also starting with what you said with the lightning wallet to show how easy it is, and then easing into some of the more difficult aspects of Bitcoin to use is the way to go there. And that way you could just slowly get them into it. But unfortunately, yeah, it does take discussions, and it might be years of discussions before you actually are able to get a family member interested in doing it the way you're doing it.
What if your wife gets too interested and becomes a crypto degen?
I've actually never had that in my practice. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I guess it could happen. I mean, I've had the opposite where the wife's like, my husband won't stop being a degenerate gambler in crypto. I think actually that's the perfect time to hire an advisor. And I would actually even say for your question, hiring an advisor might help too, because if they hear it from somebody else that they trust, it might be a good way to get other family members involved. That's one way of thinking about it. If your spouse has become a crypto degen, then it does help to have a third party who's uninterested, who can be objective about the situation, take the reins and pull it back. In the situation that I'm talking about, the wife was really concerned about all of the S-coining her husband was doing. And so she literally just asked me point blank in a meeting, like, why are you Bitcoin only and why is my husband not Bitcoin only? And so very respectfully, I had to lay out the case of why I was Bitcoin only and why we don't mess around with these other coins. But I think that obviously I don't know what exactly happened to them after the meeting, but and
He
what
had
they
to
talked
go to
about.
rehab.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But she felt really confident that we're working together, right? And it's going to keep her husband from really doing too much damage to their financial situation. And so I would say in that regard, if you can't pull them back from the brink, what you need to do is just set aside a bunch of money that's like hobby money, gambling, degen money, right? And you just let them
Wait,
go.
you
with
said
that.
set aside a bunch of.
No. I meant like very small, like
Yeah.
less than 1% of net worth money that, that degenerate gambler in your family can play with and lose. And then they will lose it, right? Inevitably. So if you're okay with, them losing $1,000, then, it's sometimes you just have to learn the hard way.
So I've kind of sharpened my wife now where when there's a price drop, I like run in the kitchen jokingly and tell her, and she's like, that means you can buy more, right? So we're in a good place, but we do the kind of monthly like seed trading, like transfer transactions and all that shit was there. But it was only whenever I lost my ledger, I had to figure out the derivation path thing and went through that kind of like sweaty process. What other challenges are there beyond the derivation path where if I'm gone and she has to recover, and let's say she lost the devices, but she has the seeds, is there anything else beyond the derivation path she would have to figure out that I need to make sure she knows about?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, for example, with Unchained, they have a tool called Caravan that allows you to recover the Bitcoin independently of the company, and that I think bundles the right set of information to be able to recover. But there's also the derivation path part. There's metadata that essentially they need to have to be able to recover. And I think that that's part of the value of using a third party like Unchained to help with those technical things. Ideally, the software would just be able to handle it, for you and kind of brute force the path and figure everything out. And I think Blue Wallet has done a lot of that work of, hey, put in any seed and we'll figure it out for you. So ideally that would be on the software side, but I'm speaking as a product manager, not as a husband. Yeah, so you have to know elliptic curve multiplication. So there. You can go to any degree of peeling the onion back on that.
Yeah, okay, taxes and record keeping. So I know everybody here thinks that the IRS is going to be abolished in 3 years after the halving, so none of this will apply, right? No, I'm just kidding. So you have to live in reality, unfortunately. So even if the IRS is abolished in 5 to 10 years, it's not abolished now, in which case record keeping, I think, is really important. You should know your basis, which is literally how much fiat you put in to buy Bitcoin. You should at least have an average price about it. There's something called specific lots. So it's literally the price at which you bought Bitcoin. You can assign it to that specific batch of Bitcoin that you purchased. And the reason why you would want to actually do specific lot over just an average price is because you could do tax loss harvesting. So in a situation where you bought at 69,000, you would be able to sell it today and take that tax loss and buy back and be able to actually claim that on your tax return. And so, obviously you want to buy back so that you're still holding Bitcoin, but it's just something that you can deduct $3,000 a year for doing so. So there's certain advantages to record keeping. There's another thing that you would want to do is that you get a step up in basis when you pass away and you pass your Bitcoin on. And so obviously your basis today wouldn't matter if you're just waiting for that event to happen, but your family at that point would want to record what the price was on your date of death so that they knew what their basis was, so that way they got that step up. And that assumes obviously that you take everything through the proper channels and through the course. If you just, tell your wife that your kids that your hardware wallet's buried in some forest somewhere and you don't want to bring it back into the system, then they're not going to get that step up in basis. But there probably will be questions under the current system of if they're trying to bring that Bitcoin back into the fiat system where they got that money. So I would say, in the world that we live in and in the reality that we currently are in, you should be up on the rules and what you need to do, and definitely keep track of, do good record keeping.
I think that they could say they found the Bitcoin while snorkeling. Somebody must have lost it during a boating accident. And so I don't know what the rules are when you just find value. Does the IRS tax that? Might be a question for a tax lawyer.
Yeah, that might be a question for a tax lawyer. I mean, I think that there would probably be questions if it was shortly after a known family member who was active in the Bitcoin community passed away. It's like the IRS, they're not that dumb. They know some things. They know.
I heard some boos.
Yeah, I agree. Boo.
All right, I think that we're over time, so we'll let you all get to your break. Thanks for coming out to BitBlockBoom, and thank you to Gary Leland for organizing and all of the people who are helping with the conference.
All right, guys, welcome back to the BitBlockBoom news desk. We are with, Bitcoiners always get uncomfortable when I call them legends, but you guys are legends in my eyes. Pierre Richard and Morgan Richard, how you guys doing?
Very well. I think maybe the reason why they get uncomfortable is because legend kind of implies that they're dead or that they didn't exist.
The only legend here is you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
that was very, very wholesome. So I really enjoyed your guys' conversation, but before I jump into the topics that you guys were covering, it's interesting because I'm going through that with my spouse currently, a lot of the things that you guys were talking about, but I want to ask you how you felt about what happened with Pierre and the New York Times and that narrative trench warfare that was happening on Twitter. Right, that was pretty crazy. And then shout out to your epic video, man. You absolutely destroyed them. That was hilarious. So how was that for you?
Yeah, it was an interesting time in our household for sure because there was so much buzz about it. We were getting family members even reaching out saying, "Oh, I saw your husband's video," and so Pierre was definitely on cloud nine, and he was hard to pull back down to earth for sure.
I peaked. I'll never beat that. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's nice to see, obviously. I mean, he works so hard. He's been in the community for so long, doing so many things for so many people, and really I don't think, getting that much recognition for it, to be honest. And it was just nice to see that, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
So what made you, like, because the video was comedic in a way. It was like pure deadpan. And you're trying to make it super serious and go behind the ASICs. We can barely hear your audio. The ASIC fans were running and you're like, there is no CO2 emissions. What was your logic behind doing it like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it really started with AOC. She was talking about how gas stoves emit a lot of particulate matter, far more than electric stoves. And I have a gas stove at home, and one of the reasons why she said they're bad is because they cause asthma in kids, and I've got kids. So I got a air quality meter and, figured that thing out. But then that air quality meter was sitting on my desk. And when I got an email saying the New York Times was writing an article about our CO2 emissions, I had that measurement device right in front of me, measuring CO2. And I thought, okay, this is ridiculous because we don't emit any CO2 anyway. So let's, and in my mind, it's really about, they have weaponized science, right? They've twisted science to basically be a way of bullying other people into believing their politics, right? Their ideology. But they've left science far behind because now they no longer even collect data, right? They mostly just do simulations from their parents' basement or some ivory tower university, and they pretend to do science. And so it leads to all sorts of weird statements like saying, "Oh, Bitcoin mining has massive CO2 emissions." And where science started was the scientific method, right? That you have a hypothesis, you go gather data. that part seemingly is missing in our scientific discourse. And then, you either prove or disprove the hypothesis. And so the climate ideology has decided to use this carbon accounting concept in order to pick winners and losers, right? So, we don't like Bitcoin, so we're going to say that Bitcoin has lots of carbon emissions. Now, if they didn't like airplanes, they would actually focus on the real carbon emissions that come from airplanes, but they actually like to fly to climate change conferences, right? So, if you take away their private jet to Switzerland, that would be upsetting to them. So they're not really going to talk about the carbon footprint of their private jet. They're not going to talk about the carbon footprint of the military-industrial complex because they like that. But anything that they don't like, they're going to fabricate some kind of narrative around.
Yeah, it's almost as if it's rules for thee and not for me, right? And but I'm seeing a very interesting phenomenon, Pierre, which is, I call it really the great disintermediation. And I think what the internet really started that fire, right, to disintermediate information. And I think Bitcoin is disintermediating money. And their ability to control the narrative is greatly diminished. And I really saw that with that New York Times article, because as soon as you posted the video, which absolutely ratioed their original tweet and the article, they community noted it. They quote unquote fact checked it using the New York Times themselves. But what was interesting is that the Bitcoin community rallied back, and we were able to downvote it, and the community note got removed. 10 years ago, that was impossible. And I remember reading this tweet by Jack Posobiec, and it was very powerful. It said, in 2003, if social media existed, we would not have gone to war with Iraq. And it was actually the New York Times that originally released that article that said Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. So I want to get your thoughts on that and how the internet is playing in all this.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's fascinating on a moral and ethical level, which is that the New York Times is saying that Bitcoin miners are indirectly emitting CO2 because our activities are causing coal and natural gas power plants to turn on and produce electricity. So if we kind of adopt that moral standard of indirect causes, then we could say, well, okay, the New York Times is indirectly responsible for trillions of dollars wasted in the Middle East, for murdering millions of people. And so, they should be held accountable for that. And, arguably, the New York Times should be shut down. So, from their lens of, okay, indirect causes. Now, I don't believe in indirect causes. I don't think it's socially scalable. I think that we would all end up in prison if we started thinking about, oh, you worked at or you dined at a restaurant, and it turns out one of the waiters was like a murderer. It's like, oh, you indirectly contributed to the murder. It's just nonsense. But the New York Times is certainly far more culpable than that. And the problem with the New York Times isn't that they are harming Riot platforms. In fact, their story caused our stock price to go up a lot. So that wasn't the harm. The harm was on the readers of the New York Times, right? The readers of the New York Times have this expectation that the New York Times is going to speak the truth. And so when the New York Times knowingly spreads false information in order to influence people's decision, that actually is textbook fraud. And so I think the New York Times readers should have a class action lawsuit of fraud against the New York Times for claiming to sell the truth while in fact selling their souls.
Gotcha. Okay, so I kind of want to pivot the conversation to what you guys are talking about on stage, because I think it's very, very important. And of what tends to happen, what I've noticed, right, is that the male in the relationship tends to get into Bitcoin first. And then after a couple of years, and I'll speak in my case individually, right? My girlfriend, who's now my fiance, completely, she's just, this guy's crazy. And then, NGU technology does its thing. And then all of a sudden they start to care a lot. And then fast forward 7 years later, and now she's a hardcore Bitcoiner. But it's the custody aspect, I think, is very, very tricky. Because I feel uncomfortable, like, for example, recommending a 2 of 3 multi-sig, of which we are the only ones that hold the keys. I feel actually more comfortable recommending a collaborative custody company like Casa or like Unchained, just because of the ease of use for someone who doesn't have the technical know-how. So I know there's pros and cons to both, but what are your guys' thoughts on that, and specifically you, Morgan?
Yeah, I'm a huge proponent of collaborative custody. Majority of my client base actually does hold their keys through Unchained Capital, and the reason why we did it that way was, A, they don't feel confident that they could store all 3 keys properly. They're even sometimes having trouble just storing the 2 keys alone, and so just making sure that as long as they only lose 1 key, right, then they're still in a good position. The other reason why, though, you would want collaborative custody is actually for estate planning purposes. It does help, even though Bitcoiners don't like to hear this, it does actually help to have a third party be involved in that regard. You need to name an executor at the very least to go through all of your things and properly process everything. And so if the executor is then the one going to Unchained Capital with documentation, your Bitcoin is actually going to be passed properly. One of the issues that you might have if you just have an executor going through Bitcoin, they can just say, I didn't see any Bitcoin in this estate, and they can actually walk away with it, and your kids could actually end up with nothing. In which case, if that could just not happen in a collaborative custody style situation. So I do like it from that regard. I mean, obviously, you don't want to pick an executor for your estate who you don't trust. It's one of like the most trusted positions that you would pick, but for a lot of people that's a hard choice. They're having a hard time even picking who would be a backup trustee besides their wife if something were to happen to both of them at the same time. And so sometimes involving a third party who actually doesn't have custody, right? It's not like you have to trust Unchained to actually keep track of your Bitcoin and hold the Bitcoin. You just have to trust them to be able to read the will and process the will properly with the help of somebody else.
Gotcha. And that actually leads me to my second question. God forbid something happened to both of you guys, or in case I just found out my fiance is pregnant, and thank you. And like, God forbid, she's sitting over there. And God forbid, something were to happen to us, right? Does it worry you? Does it keep you up at night that your children potentially might not have access to the Bitcoin that you guys have accumulated, the wealth that you guys have accumulated?
We don't own any Bitcoin at all.
Tragic wedding accident.
Yeah, but
and I think that they'd be fine without it. I mean, I think that at the end of the day, what you leave to your kids that is most valuable is their upbringing, right? And that when we start hearing about these trust funds and like trying to control the kids from the grave, like I think that's far more problematic, and that money is, if it's not paired with a great upbringing, money can actually cause problems for people.
Yeah, there's a saying that money makes you more of who you are, and so values are the most important thing you can instill in your children rather than passing the wealth. And so, if our kids were to end up with nothing, they'd be okay, hopefully, because we taught them.
They'll make
properly.
it back.
The other thing I would add is that I do work with the beneficiaries of trusts, and so poor trust fund kid is often something that people say, and they don't really care about the fact that these people have issues. But there are a lot of issues with basically being on the equivalent of your parents giving you Social Security for the rest of your life. I'm very against that permeating into the Bitcoin world. Some of the trust and estate rules are very punitive on beneficiaries, and I don't think that that's the right way that it should work. And I think that there are some rules that should be taken with us, like I was saying on stage, but others that should really be left behind, and that's one of them. I don't think it's a parent's right to control their kid for 65 plus years of their adult life. It's negligent on the parent's part to think that if I control the money, I'll make sure that they have for the rest of their life, rather than actually teaching them what they need to know.
I really like that, the base layer, right? The principles, the morals, the ethics. I completely agree. I was raised in a Latin household with a strong mother, Catholic, and I was very, very privileged to be instilled those values at a very young age. Anyways, Opti, do you have any questions?
Yeah,
I'm going to say it one more time. Do you have any questions for these two legends?
Yes, I do. First and foremost, Pierre, you were sitting on a chair. How do you explain yourself?
It was free. I didn't have to spend any sats on it. I could, after this event is over, take the chair, find a good pawn shop, and stack some sats. But
there is a lot of chairs here.
I don't think that. So here's the thing: is that each of these is what, $5 on the black market, right? If you're fencing stolen goods, so you'd have to take a lot of them. Now you're having to rent a U-Haul. Do you know the carbon emissions on a U-Haul?
Oof. How could you explain yourself?
Yeah.
No, but seriously, okay, first and foremost, Pierre, I think you're one of the reasons why I'm here as a Bitcoiner. Used to listen to the Noted podcast religiously, so thank you on that one. But you guys touched on something that I have kind of been thinking about lately as well. It's you can't ever really orange pill anyone. It's kind of like an individual thing where they orange pill themselves, but you're kind of just the medium to their orange pilling. And you guys were talking about that as well. And is this a new thing you're coming to, or is this just something that you're just, the longer you go on, you're I've tried to orange pill everyone. I think I'm getting better at my message, and yet people don't want to become Bitcoiners yet. So do you still orange pill people? I guess maybe is the question.
So I've been a financial planner now for almost 10 years, and I would say that the people who are most successful with financial planning are the ones who want to do financial planning, and the people who are least successful are the ones who hire a financial planner thinking that in hiring the financial planner, they do not have to do any work. And I would equate that to orange pilling in a way, right? If someone is coming to you because they're already interested in Bitcoin, then yes, give them all the information in the world. But if they're just coming to you because, you're forcing Bitcoin information on, or I'm, forcing financial planning information on them, it's not going to work. People have to have their mind in a way where they are open and ready to listen. And if their mind is closed, it does not matter what you say to them. If in fact, it'll actually make them get more entrenched in their position. So I think that that's something that is hard for Bitcoiners to hear, because they want to spread the message and they want to help so many people have access to this democratized money and decentralized money, but it's just not something that everyone is ready to hear when that Bitcoiner specifically is ready to tell them.
Got it. 100% got it. Okay, next question. This is also a little more on the comedic side, but for all the Bitcoiners that are single out there, I heard that you guys were talking about how to get a wife. So what would you tell people out there on how to get a wife, Pierre?
You just got to find the right website. There's lots of websites out there where you can find a wife, and then you just got to make sure you order the right one.
Okay, yes, mail order brides for Bitcoiners. There's a niche there. There's a business there.
I'm going to troll Mateo a little bit. I heard this is what the Orange Pill app is.
Yes, 100%.
Anyways, guys, and I ran into this problem earlier today. I went to cut my beard, believe it or not. That Bitcoiners actually do that, and the barber was so intrigued that we were talking about a Bitcoin conference and we were talking about it, And he was like, how do I learn, right? And I felt the frustration. So we have a little bit of time left, about 2 or 3 minutes. What would be the fastest way, in your guys' eyes, to orange pill someone who wants to learn but has spent so much time in the fiat matrix that it's such a big jump? Like, what is the easiest way? Is it wallet of Satoshi? Like, is it just sending them a transaction? What would you guys recommend? Morgan, you first, and then Pierre.
I feel like I'm not the right person. I do everything so long-windedly, in which case I would not be able to orange pill somebody in 30 seconds or less. But yeah, I do think the thing that I've seen be the light bulb for most people is sending a transaction around. That doesn't necessarily help them, though, hold this value over a long period of time, which is what you're intending to do when you orange pill somebody. But at least showing them that it's money and that it does work can help lead them on the path, and then follow that up with, hey, there are these 5 good books that you might want to read so that you actually hold on to your Bitcoin.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think that sometimes people think that it's like a get-rich-quick thing. And so what I emphasize is like, hey, just and throw out like a comically low number, like $1 a week, or $5 every 2 weeks. Just, set up a recurring buy on River or Swan or whatever it is. Or, find a Bitcoin guy that you can give your $20 bill to for, those people who don't want to do the KYC. And that way you're emphasizing that this is about long-term accumulation and building up a nest egg of long-term savings. It's not about, take out a credit card, go 100% in, and it's a way of easing them in, and it's also a way of starting to change their mentality from that fiat brain to the Bitcoin brain, is just by having that steady drip of sats coming in.
Yeah, much better.
Gotcha. Awesome. All right. Well, I'm going to thank these legends one more time, make them feel uncomfortable. Pierre Richard and Morgan Richard. Guys, thank you so much for joining us on the news desk.
Wait. Before they go, though, could you guys plug Bitcoin Advisors and what you guys are working on?
So we're working on 2 things. We have a podcast called Bitcoin for Advisors. We are hopefully recording another one next week.
Well, we just recorded one.
Actually.
On stage here
on stage here,
BitBlockBoom.
live BFA. And we are also working on a book. It's the Bitcoin Personal Finance book. We are writing it together. We're a few chapters in now. We're hoping that comes out later this year.
Why are you making promises like this?
I don't know why I'm doing that. Yeah, maybe next year. Maybe in 10 years. Who knows? At our pace.
Who knows? Yeah.
Awesome. All right, guys, we're going to send it back to the main stage where Mike Muzz is going to introduce the founder of Azteco, Beauton.
Awesome. Love it. Got some people enjoying what's going on here. Absolutely love it. Let's check this out. Oh, also, guys, apologies for the rug. I don't know what happened, but apparently Spaces is not going to be able to keep up with us all day. So if Spaces rugs again, then we will do our best to just spin it back up. So just bear with us, guys. If it does pop off again or the audio acts weird, I don't know, comment, and we will try to get this back up. As you can see, Twitter Spaces is still getting buggy up over here. So we are going to just keep the Spaces going on all day. This isn't recorded on Twitter Spaces like we usually do it, but it is going to be recorded on YouTube. So if you want to see some visuals, then by all means, I am pretty sure we dropped the link in the YouTube. I think we're about to go live. Any minute now. So a little delay.
Let's take it back.
Let's take it back.
Let's take it back. Could you raise my gain a little bit, Ati?
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Man, yep. And I love Pierre. Absolute legend.
Pierre's a goat. Pierre's a goat.
Dude, remember how much that about that article, bro? For like, gave us like 2 weeks worth of content.
I mean, we're still talking about it. How long has it been? It's been months since then.
All right, guys. The panel is starting. Muzz is going to introduce Beauton from Azteco. Here we go, guys.
God bless Gary. All right, so I have the privilege of introducing this next speaker. Don't let the accent fool you. He was born in Brooklyn. He probably traveled the furthest today out of any other speakers, or maybe anyone here, from across the pond in Europe. And his name is Akin, and he's the founder of Azteco. He has a popular Medium where has tons of writings, very philosophical things about whether Bitcoin is not money and is actually a database, something that he could probably debate with anyone over an adult beverage later this evening. Or some of the other things, like he doesn't really like the term Bitcoin maximalist and how people throw that around. He has an interesting take on that. He's one of the most highly intellectual speakers that I know, and he has an incredible understanding of Bitcoin, cryptography, software development. And I owe him a lot because he actually motivated me to start my company of Lightning Ventures. And if it wasn't for that very first Azteco fundraise, before we had started what we were doing, I was just helping them. I don't think I would have been able to do what we're doing now with funding companies. And I'm a proud advisor to Azteco. I love their business. They don't move fast and break things. They're slow and steady, and they've got a lot of excellent, exciting announcements that are going to be coming up in the following weeks. So he has a lot to say. He's an outstanding person. He's a dear friend of mine. I want to yield the little bit of my time so that he can have a little bit extra. He's a great guy. So give it up for Akin or Beauton, and if you ask him nicely, he will unblock you. Give it up for him, all right?
Bad man. Well, thank you for that lovely and charming introduction, Mike. And most of it's true. Some of it isn't true, but there you go. So my talk today is not showing here. So ideally, it would be nice for me to get this on the screen large. Let's have a look. It's not there. I can't see the whole slide.
Oh, I can expand that.
Please, thank you. So, for Bitcoin to fulfill its entire promise, it has to be used by many people. And essentially, that's the focus of my talk today. And what we're calling this inside Azteco is second generation Bitcoin. Now, the first generation of Bitcoin businesses and projects were basically about bootstrapping the whole system. And this is absolutely essential in most software projects. Like, for example, the Linux kernel started off by one man in his bedroom writing his own Linux kernel. And then the whole Linux ecosystem is built on top of that, and it's taken over the entire world. So Linux is an example of how things start small and then grow to a global scale when people pour in their work onto it. But in order for that to happen, Linux had to become useful to people outside of the small number of developers who were building on it. So this has to happen in Bitcoin for the power of Bitcoin to be unleashed and the purpose of Bitcoin to be fulfilled. And so this is what we're trying to midwife with Azteco by thinking about what Bitcoin looks like in a scenario when there are many, many people using it. So, first of all, it's important to say that Bitcoin is nothing without its users. It's too hard for people to understand, and understanding Bitcoin is an artificial block to adoption. So users don't have to understand Bitcoin in order to make use of it. They need to use Bitcoin. And so using Bitcoin means having users. And therefore, without you, there is no Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is about the users using it and not about the technical matters that go into making it what it does. So, by removing the unnecessary requirements of understanding Bitcoin before using it, we can help spread globally. We can help it spread globally very, very quickly. So Bitcoin is about people. It's not about technology, even though the technology is super, super interesting and fundamental to making it work. It's actually not about technology, it's about people. And so given that, we have to change our behavior. I say we, people who want Bitcoin to fulfill its full promise, have to change their thinking about how people are made to interact with it. Now, there's some lovely theories about Bitcoin, and there's some very, very good books. I'm sure you're all familiar with this book, which is a very, very wonderful book about Bitcoin. And so books and podcasts and articles that describe how Bitcoin works and the thinking behind it are an absolute requirement for a specialist and the people who provide services to Bitcoin users, who are the ordinary people who don't have time to read books and find out about them. Now, we know this is the case because there are many people on, for example, Facebook, who don't know that it's actually written in PHP. And so you don't need to know that Facebook is written in PHP in order to make use of it. And this kind of thinking has to come to Bitcoin. Now, it's important that somebody somewhere understands that Facebook is written on PHP, and actually it's the Facebook developers that have to understand that. And given what PHP is, maybe they shouldn't do that, but that's another story. So it's very important that some people understand Bitcoin so that the network can be protected, the network can maintain its utility and spread everywhere. But consumers don't need to know anything about that. It's like asking a consumer to know about the formulation of bubblegum in order to chew bubblegum. You don't need to know what's in bubblegum to chew it. You need teeth, and that's all it's required, teeth and a strong jaw. So without consumers being onboarded to Bitcoin in a frictionless way, it's not going to be possible for us to capture the market and displace fiat, which is the actual purpose of Bitcoin. The purpose of Bitcoin is to give the world a useful and sound money to replace fiat. That's what it's for. And if anybody comes to you and says it's for something else, of course they're at liberty to say that, but it's actually not true. Bitcoin is done for one purpose only. But because it's a generic database, and you can do literally anything with a database, store anything, many people have come in and tried to divert the purpose of Bitcoin, and I personally think that's a mistake. And I'm sure you're all aware of this WorldCoin phenomenon that's come about, and it's not a good thing. And that's an understatement. So without consumers being onboarded to Bitcoin, it's not going to be possible for us to capture the market. And that's what has to happen. And so Bitcoin companies have to aim for the consumer squarely. They have to aim for the consumer on the territory where they are. They have to go to the consumers where they are. You can't ask people to come to where the Bitcoiners are or where the enthusiasts are, because they're not going to do that. There is no WhatsApp community, for example, and that preceded the mass adoption of WhatsApp, and the same commercial forces and incentives will work with Bitcoin if people start thinking about it correctly and contextualizing it inside of this market opportunity to serve people with Bitcoin in its primary function as a replacement for fiat. So, how much time is it going to take for us to get this done? And I say us, meaning people who are involved in Bitcoin. The world population is very, very big. There's lots of people. And the way that WorldCoin is working, it's going to take them 105 years to onboard everybody. Now, that's 105 years is a very, very long time. It'll be before the end of the block emission that they finish if they continue at this rate. And that's, of course, leaving aside that this WorldCoin is an absolutely terrible, appalling system that it's designed to violate the rights of all the users who are being onboarded to it. And I don't know if you know that they're actually paying people to get onto this WorldCoin. I think they're paying them a pittance. And they're not even paying them in fiat, they're paying them in this fraudulent altcoin, WorldCoin, to bribe them to go on board. So they're not providing any actual utility to anybody. It's just a scooping up, a herding operation to get people onto WorldCoin. I think this is appalling. And they're free to do whatever they like, of course. But our job as Bitcoiners is to beat WorldCoin and to prevent them from flooding the market with a global altcoin that's designed to harvest people's information, which they've openly admitted they're going to make available to all the governments on Earth. So this is not just about Bitcoin fanboyism and being against altcoins. This is a super dangerous project that all Bitcoiners should have uppermost in their mind that we have to defeat. And we can actually defeat it if we start thinking commercially about giving Bitcoin to every single person who needs it. So, Bitcoin onboarding cannot therefore be onerous, invasive, unethical, and essentially non-commercial. It's very important that we have the correct tools presented to people in the correct formats so that the onboarding sequence and experience is super frictionless, very, very friendly. And currently, our go-to wallet is Wallet of Satoshi because it's the easiest to onboard people onto. It works flawlessly every time we present them with an Azteco voucher to redeem. And so this is the ideal form of the onboarding experience that has to be universal in Bitcoin if we're going to onboard people at a faster rate than the enemies of Bitcoin are currently planning to do. So how fast is fast? WhatsApp took 4 years and 8 months to onboard 1 billion users. Now, I think that's a very, very big number. Well, there's a seventh of all the people on Earth. And they did it essentially without any communities, with very little advertising. Nobody had to read any books to get onboarded onto WhatsApp. And they've reached essentially a seventh of the entire world's population. And so not only did they reach the world with a huge number of people, but WhatsApp itself has brought end-to-end encryption and normalized end-to-end encryption for 1 billion people. And this is a very big, big deal because the state doesn't like end-to-end encryption. And so this is a monumental, fantastic achievement that they've pulled off. And this is decades after PGP and other things were released to encrypt people's emails, summarily failed to reach enough people to make it a threat to our enemies. And so WhatsApp is a very, very important example for Bitcoiners because it proves that onboarding people in huge numbers can be done, and it can be done very, very quickly. So how are we going to pull this off? We're going to have to use the best in class tools that are not invasive and that simply work. And these are examples of those sorts of tools. We have the Phoenix Wallet of Satoshi, Blue Wallet, Samurai Wallet, which is one of my favorites, Moon Wallet, and Breeze, all of which allow people to get on board very, very quickly. And the black hexagon there is a tool that shall not be named today, but you'll be hearing about it very soon, and it's going to be another one of the game-changing apps that's going to be released. So all friction has to be removed, including the psychological, technical, linguistic, and financial barriers that sometimes get put in front of users inadvertently because people are trying to help. The fact is that these things actually don't help most of the time, and it's removing of language that helps people, not adding of language. It's the removal of context, not the adding of context, that helps people, because the consumer is not interested in learning about the tools that they use. If they were, the iPhone user wouldn't have even a tenth of the apps that they have on their phone. These apps just work out of the box. Indeed, the iPhone and the MacBook work out of the box without any manual being shipped with these devices. That's the kind of thinking that must be brought to Bitcoin. If we don't do that, we being the people who are specializing in delivering Bitcoin services, if we don't do that, then somebody is going to come and do that kind of Apple thinking for another project like this WorldCoin, or maybe even something worse. And then we'll all be scratching our heads saying, where did it all go wrong? But by then it'll be too late. So in order for us to outflank these well-funded altcoin and other people in these fiat hucksters, meaning the CDBCs, it's important for us to copy the techniques that are proven to work to onboard many, many, many people onto both apps and to devices. And that's why a global campaign designed to reach the ordinary consumer, appealing to his needs only, delivered by a viral campaign or some kind of PR campaign, needs to be mounted by at least one company in order to make this happen. Now, WhatsApp managed to do this for themselves using the techniques that they use. And it's very, I asked people about whether or not they've seen a campaign advertising WhatsApp, and surprisingly few ever remember seeing it, but they have it on their phone. And so something else was being used to get people onto WhatsApp. And it's that kind of viral element that needs to be harnessed for Bitcoin. And that means the Bitcoin wallets and Bitcoin itself, the ability to get Bitcoin itself, which is of course what Azteco does. We make it super simple to get Bitcoin. Here we go again. It's a glitchy device. And it's glitching on my time, which is not appreciated. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to press once, and press once, and press once again, and press once again. Okay, and this is an example. I put this slide in here to give an example of the counterintuitive marketing that companies have used. In this case, Apple, once again. They paid this gentleman, the Blender man. I don't know if any of you remember this. This was from 2009, 2010. And this gentleman, who was the campaign manager for the blend tech company that makes blenders, put these different models of iPhone into a blender, which is famous for being able to blend anything. Now, it's a very odd idea. Why would somebody put an iPhone into a blender? First of all, it's very dangerous because it can explode because the battery has lithium in it. But why would it doesn't make any sense. Why would somebody do this? The reason is that there was a PR campaign behind the iPhone that Apple used and put this strange concoction together to promote the iPhone. Now, I don't know if it worked to drive sales, but I certainly remembered it. And so things like this have to be done with Bitcoin. Otherwise, we're going to fall behind to the people who do things like this. Obviously, you can't put a world coin into a blender, but it'll be something absurd like this that will be memorable, and which will take away the stench of risk around WorldCoin, which I think they're going to start to face, because I don't know if you've heard, the Kenyan government has banned them from operating inside Kenya. So they have a lot of work to do to remove the stigma of this terrible device looking into the eyes of their citizens and recording them onto this global database. And so Bitcoiners have to harness this kind of thinking. It takes only one thing, and that's money. You have to have the money to buy a PR firm, a marketing firm, to concoct these things. And their job is to sit around all day making up these campaigns, and they're very, very good at it. And so it requires people who run these companies to be able to know that they need this job and to let these companies run wild with these crazy ideas. And so here we go again. So once again, to recap, which is basically what I was just saying, why would Apple pay a PR firm to hire blend tech to blend phones over and over for model after model after model? What was behind the thinking? And so marketing is sometimes counterintuitive, and it needs experts in the field to execute it. And when they come to you and say, we're going to put your thing into a blender, don't worry, it's going to work, you might scratch your head and think, oh, it doesn't sound like it makes sense. But then there's going to be metrics that will show you that it has actually worked. And so the important step is to get to the place where you're ready to hire these kinds of companies, pay the money to get the work done, and then release it without being frightened about what the outcome's going to be. And so the message is the medium. I'm sure you've heard of Marshall McLuhan's The Medium is the Message. And in Bitcoin, because it's a simulation of money that uses messaging, it's a pithy term like this that needs to be leveraged to get people to understand what Bitcoin actually is. And as Mike hinted before I came on, I've been asserting for many years that Bitcoin actually isn't money. It's just a database where messages are stored and things are accounted for. And so when you think of it like that, it's as a starting point, you can start to recontextualize Bitcoin into not a fintech service, but a messaging service in exactly the same form as the ones you get on WhatsApp. And knowing that WhatsApp has become super successful at spreading a messaging app across the world, if we take this as our starting point, just for an example, you're more likely to get a better result than we've had over the 11 years of the attempts of people to spread Bitcoin to the ordinary man and ordinary woman. So as far as I'm concerned, it hasn't worked, and we need to change the way we think about Bitcoin and how we contextualize it so that it can become more palatable to the man in the street. And so when we talk about people getting onto Bitcoin, in our case, there's a very few number of steps that they have to go through to do it. We have a person who has a problem with an institution or a problem with an institution or of institutions. They hear something about Bitcoin, this amazing thing about Bitcoin. They'll read it in TechCrunch, wherever it is, and they decide that they want this thing. They find a site that sells them this thing. Hopefully it's us and not the bad guys. And then there is a point at which their path goes one of two directions. Depending on how they've been introduced to Bitcoin, this idea of this new synthetic money that's on the market, and that is the point of danger. They can either go to the dark side of all of this business, which I'm sure you recognize what those companies are, which essentially is death. It's the death of their privacy, the death of their ability to use and be in contact with sound money, to be able to spend and do whatever they want with their money. Or person thrives. And the person thrives on ethical Bitcoin companies, ethical Bitcoin apps where they can receive money in amounts that's without an upper limit, sometimes a lower limit depending on what the fees is for sending. But they have total control over their own money. Nobody can stop them from sending or receiving their own money. They have no accounts that can be closed down because you said something rude on Twitter or whatever it is. Oh, they call it X now. And so these are the options. We're either going to go to the bad guys or to ethical Bitcoin and to liberty in money on a global scale. And so this is why it's so important for us to beat these people to the punch. We've got to beat them to getting to the billions of people. And because WorldCoin, just for example, has such an onerous onboarding method, and Wall Satoshi has literally no friction, this is the answer to spread these apps as quickly as possible. We have to convince people that indeed they do need these apps. And so the maximum danger area is right here, where they find out they want Bitcoin or something like it, and they find a site. And so we've got to get to these people at that point before they get to the green dot, where they go either one way or the other way. And I put this slide in just as a diversion. I don't know if any of you are interested in cinema, but there's a movie that you must watch called Colossus, the Forbin Project. And being a fan of this movie, I realized that the C of that terrible company is the same as the C in the Colossus movie. So you watch that movie, and then this slide will make a little bit more sense to you. And so let's go right back through all these stages, right back, taking it all the way to the green dot. And this green dot is the moment of the transformation. Now, I've been talking about this transformation for many years, where we're going to see the end of the fiat systems and a move to Bitcoin. So when we talk about Azteco and the services that are going to bring this, we have essentially three questions. What do we offer? We offer Bitcoin. How will it make our lives better? You will have Bitcoin. And what do you need to buy it? Fraudulent fake fiat. Now, Mike Jarmus has a box out at his stall where you can put in a $5 note and get Bitcoin through Azteco with one of his little boxes. So that's what we're trying to do. That's what we need to do. And for this to happen, some things have to go away. And on September 4th, the old look and feel of Azteco is going to go away, and we're going to get to a new look and feel for Azteco, a consumerized look and feel for Azteco, and it's going to be the first in the new consumer Bitcoin category, the first brand in that category, and a total recontextualization of Bitcoin. We're going to completely reframe Bitcoin. It's a second generation buying experience with a radically new user experience presentation. Now, there's some other things that are going to come along with this, and these are absolutely essential through many, many years of research on this, and we think we've got it right. We think we've got the formula right to recontextualize and consumerize Bitcoin. And I'm afraid this means the abandonment of Bitcoin culture, because that Bitcoin culture hasn't worked. And it's like Einstein says, if you keep doing something wrong, something that's not working over and over again, you're the one that's got a problem. It's a very badly paraphrased, so forgive me for that. But we are bringing this new experience with global reach in terms of distribution. It's truly borderless, which means it's all over the entire world. And we're going to reach everybody. We're going to onboard billions of people, and ethical Bitcoin is going to be normalized. people are not going to be signing up for Bitcoin wallets as they used to. We're going to normalize the idea that you don't have to sign up for a tool so you can use your own money. This is absolutely crucial and essential if Bitcoin is going to fulfill its entire promise. So we are almost at the launch point for this new consumer-friendly consumer Bitcoin experience, which is, I'm sure you're going to find to be absolutely astonishing. And the constituency we're going for is a global one. It's the people like this who are our target audience, of which there are literally billions. They all have mobile phones. They all have a need for money. A lot of these people are unbanked, and when they're in a country where they have access to a bank account, sometimes they're not allowed to send money outside of the jurisdiction because of some crazy laws. All this needs to be changed. All this needs to go away. And so that is essentially what we're doing. And this is the last slide of the talk. And this is a warning to everybody in this room. Don't play with stupid things. And that's my talk. Thank you very much. Thanks.
How's that? All right, GM, good morning. How are we doing out there? Nice. I hope you're caffeinated for this one. It should be pretty interesting. And I gotta say, it's kind of surreal to be on this stage, even just as an introducer for someone. You know, my first BitBlockBoom, I think it was 2020. I watched it remote. I wanted to be here, couldn't make it. But it was a pretty seminal moment for me in my Bitcoin journey, and I think a lot of you can relate. During COVID lockdowns, seeing trillions of dollars being added to the economy, quickly realizing that something wasn't right there, I watched a bunch of speakers present at BitBlockBoom, talk about what Bitcoin was, why we're here, why we're doing this. And it culminated into really changing my life. A dear friend of mine who is a friend, a mentor, and a colleague all at the same time, Stephen Cole, early angel investor in Bitcoin and venture partner with us at TVP. I saw him give a presentation here and followed up with him and others that reached out on Twitter and just offered to help me out, like I'm sure many of you have experienced. Ultimately led to me moving across the country, coming to Texas, working for a Bitcoin-based company, and getting to see a lot of you at conferences like this all the time. And I think that's really the impact that the education and the networking has here. It's the potential to change lives and to get people onto the Bitcoin standard, which more by the day is becoming obviously the only way out of the real mess that we sit in. Before I go further there, I do want to say a huge thanks to Gary Leland, all the volunteers, speakers, organizers, sponsors, and everyone who attends this conference. Thank you. So I have to say, you know, going from seeing these presenters at BitBlockBoom that year in 2020 led me to, like many of you, rapidly consume books, podcasts, articles about Bitcoin, eventually do some of my own writing just to clarify my thinking. And this gave me the confidence to mentally switch my unit of account out of the dollar, out of using things like equities as a store of value, and to converting mentally to the idea that Bitcoin is now my unit of account, it's my store of value, and it's the one thing I think I have left to maybe maintain freedom in the world going forward. You know, I mentioned Stephen earlier. Another person who fulfills all three roles of being a friend, a mentor, and a colleague at the same time is Christopher Calicott, who I'm introducing here. He's co-founder and managing director of Trammell Venture Partners. We're a local VC firm here in Austin, Texas, dedicated to investing in Bitcoin native startups and helping them reach their full potential to usher in this new monetary order based on Bitcoin. To give a little bit of his professional background, he's an investor and board member at Voltage, investor and prior board member at StyleSage, acquired in 2022,
board observer at major companies in the space that you'll recognize, like Kraken and Unchained. But outside of the professional side of things, he's a career technologist from early internet all the way to Bitcoin, a lifelong learner, a longtime follower of the Austrian School of Economics, I would say a staunch defender of freedom, and a very proud native Texan. And just real quick, one of my favorite quotes of his is that Bitcoin has already won the race for the internet's base monetary layer. It's just not broadly recognized yet. Last but not least, I promised I would mention that Christopher is a staunch believer that there is no second best. There is no second best type of dog than the dachshund, also known as the wiener dog and the sausage dog. Not only are they hilarious because they're long and they have these little legs, they're highly intelligent. They hunt badgers, they dig holes. Some of them are smarter than human beings that you might interact with. And slowly but surely, we are growing a cadre of Bitcoiners to come to the conclusion that there is no second best type of dog than the mighty noble dachshund. And now for serious stuff, here's Christopher Calicott. Thank you all.
Good morning. I feel like this kind of lots of folks from out of town. As a native Texan, I would just like to nominate myself the welcoming committee. Welcome to Texas. Enjoying one of our notoriously mild summers, and it's good to be here with you. We might have a little technical something on the slides. Oh no, we're rocking. Great. Well, it doesn't go backwards. You guys back up? There we go. Sweet. I'll talk to you a little bit this morning about a few things. First, and Matt just said it, I have kind of a foundational view for what we do professionally day to day, and that is that Bitcoin's already won. It's just not broadly evenly recognized. The way that monies get adopted is just foundationally different historically than the way that technology gets adopted. So Bitcoin lives in this kind of overlap place. And so, this statement here, it's seemingly contradictory. Two things that almost seem in conflict can both be true. First, if you're a Bitcoiner and you've been around for a little while, you probably have heard people say, maybe even feel yourself, there's almost like this innate sense that really inevitability for Bitcoin and its ultimate full-scale adoption, that it has actually won, and ultimately everyone will recognize that it is the monetary layer in the internet age. On the other hand, we can also just acknowledge that the circuitous path to achieving that future inevitability is completely unclear. We don't know time scale. We don't know massive drivers for that kind of adoption. So even though those two statements seem to be in conflict, they can actually both be true. We have a specific view, and the way that we play our role within the greater Bitcoin community is by backing founders that are building on the Bitcoin stack and helping to do what we think achieves a lot of Bitcoin's promise, and in fact, actually pulls that future inevitability closer to the present by doing a lot of experimentation and hypothesis testing with users to find things that they need. And a couple of these are very broad categories. I don't want to spend too much time on them, but basic functionality like liquidity exchange, moving from fiat to Bitcoin, or if you need to, I know I, for one, pay my lease and most of my bills in dollars. So there obviously is an exchange and liquidity function there around credit markets with what we think is, arguably the best, and I think is actually the best, most pristine collateral ever known by mankind. And so highly saleable, highly liquid, understanding the actual risk profile around a credit arrangement, new kinds of products and services, applications to specific domain expertise, to specific sectors that only entrepreneurs that have been in spending their careers around that can actually really have the light bulb moment of how that's a game changer. Bitcoin in that context is an absolute game changer. Also, platform and integrations for developers. Those kinds of integrations make rapid application development, new kinds of products much more quickly attainable, and lots of other applications. So we just, as a first principle, we feel like that it's the companies that are building around the Bitcoin stack that help achieve that inevitability and move the needle. I've been around since the early days with Bitcoin, and kind of quietly on purpose. there's been a lot of false narrative that have been bandied around in the crypto investment space. And, you know, on the one hand, it's almost easy to forgive some of that because of all of the startup activity elsewhere. We take a very specific Mark Zuckerbergian approach to moving fast and break things. And it just turns out that when you're talking about the internet's base monetary layer, that does not work, not in the least. And it's really important to recognize that that's a foundational difference, you know, and being different, that sort of necessitates a very purposeful, methodical approach to making any kinds of changes to Bitcoin Core, any kind of proposed consensus changes. So if I were in that other camp, I might say, well, Bitcoin development's just too slow. And my personal biggest nit is the idea that innovation is not happening on Bitcoin. I think that's just patently false. In fact, progress has happened. You know, the Lightning Network, which just kind of level set. I'm curious if you've ever used the Lightning Network in any way. Could you raise your hand? Great. That's probably 45-50% of the audience. That's awesome. It can start to feel almost like magic. And for all of the promises of moving other value stores away and all these other, you know, shitcoins, smart contract platforms, etc., you know, it's extremely expensive to move value. It solves no foundational problem about, you know, an extractive approach where the Visas and MasterCards of the world are getting a free ride on 3.5-4% of every transaction that happens on the internet. What are we really solving over there? And I would say actually absolutely nothing, but the extraordinarily low cost, the near instantaneous at global scale internet native capacity with Lightning Network, and very importantly, when you have it, it's yours. It's property. There's full finality there. And so that's just foundational. So that extreme low cost to move value around on the Lightning Network is important. So that to say this, 2017 segregated witness was merged into Bitcoin Core. That was a technical prereq for the Lightning Network experimentation to even begin. More recently, November 2021, Taproot has been merged into Core, and that's giving rise to Taproot Asset Protocol and a lot of other experimentations that just weren't possible at that point. So these are actually going to be very powerful technical enablements that allow entrepreneurs to think, oh, you know, like they have their individual lightning light bulb moment of, I can actually do that on the Bitcoin stack. And 2022, 2023, 2024 is what I believe will be in hindsight an inflection point where lots of entrepreneurs that we had never even met before are realizing this is where I actually want to build. I want to build on the money because I actually see that that's a sustainable future. You know, what's going to be possible with some of these tech enablements, including Taproot Asset Protocol. Bitcoin and the Bitcoin stack has actually had some might say a disadvantage. We've certainly not participated to date around one important and highly validated market, and that is price stable US dollar or euro pegged assets. Taproot Asset Protocol is nearing readiness to actually enable that directly on the Bitcoin stack. Why is that important? You know, I'm a Bitcoiner. I want that beautiful future, that beautiful future where we're fully integrated and starting to think unit of account wise in Bitcoin terms in terms of sats. However, that is a long circuitous path. Dollar pegged assets directly on the Bitcoin and Lightning stack is actually going to be a huge deal for a few reasons, some of which are macro. It's no surprise that there is a global thirst for dollars because of the needs for international trade and that so many commodities are priced in dollars to date. So two outcomes happen for most nation states, and we see this more recently in Argentina. There's a political candidate that says we're going to dollarize. We're going to stop what we're trying to do, which is manipulate our own fiat currency. Then, you know, inevitably you're subject to hyperinflation or some very, very high level of inflation, or you dollarize for something that looks like price stability in your local jurisdiction. And so he's saying, let's do that. most of the regimes of like this of the world, there's a limit on the amount of physical dollars that you can get into those countries. As it turns out, a clinical assessment of every token platform that's out there, there is one and only one that's actually decentralized from any reasonable objective assessment, and that's the Bitcoin stack. So what that means is that inevitability, that unstoppability for some of these jurisdictions that actually have a thirst for dollars, it's going to probably be like a giant Hoover once we have dollars that are riding around on the back of sats. And by the way, it inherits all the promise of Lightning, that extremely low cost, near instantaneous, fully final settlement. So this outcome, which is near term, actually can lead to some strange and maybe unanticipated, some might say unwanted outcomes, where that reality actually extends the shelf life of the US dollar. Why I think that actually is ultimately a good thing is that moving in a SAT Bitcoin native context, it's very easy for someone that thinks, I just really want to save. Oh wow, I have some number of dollars in my hot wallet. I'm going to swap that instantaneously for extremely low cost, and now I'm actually saving in Bitcoin. That gets us closer to the wallets of the world, and candidly, the places that could really benefit from some sort of ability to save at low transaction costs. And another big macro impact that's going to actually make that possible, because Lightning didn't exist. Another factor that's necessary is that 5 or 6 years ago, there weren't 3 or 4 generation old smartphones where people could actually have something at an achievable price for these global markets outside the United States. And it's a non-trivial amount of market capitalization. As of yesterday, there was in dollars only, excluding every other fiat in the world, there's about 120 billion locked up in various smart contract platforms in dollars. If I need dollars to pay bills, I would like for that to be living in a Bitcoin native context, and that's the reality that's coming. What's also really exciting is we're at a moment where there are a variety of different factors that are starting to move toward a flywheel. We have obviously Bitcoin Core and some of these layer 1 tech enablements. There's a lot happening on the Lightning Network. Also, there's some new business model experimentation, which I think today are still really the hypothesis testing phase, but it's really exciting. And I'll tell you a little bit more about it in a minute, but value for value being one. It's just this high level idea that when I drive value for an individual, another business, and I get consideration in real time, I'm getting value for having provided value. And this is, at a very foundational level, you might just intuit that isn't the way the internet really should work if it's possible. And so we're getting very close to that, and some companies are starting to play with it. And I have to say, this is just a whole lot of fun, which I encourage you to try. Multi-asset, first and foremost, this price stability on the Bitcoin and Lightning stack, that's coming soon. And new design primitives that are getting some early validation at the intersection of these technologies and business models, as well as things that are very Bitcoin adjacent, like Nostr, which we think social media platform, but it's actually a communications coordinating network that can do all kinds of what I think are going to look like magic, potentially in the next few years if it continues to grow and get some adoption. I want to talk a little bit about one of those design primitives right now. Nostr is really early. It's very experimental. Actually, Nostr was sort of born out of an open source project from one of our companies, Zebedee. In fact, most of the monetized relays are actually Zebedee code, and that was an open source initiative that's gotten a lot of early excitement and traction, especially in the wake of deplatforming and this sort of thing. One of the things that's great about the experiment with Nostr is we don't know if in 5 or 10 years Nostr will have evolved and will be the clear winner. But what this kind of early robust experimentation does put a light on is some of the things that have actually gotten validation. There's this idea of a zap, and I don't want to be pedantic. Are you familiar with Nostr and a zap? Raise your hand. About the same amount. It's just very simple. If you use Facebook in the past or Twitter or some other social platform, everyone knows you can like a post. If you take a step back and think about that user behavior on the product, it's actually a really fiat sort of thing. There's zero marginal cost. You're not actually expressing value to that creator of content. You're kind of giving a thumbs up, which, I mean, it literally looks like a thumbs up on Facebook, but that's it. There's no marginal cost to do it. It can be gamed. What if there were, like, you induce some value, like even a very, very small amount? And so with Nostr, this idea that instead of just likes, you can zap somebody and send a very small expression of purchasing power to that person to recognize what they said gave value to you, and it can be a very small amount. They just call it a zap. So it's the like paradigm. There's something that is very satisfying as a user, knowing that is going directly to the person. It's not going to some marketing intermediary that owns the platform. They're taking 70%, and then maybe a fraction of a penny gets to the person. It's directly to their Lightning wallet. It's very powerful. And with that, I would say that for me, in value for value, that expression of value, the zap is an absolutely validated design primitive. So the learning there, it almost doesn't matter in a sense if Nostr is the ultimate winner, because what we've learned and the way that rapid adoption works is you'll take the design primitive, you'll borrow aggressively, and what is absolutely market validated, that'll get incorporated into other products. Just a couple of stats there. There's been about 1.6 million-ish. It's a little funky to count in Nostr terms. Individual expressions of value in that way that are totaling to a roughly 1 billion sats, which over most of the hype cycle around Nostr, the early one at least, has been since the holidays last year to now. So that'll give you a sense of timing and expression. This value for value idea, though, I'm really double tapping on it today because it's incredibly powerful. Like I mentioned, there's something satisfying about it, but it opens up entirely novel ways to connect with the people that you value and to acknowledge directly. In fact, in a safe and secure, private, not destroying the privacy way, if you're a musical artist, so between the artist and the fan, the writer and the reader, the speaker and the listener, the creator and the benefactor or patron, you can actually interact in the internet age safely in a very novel way. And I have to say, one of our portfolio companies is moving in this space very early, and it happens to be run by artists and successful entrepreneurs. They just see all the flaws with the publishing industry and how this opens up a new way for artists to take their music, their creation, and work directly and open up new ways to engage with them in a very powerful way. And to be a fan of someone that's on the rise and the rising star in the music world, it's kind of fun and cool to be able to get it to them, and they'll acknowledge that you commented on their page. It just feels foundationally, fundamentally different than it ever could in these other kinds of no value, zero marginal cost, hey, I like what you're doing, kind of a audience place. By the way, no one can take that platform away from them. If they manage to build a massive crowd there, it's theirs in perpetuity. So very powerful. You can think of that zap and that value for value thing. It's sort of like disintermediating the micropayments that we've talked about for 20 years in the internet world, and we've just not gotten there because until Lightning on the Bitcoin stack, it doesn't economically make sense. And if you want to send money to someone and you're using ACH rails, there's clawback for at least up to 90 days for that. It creates a risk book. It doesn't actually drive innovation, and it doesn't capture what we all know to be the sound money piece, which is so formative to the Bitcoin stack. And so I want to talk a little bit about a specific example of something that's happened just in the recent weeks, this summer. There's a young woman named Ainsley Costello, and she's a music artist. She's a writer, a singer, and she's been creating art since she was around 14 years old. She's, I believe, 19 years old today. By the way, I would encourage you to scan that QR code and go just check out one of her songs a little later. It's very fun, and I must say, expressing real value directly to the artist, I find it a little addictive. I'm just kind of sprinkling sats all over Wavelake. But what happened with Ainsley and her story is so powerful to me. It's such a real human story, and we need so many more of those on the Bitcoin stack. Ainsley, over about 5 years, put out 25 songs. on roughly, I think it was 66 different, from Spotify's, et cetera, for her music. And after 5 years, the grand total of money she was able to earn was $750. And by the way, there's like a 3 to 6 month lag on them getting your small number of pennies into your bank account that's going to charge you to keep the money there, et cetera. This summer, in a period of 3 weeks, a track that was released on Ainsley's profile as a result of some conversations that happened at Bitcoin Park in Nashville. In about 3 weeks, she made over $1.5 million sats. Roughly, call it plus or minus $500 USD equivalent in 3 weeks. Not life-changing money yet, but Ainsley has become an absolute evangelist for Bitcoin and Lightning. She has friends that are in the music industry in the Nashville area. There's a track that I understand is going to be released with a new friend of hers that's very new to Bitcoin and Lightning. And this is how it starts. And it's not because she knew everything about Bitcoin. She couldn't really, I don't know if she was able to articulate the properties of a sound money and these kinds of ideas, but it solved a very important financial question for her in her business and her life. And you can see very quickly how in 3 weeks you get to about $500. If you're an aspiring musician, that actually might encourage you with the right incentives to produce even better, more polished, more professional, more appealing kinds of content to a wide audience that is necessarily grassroots because of where we are in the cycle. And I want to share that with about Ainsley. Now, when we invest, it's not something that's as simple usually as what looks like a music player. Oh, that's cool, and it's wired up to Lightning, but there's always something much bigger and fundamental that's happening under the hood. The two founders of Wavelake, being musical artists and experienced entrepreneurs, they saw all the flaws in the music publishing industry that goes back hundreds of years, famously from artists like Elvis on down. There's this almost like slave or like highly extractive nature of the music publishing industry today. They're building distribution plumbing so that you don't have to go to Wavelake, although you should, to experiment with it so that this music can get disseminated, the payments are native in sats, and can get ingested by other platforms. And so to Ainsley's story, Adam Curry, famous podcaster, gave a mention. And on the back end on the platform, through Mr. Curry's distribution, there was a massive stream, pages and pages of 63 sats on an individual basis where hundreds of people were thinking, like, holy shit, I really like this track. Who is this? What's happening? That's just really exciting, and it's so human and so powerful. I wanted to share that with you. But under the hood, they're building a distribution model that at the end of the day, with a little luck and a lot of use by Bitcoiners and new Bitcoiners in the future, can actually potentially disrupt at the technology level the music industry, music publishing industry, full stop, which I think is very exciting. Those kinds of what ifs and you need to get a little lucky along the way and be smart in your approach. Entrepreneurs face all kinds of risks when they're building a company. There's career risk. There's opportunity cost on what you could be making by being in a large corporation somewhere. There can be emotional risks. There can be impacts to your family and the challenges that you're going through on that journey. And I would just, as a foundational, TVP would assert and share the idea that of all the necessary risks that an entrepreneur must face, given the choice, they will never accept platform risk from any sort of platform. So choosing a non-decentralized kill switch controlled, Ethereum or some other platform to do what someone like Ainsley wants to achieve, it's not going to happen when they realize, light bulb, oh wow, it's possible I can do that directly on the Bitcoin stack. I'm in. We see it all the time. That actually is starting to accelerate. TVP is in a very unique position to be able to really instrument the universe of Bitcoin native companies up and down around the Bitcoin Lightning stack, et cetera. And so after monitoring for a couple of years, earlier this year, we published some similar research, we think, that's meant to challenge some of those assumptions I talked about with institutional investors. The innovation's not happening on Bitcoin. So no surprise, equity markets last year down big, crypto markets down bad. So in the face of that kind of environment, one of the interesting things about Bitcoin Native in 2022, it grew 52.9% as a class in terms of total transactions. Bitcoin is becoming a platform And that phenomenon with entrepreneurs is going to actually accelerate. We just see it's palpable. There's massive latent demand to build directly on the Bitcoin stack. In Jackson Hole earlier this year at our annual investor and founder symposium, the founders were leaning in, spitballing ideas while someone was on the stage presenting. It was visceral. You could feel it, and that's coming. So comparison. Crypto venture was effectively flat last year, and most of that activity happened in the first half of 2022. The second half, it fell off of a cliff. Another one that just really slaps pretty hard. If you added up every single value stable asset on every smart contract in the entire world, Bitcoin, the asset, is still market cap dominant. If you wanted to take that kludgy approach to adding it all up, 42.1% of all the venture dollars invested in 2022, Bitcoin native companies only got 1.31% of those dollars. There's a very clear, and we assert, this research is free to download on our website, by the way. We made that assertion that there's actually a clear misallocation of capital. Yes, we've been very methodical and purposeful, but right now there's not situational awareness of what's happening directly on the Bitcoin stack for a lot of these institutional limited partners and other investors. And so firms like ours and others that are our colleagues in the industry have a very special opportunity for the next few years. And let's, at the end of the day, it's been said by so many people before, at the end of the day, we all work for Bitcoin. For us at TVP, we just feel like this is an area that we have some unique talent and the ability to kind of peek around corners and do what we're doing when I show up every day to work for Bitcoin. And that's why we think that backing these kinds of founders is a very important piece to kind of looking at the future and that inevitability that we all see, and in the Texas way, sort of lassoing it and pulling that line a little closer to the future, to the present. And that's what we do, why we do what we do. And we probably have maybe just a minute for one question if someone has anything. Sure.
How are you thinking about AI?
Great question. Did Matt plant you over there? AI has been an interesting phenomenon since all of these crypto people with no sort of like philosophical direction that they're leaning into have infamously pivoted, we'll say. TVP's first fund and kind of like foundational strategy, because we were waiting for some of these technological enablements to get to where there's more just direct and sufficient deal flow that's Bitcoin native. Our first fund back years ago explored ahead of its time in some ways, the intersection of Bitcoin technology, applied AI, and security and privacy. And right at that intersection, I've been talking about this for a few months now, and I think it's starting to get out there. Other people are seeing it now too, that if I'm a machine, I don't understand how to interact with credit. Like, can you imagine trying to open up a line of credit with another commercial trading partner? But what I'm doing is actually processing data for someone. So I think that not a few things are true. Number one, artificial intelligence, certainly general intelligence, won't work with fiat. They won't understand. They're like, why would we do this? Let's just transact immediately. We think 90 days is a long time for a human. 90 milliseconds is an eternity for a machine. And so we've been thinking about that for a whole long time, and being able to actually demand a certain amount of flow, monetary flow, for a machine for the service they're providing. And by the way, they know that they can. The great learning is that they can improve the way that they learn. So as they see resources they want to acquire, they're going to need value to express to get those resources to be even more efficacious to what they're doing and what the problems that they're solving. And so I think you only get there with extremely low cost, fully final. And guess what? It's Bitcoin and the Lightning stack. And so we've been seeing that coming for a long time, and we're just ahead of where that's going to become a reality. It's super exciting stuff, but I think about out of time. I appreciate your time and attention today. Great conference.
Hello, everybody.
Hi there. My name's Adam Gleason. You guys might know me. I drive the Bitcoin race car, the Sierra SRO and touring car. Thank you for the applause. Yeah, and yeah, thanks so much for having me here. I haven't been to very many Bitcoin conferences, so it's just surreal to be up here and have a few minutes just to kind of say my story real quick before I bring on an incredibly cool speaker, CJ Wilson. So yeah, my Bitcoin story really quickly. I was a medical resident, and the smartest friend I knew started talking about Bitcoin and saying that it was going to change the world. And when he was talking, I would listen. So at that point, I was a broke resident, didn't have too much money to put into it, but I did what I could, and I learned about it. Couple years later, I actually left medicine to start a business. And from there, I was looking to make some personal investments. And so that's where I really started focusing on Bitcoin and trying to look through everything through that lens. And at the same time, that friend of mine, Ilya, was looking at Bitcoin mining. And I found that to be a really cool way to do it. A kind of extreme dollar cost average way of looking at Bitcoin and protecting the network. So he and I kind of dived in. We both bought our own miners, and then basically from there did some mining for a couple months. But then he wanted to kind of start his own business doing this his own way, and that then turned into Megawatt. This story is coming together, I promise you. And so he started that company, and they operate out of Indianapolis. I'm not a race car driver if I don't mention my title sponsor, Megawatt. So that's what I'm doing right here. And basically, if you were interested in owning your own miners and having somebody who knows how to run them well, then they're a great way to go. Bitcoin mining is really difficult to get right and have that uptime that you're looking for, especially with what's going on with difficulty, which I had no idea we'd see the hash rates we do now, but it's a pretty cool thing as well. So yeah, they operate out of Indianapolis. You don't have to obviously live there. The machines just live there, and they take care of everything. I get an invoice at the end of every month and pay that, and they basically do all the complicated stuff that I wouldn't have a clue on how to do as far as keep them up and running. So yeah, and then this year I was getting into driving race cars, which CJ Wilson also does. And I thought it would be incredibly cool to have Bitcoin on the hood. I'd seen, I think, one Lamborghini Super Trofeo car that had Bitcoin on the hood, and obviously there's tons of exchanges that are on there, but I just thought it'd be really cool to have a Bitcoin-centric one. So Ilya and I got together, and Megawatt sponsored the car. If you look online or on Instagram or my Twitter, you can see it. But there's a huge Bitcoin on the hood, and a big mission there is just to make it more accessible, more friendly. So we even designed this. It's not a transformer, it's a robot, but it looks like a transformer, and we named it Satoshi, and we hand these stickers out of Satoshi with Bitcoin on his chest, and my car is a cartoon every weekend at these race weekends, and it's just super cool. And Bitcoiners come up to me and engage me on it, and I've just had a lot of fun this year doing that and getting to know the Bitcoin community better. And that's what lands me here and able to speak with you guys. So that's my story. That's why I'm here. We are looking for signing partners for next year. So if you are in the Bitcoin space, come talk to me, and come talk to me about anything, Bitcoin mining, Bitcoin racing. Happy to chat with any of you guys too after this. So CJ Wilson, though, you guys probably know him as a star baseball player. He was the pitcher for the Rangers and the Los Angeles Angels. Incredible career. There you go. I need more of that. Yeah, he got nearly 100 wins, multiple playoff runs, and just had an incredible career there. And clearly he is a competitive and hardworking guy. He owns a couple dealerships and even then got into racing. He owns a successful race team, CJ Wilson Racing, and they won 2012 MX5 Cup, which is they're Miatas, but they are crazy competitive, and that's what CJ races as well. So he's not choosing to do easy things, and I think he's excelling quite a bit. So he should have a great talk today, and so we're all lucky to have him, and I think that's all the time I've got. So again, thank you so much for having me. Love to introduce CJ Wilson now.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. It's always interesting to be introduced. You never know what anybody's going to say about you. Hopefully they don't flatter you too much and put everybody to sleep. So I'm going to change gears a little bit today from some of the other presenters. My presentation is called In Broad Daylight. I think this is a very important distinction, very important time for us as Bitcoiners. But let me just give you a little background on what I do in Bitcoin exactly. I run a Bitcoin mining company in addition to my fiat life as a car dealer and all that stuff. And then I also go to Washington, D.C. as a lobbyist and meet with Congress and the Senate and various governors across different states and try to educate them on Bitcoin because they are literally the people in the way right now. And that's what we're here to talk about. What happens in broad daylight? My big goal is we must replace the corrupt people that are out there. I think a lot of people understand that Bitcoin was started as a result of people feeling the banking system was corrupt. And that was the initial kind of feel for that. But corruption is really a drain on human progress. You think about all the effort that we have to go through to protect ourselves from corruption. It's time and money and effort that we're not spending on the next thing. Whether you believe we landed on the moon or not, it doesn't matter. The point is that if we're fighting corrupt governments, then we're not designing the next spaceship. And in that sense, corruption really hinders the education because you have people that are a little bit wealthier with the Cantillon effect. They can just buy a shortcut. The equality is out the window because you can just buy a position. You can just, buy your kid a admission into USC or something like that. We obviously went through that scandal. And corruption's everywhere. It's rampant in governments worldwide. It's not limited to, we probably have it in some ways better, in some ways worse, because it's in the dark. So that's why I'm here to talk about what we can do in broad daylight. But it all comes from bad money. If without bad money, you're not going to have corruption. And that incentive distortion is the biggest problem we have. So who's really in charge? Is it this guy? I think we all agree that this is a guy we don't want in charge. We did not elect him. We didn't elect either of these guys unless you live in one of these places. These guys either. But these people are making big decisions on what's happening globally. This is a problem, okay? They have bogus agendas, and they're taking our focus away from real problems. Virtue signaling is bad. And it leads to, illogical emotions, and it doesn't lead us to logical solutions. Throughout history, we've had single-named rulers, elected and unelected. Some popular ones, maybe to jog your memory: Caesar, Alexander, Khan, Napoleon, recently Beyonce. Apparently, girls run the world. So the thing is, we have to fight against these people and put the focus away from greenwashing scams and on where it needs to go. And the bottom line is that power is zero sum. All right. If you imagine very, very simply, I guess what I like to do is take very big concepts and distill them into simple examples. There's only 10 pounds of power to go around. And in that sense, if you give the government 5 pounds of power, and they already have 5 pounds of power, they have 10 pounds of power. So we have to, as Bitcoiners, hold on to as much of our own power as we can. We have to distribute that power, decentralize that power, and make it harder to confiscate, or unconfiscatable, if you will. And as we're seeing empires in history, evolve into corporate empires today, the psyops are increasing. This is something that I think feel now. It's becoming more blatant, more obvious. And the reason why they're able to do that is because the media is controlled. If the media was not controlled by these governments, by these I don't know, I guess you'd say corporate interests, then we would have a completely different scenario. And that's one of our big problems that we have right now. So a lot of people talk about different eras and say, oh, there was this, era of, we're in the information age or something like that. I like to think of it this way. For the first couple thousand years of human civilization, we were living in the era of exploration. You had Magellan, Columbus, De Soto, various conquistadors and stuff like that. They're figuring out the new world. They're mapping things that we didn't know. We had uncivilized countries living in the jungle. We had civilized countries, inventing perfume and chocolate and coffee and things like that. And population growth kind of hit a certain level. We saw increasing diversity as different countries genetically mixed and stuff like that. And then different natural resources, which were plentiful in some places and not in others, started flowing back and forth. And because of that natural resource distribution, we had the era of distribution and, effectively the Industrial Revolution. Travel becomes a lot more routine, more population growth. And then we see this new paradigm, which is trade alliances, where instead of having like an explorer doing the bidding of a king or a queen or something like that, you have companies that are setting up various factories. And they're looking for that. But now we've evolved that into the era of exploitation, where governments and large corporations are really making all the rules. Maximum taxation and extraction of value. And technology is being weaponized against us. And the best way to look at this is to understand that, slave labor has really never gone away. That part of that high stakes game for these people that are running these corporations or running these governments is they want to get the most value for the least amount of effort. And the best way to do that is by exploiting people that have less human rights. In that sense, we see what happens when people protest, protested, arrested, and then debanked. I think this is a big problem, and this is another use case that we've explained, that Bitcoin literally solves this if we run it right, and this is why Bitcoin was invented. But I think because of Bitcoin, people are now empowered, and that's where we're seeing these people kind of crawl out of the cave and come into the light and say, oh, there's something I can do about this now. I can stand up for myself. I have sovereign money. You can't take that away. I'm going to stand my ground. And I think a lot of people understand the protest and the nature of protesting is that, you have people that are not powerful protesting people that are powerful, typically. But the stakes are extremely high. And I think where they're pushing us is they want us to own nothing and they want us to control nothing. And then effectively the individual has no value. This is the thing that we have to fight with everything we have. For instance, like, the next slide will explain a little bit better. Personal property is one of the most important things. Without personal property, you can't build value for your family. If you don't own anything, if you own no land, if you own no farm, if you own no wealth, then what is your life about? What is the meaning of your life? You're just sustaining something. You're spinning the wheel, keeping the lights on for some other guy. That's not how I want to live my life, and I think that's why you guys are here as well. What they're doing against us now is surveillance is the number one weapon. The fear and surveillance are the biggest drivers of government intervention in human flourishing right now. And I think the big key on this one, I have it on line number 3, 15 minutes cities are for subjects and not citizens. You cannot tell me that the 15-minute city is a good idea for anybody. The fact that people would be living in these areas, that they would be so subjugated if that city was closed or barricaded or put to some sort of restrictive access, everybody inside is going to choke and starve. This is like the oldest Sun Tzu art of war trick in the book, is to limit the resources of your enemy. I don't want to get rounded up. You're never going to find me in a 15-minute city. Sorry. And each era ends, right? Exploration. You sail to the new place. You bring new diseases. There's illiteracy. There's problems there. It's difficult to translate the skill set about navigating the Atlantic or the Pacific. Distribution. We have fights over resources. World War I, World War II, the Bolshevik Revolution, the economic collapse of the post Jekyll Island, Federal Reserve situation. Exploitation right now is narrative control. That's what we're seeing. Kind of people stand up and go, wait a second, all these newscasters are saying the same thing. All these celebrities are saying the same. They're reading from the same damn script. This isn't real anymore. That motherfucker is not real. That's what's happening. Okay. So we're seeing that now. We're seeing that, and it's becoming more prevalent. It's not just the conspiracy people on 4chan anymore. It's people openly saying it. And we literally have to fight this evil or it's going to overcome us. We do not have a choice. And this is the highest stake situation right now. we're making noise, we're making waves, but we have to do both of those before we can make any changes. But who is going to make the changes? We need heroes, right? Bitcoin says don't have heroes. I get it. There's a little bit of an illusion in today's system that there are heroes. And I think this is where we have to kind of take up the mantle ourselves, and we can decentralize being a hero as a concept, because we can diffuse the pressure. We can give them a more obscure target to hit. A centralized system like the government, we know where the target is, right? If everybody says, oh, the White House, you know where the White House is. I mean, it's pretty easy to find. But if someone says, oh, find the Bitcoiners, it's like, okay, I mean, we're not all here, or a lot of us are here, but not that many. But we've been in the dark for decades, right? We've been held in the dark. I think the whole culture of trust and don't worry about it is evolving into don't trust, maybe you can verify. It's not easy to verify everything, but with the Freedom of Information Act, you have motivated citizen journalists that are opening the doors. There's whistleblower protection, and there's less sympathy for the big people. There's nobody has, I mean, does anybody have sympathy for Bill Gates that people are ragging on him on Twitter? Absolutely not. But open source projects, right? Bitcoin's an open source project. We're putting it all out there. We're living out there in the open, whether we like it or not. Your commitments on there and your comments on there are public, and whatever you say on Twitter is also public. So it's a risk that we've taken, even if we think we're obscure or a pseudonym or something like that. And we're exposing the incapable leadership. I mean, obviously everyone's seen the videos of Joe falling up the stairs and stuff like that and tripping over a sandbag or whatever. Like, this is what we have. This is literally what we have going on. And it's a mockery of what we believe in, I think, as people. But we're seeing open rage. We're seeing open rage from thousands of people, entire classes of people, whether it's the Dutch farmers, the Canadian truckers. And the Dutch farmers are really the best example here, because they rose up and actually ran for office and won. So this is like, just let me plant that seed for inception. But, Freedom of Information Act. Oh, this dude, he runs WikiLeaks, he's like a great hero and everything like that. We're trying to verify stuff, but, legally you can do it, but then there's still no guarantee that you're not going to get charged for something. They're going to try to pin something on you. And this guy's been in jail for 10 years. But there are greater attempts, more attempts than ever to expose the rigged system. Right here's the photo of Officer Ziegler from the IRS testifying that he was told not to investigate Hunter Biden's laptop. Just last month, I mean, this guy's testifying in front of Congress for hours, completely public testimony. That Hunter Biden and the Biden family received 10 million, 20 million, whatever it is, from these illicit sources. The whistleblowers are coming forward. They're reaching a critical mass. But are we really there yet? Are we awake? Are we all the way awake? No, not yet. There's we can call it educational and cultural growth through these collapses, but there are consequences to that, and those consequences generally are, financial turmoil, emotional pain, and potentially death. These cycles of increasing, from the Renaissance period to the Industrial Revolution to the Information Age, there's a compression there from a couple hundred years of gap to, 100 years of gap to, here we are with maybe decades. And then we might be entering a new era past exploitation, where we can't be exploited because we can stand up for ourselves better. Citizens are realizing that they're confined. They realize that they have limitations to their power. They're realizing that they have, issues with their authority, and they don't want to be subjected to that anymore. So, we have to protect each other. We need these heroes, guys. We do, and we do have some, right? We've got here's a great example. Completely mainstream media. Marty Bent is on Tucker Carlson explaining Bitcoin. We have Bitcoin artists. Obviously, some of them are in the gallery and stuff like that. This is like part of the way you tell the story. It's not just through music or a textbook. It's also through jokes. It's through memes. It's through all of these things at the same time. We have, Palestinian authors meeting El Salvadorian presidents and coming together on economic policy, right? We have people coming from across the country and across the world together. I met people from completely foreign countries last night throwing axes at the little town hall thing, and it was awesome. But they're out there, right? We're putting Bitcoin and Bitcoin inertia into the public domain. It's very important. So the new rules that we don't want rulers, right? We've reached a critical mass, and we've expressed the fact that we're going to openly defy things that we don't like. Some of us are shitposting politicians and stuff like that on Twitter, and that's our game. And the government is trying to put us against each other. They're trying to say the right is against the left, the progressives against the Democrats. If you're wealthy, then you should give your money to the poor. If you're poor, you should eat the rich. They're just playing games against us, guys, and we can't fall for that. We refuse to eat the bugs. Does anybody refuse to eat the bugs? We have some hand raisers in here. Thank you. I refuse to eat the bugs. But we have to prepare, right? And this is something that you have to think about. You can't fire a gun you don't hold. If you don't hold a gun, you don't have a weapon, and you can't conjure the weapon out of nowhere at the last minute. It's too late at that point. The real curse of all this means that there are real consequences, okay? And the more you can't unsee those things. You're going to see and be exposed to these facts and these truths the more you dig deep into this stuff, which is fine. And the more you expose it, the more you're agitating the system and the more you're agitating people around you. And then, of course, you become a target. Whether you like it or not, you become a daywalker, effectively, where you have a skill set that's very particular. You have enemies that are very particular. And you are able to move about in your fiat life and sort of put on your t-shirt and your New Balance shoes and just pretend like everything's okay and get your breakfast burrito. And meanwhile, someone might be tracking you. So you just have to always carry yourself like you're being observed, because that is more of the reality than not. And we have to turn people to protect them, okay? In the same sense as the Matrix. You guys know that scene where it's like, were you looking at me or the woman in the red dress? And he, whoop, and that's Agent Smith with a gun. So it sounds really Orwellian and really negative, but we do have to protect people from themselves that don't get it yet. We have to protect them by making Bitcoin adoption better. All these vendors and stuff that are on these things, I've used a bunch of these products. I'm an investor in a bunch of these products. This is what's required. This constant, like Christopher was saying, this constant effort to invest into the Bitcoin ecosystem, but also to make the Bitcoin ecosystem more parallel to the fiat ecosystem for small business owners and entrepreneurs. All right. Bitcoin, it's our best tool, guys. The best tool we've ever had. You guys will hear from dozens of people about why it's great. That's not my job. I'm just going to explain that we need to dethrone the bad people. But then once we do that, we're going to have to defend the throne. It's going to be ours at that point, and we're going to have a moat and not just a gun. Okay. And money is our best way to fight back. If you have enough money, you can hire the best lawyers, like them or not. That's what's necessary. And you need to be able to fight back at times. Bitcoin is the best money. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I'm just blow right past that. But it's both the weapon and the moat. We can use the Bitcoin to remove people, and we can use Bitcoin to sustain ourselves. And they know that we know. That's why they're fighting us so hard. It's not really that hard to see that this multiple front battle, Gary, Lagarde, the White House, IRS, and just entropy, those of us that pass away and lose keys or don't have a good inheritance strategy, this is going to be a problem. We have to fight all of those things collectively. Smart businesses, they're going to adapt and adjust, find new clients. You're going to see product market fits that develop, whether it's podcasters or artists or restaurants or whatever. People are always going to evolve. In the same sense, smart politicians are going to do the same thing. They're looking for our votes now, right? They're like, oh yeah, I'm interested in Bitcoin. Donate to my campaign, right? So they're playing the same game. But this fiat regime resistance is not going to be peaceful. I don't know. We talk about this like, oh, Bitcoin's going to end war and all that stuff. That's pie in the sky. And I don't know anybody that's been right about that so far yet. Violence will always exist. And just like 1984 or anything like that, they're going to use everything they can against us, including our family, our neighbors, all that stuff. So our role going forward in Bitcoin, be prepared for the other side to fight dirty. Do you guys ever watch debates? Do you ever think at any point that one side is above fighting dirty, name calling, smear campaigns or anything like that. Eventually, that's going to be targeted against us. Just FYI. How many people have heard that like Bitcoiners are like white supremacists or something like that? I mean, it's like I just saw recently like fitness is fat phobic. Waking up early is rooted in white supremacy. I mean, there's all these slanderous things that people are going to say because they're going to try to like normalize something else. Both sides are in a fight for to survive. So we have everything to lose on both sides. It's going to be a long fight. It's not going to be easy. A lot of people get into Bitcoin and a year later they're like, is it done yet? Are we hyper Bitcoinized? Is my Bitcoin worth $1 million? And it's like, okay, no. There's another example I like to use where, you know, you have to carry a winter coat to invade Russia in the springtime. You have to think about it. This is a long-term sense. We're going to dig in, we're going to dig trenches. It's going to be a long, painful battle with a lot of collateral damage on each side. That's how wars are won and lost. And we have to be willing to lead once we get there. You know, there's a lot of people that have stayed in the shadows and, you know, stayed as a NIM this whole time, and more power to them because they've figured out a way to not be a target. But, you know, those of us that are out there, we're out there. We're out there, like I said, and we have to replace them, those bad people. It's about 500 people we have to replace in the American government. We have to replace them with us. Mayor Lewis, some other people I think would be good candidates, just something to think about in the next 8 to 10 years. We're always going to need new faces and new methods and new champions. There's always going to be some new thing developing. And, you know, we have this tool because we can use it to pay people. We can use it to earn. We can use it to make permanent and obvious messages. But most importantly, we can use it to synchronize. Everybody knows what block height is, right? So we can say at this specific block height, we're going to do this. This is going to happen. We can get aggressive with that. And we can broadcast that frequency across every Bitcoin node in the world at the same time because we're all synced up. This is the unique thing that we have as a tool as Bitcoiners, is that we can actually synchronize where literally nobody else can, because we have the most unique, strong, and resilient tool for that. You know, in the sense of, I mean, some homework on this one would be maybe watching the movie V for Vendetta. So once again, really quick, who are we replacing? Obviously, Elizabeth Warren, that's a target. Perhaps Gary Gensler, and we have this thing for the Bitcoin Today Coalition where we post jobs in DC. So there's job openings where, just like Project Mayhem, we can slide you into an office and you can go be a mole for Bitcoin in that normal political job. Just a thought, right? You got to be long-term strategy here. You can't just be short-term time things. I'm gonna end with a meme. I think everyone's familiar with this one. You know, do you guys know the difference between these two pictures? It's like, no, they're the same picture. Both people are fighting vampires, right? Jack Dorsey, with what he's done, is out in the open. He's a daywalker. Wesley Snipes is Blade. If you guys haven't seen that, he's a daywalker. We are all both of these people at the same time. Whether you want to wear a trench coat and carry a sword around, that's your deal, or you want to wear a questionably long beard, that's your deal as well. It just all comes down to how are you going to fight and how are you going to be here for Bitcoin when Bitcoin needs you. We're all going to have to prove ourselves, right? That's what it's about, and the value for value concept is very much in on that as well. So I think in the long war is really fiat resistance against Bitcoin innovators, and we will win. Okay, we will win because we have more to gain, and at the end of the day, the people that are more incentivized to gain more have more length, power, and progress to make, and can put more people on the boat. There's a nearly infinite amount of people that can fit on the Bitcoin boat. But because the nature of the Cantillon effect, there's a limit to how many people can be fiat rulers of the world. And in that case, that is their biggest vulnerability and their biggest blind spot. And that's why we'll win. So with that, I conclude. Say thank you to everybody. If we have any questions, I got some time. I'm going to leave this up there because I think it's a good meme. So. Any questions for anybody? Anybody? If not, I guess it's lunch break. All right. Nobody? Is that good or bad? I don't know. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Are we live? All right, cool. All right, so I guess we're live. It looks, I'm looking over the shoulder. It looks like it might be black. Nico, we need you to turn on the, Nico, log into your computer. Log in. We need the stream. All right, we're back. All right, guys. So, what's up, everyone on YouTube? We are back. It is lunch break, so we got what, about an hour? What time is it right now?
Yeah, about an hour.
We got about an hour. We will be bringing some friends in for you guys.
It should be good. It should be
I think you guys are going to like this. And shouts out to everyone in Spaces. Hopefully Spaces doesn't crash on us again, and we we can keep the show rolling. So we will, I don't know what we scheduled, but I think we're going to get Beauty on in here.
You're going to get Beauty on.
In probably like, what, 5-10 minutes? You hopefully will come back.
We're going to get Beauty on. We're going to get Pubby and Anders.
Oh, Toxic Happy Hour?
Matt Hamilton from Anchor Watch. So should be interesting.
Okay. All right. Well,
so, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have a scheduled time?
So yeah, producer Jacob, the best producer in the game, is currently working on it. But dude, what's been your highlight of the event so far?
Well, obviously, just holding down the desk, bro.
Holding down the desk.
Hold on. What's up? Allegedly he's coming, right?
Okay, I'll try to find him.
All right.
He's in the lobby. Yeah.
Actually, all right. So let's recap a little bit. First, we had Guy Swan talk about Bitcoin and AI. I did take some notes, and I think the most inspiring part about that is that we're all not going to die because of AI yet, at least. So there's still time for us to.
I mean, no. But what he seriously what he said that I really appreciated. And wait, let's get Gary on here. Gary. Oh yeah, let's do that. Come on the stream. We're live on YouTube right now. There we go. Right here.
Okay.
We got Gary Leland himself, the creator of BitBlockBoom. Gary, how are you enjoying this one?
Yes, yeah. It's I think this is actually our best one yet. I mean, we have the best venue we've ever had. I think everybody.
This is true. This is
we got great speakers. I mean, probably our strongest speaker line because we got 2 days this year. Where every other year there's been 1 day, we extended it to 2.
Yeah.
So I think this is definitely the best one we've ever done.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's been an honor to do the first news desk at BitBlockBoom too. So really happy that you allowed us to do that.
Well, this is all because of you. I didn't think about this, and you said, "Hey, I can do this," and I said, "Wow, it's a great idea. Let's do it."
So yeah, but I'm really enjoying myself. What's been your favorite panel so far?
It's like your children. You can't pick the best one.
Well, I did like Guy Swan's. I like Guy Swan's a lot. I thought Pierre and Morgan did a great job doing it together. I wasn't expecting that. They should have told me so I could have advertised it more. Yeah. I didn't know they were doing one together. I thought that was one of the better ones. I wish I didn't, like I said, known so I could have promoted it more.
I love that, it was kind of like a change up, right? Like they sat together as husband and wife, and they talked about how it is to basically deal with Bitcoin as husband and wife. And I thought that was a very, very interesting type of conversation because it's something that I've gone through, right, personally. The experience that I went through with my fiance was she didn't care about Bitcoin for the first 2 or 3 years, and then NGU technology does its thing, and then all of a sudden they start caring.
Mom kept telling me it was just made up internet for the first few years.
So it seems like we went through the same experience. But yeah, no, it was very personal, and you could tell that they really love each other.
Yeah, they're really tight. You can tell for sure. But my wife and I have been married 40 years, so we're pretty tight too.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, is she gonna make an appearance?
I don't know. I don't even know where she. Oh, there she is, right there.
There she is.
Yeah, you may want to get her when we're through. If you want to get, but she's a smart cookie. I promise you that.
Absolutely.
So is Morgan. I know Morgan's a smart cookie.
Absolutely, I believe it. So So this is day 1. Tomorrow's day 2. What events are happening tonight that you would recommend to people?
Well, tonight is our Friday night party. I mean, that's all I can call it. It's Friday night party, all you can eat barbecue, open bar. We have a basketball free throw contest. We have the hang bar contest, which we have all the time. No one's ever won that. and we have the fold wheel going.
Wait, what's the hang bar contest?
Oh, you're not there? Oh, you were working last night. We have a hanging bar you hang on.
I was setting this up, Gary.
And you can hang on this bar for 2 minutes. So all you got to do is hang there 2 minutes, you get 100,000 sats.
And no one's beat it yet.
No one's made it. Some guy made it 1:55.
Yeah.
So no one's made it 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah.
We have
It sounds easy, but it's not.
It's not. Did you do it?
No, but I've done it before, and there's no way I can do 2 minutes.
And then we have we have the fold wheel going, and we have something else going too. I mean, we got a lot of stuff going on tonight.
Yeah. So, what is your? And I know Tone Vase is throwing a poker game as well, right?
Yeah, he'll be throwing a poker game, and tomorrow night I think he's throwing a poker game. He threw one last night at the BitBlockBoom town.
I missed that. I missed the BitBlockBoom town because we were setting up here. How was that like?
That was great. Everybody, I think.
Could you describe what it was?
Yeah,
what does that mean?
I rented the town.
How do you do that?
Yeah, low key, just run into town.
You go to the town and say, we want to rent the town. We couldn't go in people's houses that live there.
Okay.
But the main street there has a lot of vacant buildings that we could go in.
Gotcha.
There's a church there and a saloon, and we set up the bar in the saloon. There's a livery stable. And
Wait, were you guys also like shooting guns or something?
yeah, we had Nerf guns. We had Nerf guns
okay.
Now this town, if you want to see this town, if you go watch Walking Dead, season 7.
Okay.
It's the town the survivors are in season 7.
Okay.
There's a town, I don't know what episode, but there's a town that they go to that's a little western town.
Yeah.
And the survivors are there. And I haven't seen it, I've just seen photos from it.
That's amazing.
But it's a Walking Dead. And it's been in a lot of, this town has rented out their town for a lot of movies and shows and stuff.
It's great entrepreneurialism on a town level.
Yeah, when you came in, it has, like any western town, it has those poles, and they put, like, Joy for a picnic. Except last night it said BitBlockBoom Town when you came into the main street.
Man, that's hilarious. Okay, so tomorrow, it's the second day, and we have Max and Stacy. It's what you said. Like, this has been an incredible lineup of some of the most talented Bitcoiners, some of the most intelligent Bitcoiners. And it's Max and Stacy. Who else is tomorrow?
I have no idea.
Okay, you know what? I'll pull up the list while Offie.
We got a lot of people.
Well, Opti offers some comedic relief.
Well, I can't be any funnier than Gary's been today, but this has been a great event. This is my 3rd year, I think, and this is by far the best hotel. I am, a little biased because I do love Dallas. It's kind of like my nostalgia is going to the old Dallas.
Speaking of that, I want to know why I do a barbecue meetup every month for 3 years, and you haven't come to one.
Well, I am a
3 years.
I am a recent Dallas native.
36 meetups. And you couldn't make one. I know you're busy.
I'm recent. I'm a new Dallas member, and
Opti,
I'm getting dogs.
That's unacceptable.
I know. I guess. When's the next one? I guess I have to commit right now.
Next month.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'm going.
Okay.
I guess I'm committing to it now.
Okay, so just go to meetup.com/BitBlockBoom when you get a chance. And you guys out there, if you live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, do that and come join us at our barbecue. We always have 30 to 50 people every month. We have a great time.
Do you see this? And Gary, BitBlockBoom is the longest running Bitcoin conference, right?
Yes.
Consecutively.
Yes.
And you're going to keep that record, I'm assuming.
Yes, there will be a 7th.
Absolutely. So what has been the difference from the first conference? Do you see the movement getting bigger? Do you see the conferences getting
Our
bigger?
first conference, we had maybe 75 people there, and we gave away half the tickets because we had Saifedean come in, Rashard come in, Michael go. We had all these people coming who were great, and we only had 30 tickets sold.
Yeah.
So we couldn't have them all show up and speak to 30 people. So we were giving tickets away. And then I guess we did a good job because the next year people started buying tickets.
Yeah, it's very special. Actually, Opti and I have a very special moment. It was the first time that we met each other in person. We actually got a hotel room together, and it was Bitcoin. What year was it, Opti?
I think it was 2020.
It was 2020.
Wait, was it? Yeah, it was 2020. It was the forbidden
third
Bitcoin
year.
conference during COVID lockdowns.
I'll tell you a funny story about that. And that's why we're the longest running conference. We're the only people that did one that year. But about halfway through, no one was wearing masks. And the hotel was not like that. And everybody's carrying around cups of water so they can say they're taking a sip of the water. And I come out at about, lunch maybe or sometime. And there's the lady who runs the hotel, our manager, working with us, and she goes, I need to talk to you. I said, sure, but you got to be quick. I got something to do. She goes, well, we need to go in this room. And I go in this room? Okay, so I go in there, and there's 3 people in this room from the hotel. And she goes, we got to do something. Your people are not wearing their masks. They're walking around with cups of coffee like they're drinking it, and they have to wear their masks. And I said, look, I know I look like your daddy, but I'm not that. I'm not their daddy. I know I'm old enough to be. I said, and you might want to call the police. They would just love the hell out of that. She goes, what do you mean? I said, oh my gosh, they'll all start taking their masks off, the ones who are wearing them. And the cameras I said, this hotel could go viral. That's a really good move for you. And they never said a word the rest of the day. I said, I got to go. Is there anything else? And they never said a word the rest of the day. Never said a word to anybody from the conference. And that was the end of it.
Yeah, well, I remember they did tell us at first, they're like, okay, if you guys are drinking, you don't need to wear a mask. And so everyone's like, all right, let's just walk around with our drinks the whole time. They don't even care. And then I guess I didn't hear the background story.
And it was early, we weren't making we were barely getting by them at the conference, and everybody was drinking cups of coffee that cost me $7 a cup.
Oh,
and I'm
man.
going, get water if you're not going to drink it. That's free. You might just pay $700 for coffee for 100 people to carry around coffee cups half full.
I remember that lobby of that hotel. It was like a party.
It was. I think that's where LobbyCon was invented.
Exactly. It was so popular. LobbyCon was invented. So
I can go ahead, and since we're going to release this information in 20 minutes, we're moving BitBlockBoom back to Dallas.
Oh, let's go!
So we must be in sync, because I was about to ask you that question, but I didn't realize that you haven't revealed it to other people.
Well,
so
I'm revealing it as soon as they come back.
You beat me to the punch. Okay.
But the plan we're thinking now is we did it 2 years here. We'll move it to Dallas and maybe do it 2 years there, and then maybe move it to Houston and do it 2 years there.
Oh, okay.
And have it rotating around the state. We'll keep it in the state.
So where was it before? So you said 2 years in Austin. Where was it before?
It was in Dallas.
It was
in Dallas the first 4 years.
Okay.
So then we moved to Austin for 2 years. And Austin is just too damn high.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too damn high. Like the lights out there. This hotel wanted to charge me like $8,000 for lights. I went over in Dallas and rented them for $600. I mean, everything they wanted. I'll tell you the best one out front, Foreman Mining. They were getting a TV. They were going to rent a TV. I said, have you found out how much that TV is going to cost you? I had no idea, but I asked them. I said, no, we just told them to bring us one. And I said, you might want to find out how much it costs. And I would go to Costco personally if I was you. And this morning they're setting up their TV, and they go, thank you. The TV was $2,000 for the 2 days. And we just bought one for $199 at Costco.
Yeah, it's significantly cheaper. We were actually, but when we were setting up yesterday, Opti and Sophie were running missions to
Getting the lights and
getting
some
stuff.
extra gear.
Gary, it looks like we have our next guest. Thank you so much.
Oh, wait a second. You're not kicking me off for that son of a bitch, huh?
Gary, thank you so much.
I will sit down for Beauton.
Gary, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Gary, sit that down and get a picture of you real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I gotta put my armor on. Akeen, let's get in here.
Oh my gosh. Put on your headphones. Okay.
I meant to get over here. I was ordering pizza.
Okay.
They're taking photos right now, guys. They're taking photos.
Sorry about this, guys.
No worries. This is live. This is part of the live
I've only
chaos
been married to her
that we
40
do.
years, so I do whatever she says.
This is the best way.
All right, super excited for this next
All right,
one,
ladies
guys.
and gentlemen, we have Beauton, also known as Akeen. He is the co-founder of one of my favorite Bitcoin companies.
The founder.
The founder.
Cheeky man.
The founder of one of my favorite Bitcoin companies, which enables you to stack Bitcoin the way you should stack Bitcoin, acquire Bitcoin KYC free, and that is Steco. And you guys did it in a very, very clever way. So Beauton, thank you so much for coming on the show.
And thank you for having me, Nico. We meet in the flesh for the second time.
Yes, and it's been great every single time, and maybe let's go down this rabbit hole while we're here. I really appreciated your a lot of people on Twitter. I appreciate your sincerity, and I appreciate the way
that you view the world and that you look at the world, and I see the world in a very similar light. And I think a lot of people don't understand what's at stake. And I think because they don't understand what's at stake, they either see it as a joke or they don't take it as seriously as they should.
That's exactly right. And a lot of these people have never wrung the neck of a chicken or see a man killed. And so all the side effects, the beneficial side effects of Bitcoin for them are purely theoretical. That's why they can do things like ordinals, to a tool that can disempower the state and take away the state's excesses of violence out of the equation. That's why they think Bitcoin is a joke, because they don't have any experience in how bad things actually are, both overtly and covertly, both on the surface and underneath the surface. And so this is why it's possible for people to think Bitcoin is a game, it's a joke, it's a meme, it's all this stuff. And of course, there's nothing wrong with memes, there's nothing wrong with jokes. Having a joke is fun. Having a drink is fun too. But you can't spend your life only drinking. You can't spend your life only making jokes. At some point, you've got to be serious. You've got to take these problems seriously. Otherwise, the people who are taking them seriously are going to overrun you, and then you wish you never got out of bed, because they're going to destroy you. And they don't have any compunction about destroying people for their own ends. So unless you take it seriously, and I say you meaning the people who are doing Bitcoin and getting involved in Bitcoin, you're doing it and yourself a disservice. And this so-called society that people think is a real thing. These people all, universally believe in society, but then they behave so recklessly with something like Bitcoin, which can be a big boon for everyone. So I have limited patience for people who play around with this incredible tool and who don't take it seriously. You've got to take Bitcoin seriously. Otherwise, we're all for the high jump.
100%. One of the things that I say, Beauton, and a lot of people see it as this hyperbolic statement, is I say Bitcoin or slavery. And I really do believe that on a fundamental level. And you referenced the forces that we're up against. And I don't think people are quite awake to this. I think that if you are an Argentine and you're dealing with 120% inflation, right? Then you start questioning what is money. Then you start questioning the whole idea of the states, the whole idea of a central bank, right?
And, it's actually worse than what you just described. It's not Bitcoin or slavery, it's Bitcoin or death. I mean, how do you think they paid for all these billions of shots full of poison to be injected into billions? An unprecedented mass poisoning event never been seen in the history of the world. How do you think they paid for it? They paid for it by printing the money. And so if they can't print the money, then this terrible thing that just happened could not have happened. Of course, they might be able to do it on a smaller scale, but that's better than the death on a smaller scale is better than death on a mass scale. So fiat money is literally killing people. And I know that's paraphrasing somebody who's now an enemy of Bitcoin, but so forgive me. But it is actually literally true. The ability to create money out of nothing, combined with people who are willing to take that money to do bad things so they can spend that money in the short term, is the root cause of things like this COVID-19 event and many other things that are happening in the world that have to do with militarism and all that kind of business. So it's not just about a bad outcome. It's about literally life and death. And this sounds hyperbolic. It sounds overplayed, over-egging it. I'm afraid I'm not. And part of the reason why people are reluctant to take this seriously is because you have to use this kind of language if you're speaking truthfully. And it sounds like, oh no, this is another conspiracy theory, it's a hysterical person, but in fact it's actually true.
Yeah.
I mean, the house is actually on fire. This is not somebody screaming fire in a movie theater. It's actually on fire now. So it's very important to, I actually don't know the answer about how we can convey the seriousness of the problem of fiat money to people. And so part of me says that, well, maybe we shouldn't be trying to do that. If you can't do it, do something else. Nobody had to be convinced, I keep going back to this over and over again, about WhatsApp. Nobody had to be told about the problem of mass surveillance. They were just given the tools, bundled into WhatsApp without them even knowing it, and then the problem was solved. And of course, people like you and me who understand these problems, we get the benefit of the shield of these billions of people who are all encrypted. Nobody's going to say to us, you're encrypting your stuff, Nico. You're a bad person. No, I'm not. Everybody's encrypted now. Everybody's doing it. It's not just me. I mean, I didn't even write it. I'm just using it too. I just downloaded it. I don't know how it works. And you'll be telling the truth. So this is, I'm convinced that something like this has to happen with Bitcoin, where we get it into the hands of enough people so that by a surreptitious means, so that we get the effect of its protection for people who actually know what it's for, by weaponizing the public, weaponizing billions of people without them knowing they're being weaponized.
100%. And it is, you know, a lot of people say that this is, at the end of the day, if you break it down, this is the separation of money and state. And you mentioned something, you know, a couple minutes ago when you were speaking about this idea of the ability for a bureaucratic elite to create money for free that the rest of the world, the rest of people have to work for, and how that completely misaligns a society's incentives from top to bottom. And you can even make the case that it corrupts the base layer of society, and because that base layer is corrupted.
Well, I wouldn't put it in those terms in these days. What they're actually doing is just stealing. It's just stealing. And creating money out of thin air is a way of stealing where the victim of the theft doesn't know it's actually happening. It's happening in secret because those people are not being audited. And so the separation of money and state is not the problem. It's the form of the money that's the problem. And so if the money of the state was Bitcoin, that would be no problem at all, because the Bible says we have to have a government, and so we have to have a government. So if the money that the government has to use is sound, it's under strict audit, then the ill effects of fiat will vanish because there will be no fiat. And so that's the way to think about it. It's not about the separation of money and state. It's the introduction of sound money, where the control of the supply is not under the control of the state.
Gotcha.
And so it's important to articulate these things as clearly as possible. And I know there's a way that people like to talk about these things. And if it helps spread Bitcoin, I'm all for it. But separation of money and state, I don't know if that is helpful, because the state needs money, and they've got to use our money and not their money.
Yeah, and we've had a conversation about this in the past, right? Because when a society is based on a sound money, right? The state it's a forcing mechanism, it's a forcing function, because they're not able to spend without direct taxation.
That's exactly right. It's a discipline. It puts a discipline
Correct.
on the state. So if they want to build a bridge to nowhere, they have to
go and convince people to
build a bridge to nowhere.
And people are going to say, F you.
Well, they're going to say, well, maybe not. You know? And so they'll, whatever will happen, the constraint will be there. And I can tell you something else. They won't even ask for that money because they know it's not there. They all want to keep their government jobs. And so they're not going to squander money that can be audited and everybody can see what they're doing. So this is the discipline that must be brought to bear on the state. And as you've seen, they're importing people into the country that there's no infrastructure for. And each one of these individuals has a cost to the state. And so even Eric Adams in New York is now saying New York is full, we can't have this. And he's sounding like some kind of ultra right-wing anti-immigration guy. But math does apply to Democrats just as it applies to everybody else. And when you put the pressure onto them, all of a sudden they become numerate. All of a sudden they say, no, there's too many people. Open borders are a bad idea because there's too many people. Wait a minute, this is not your philosophy. This is not what you say in public. Now all of a sudden it is because the pressure's on you. So just imagine an overlay of Bitcoin over everything, where being rational about math is enforced by the rules of Bitcoin. You can't create money out of nothing. You can't just say, this is our budget and we're going to just print the money to do it. When that goes away, everybody all of a sudden will behave rationally about money. And the side effects of that will be like closing the border to illegal immigration, because we can't accept these people. We can't afford it, so we have to close that border. And so we can't just print money out of nothing. So we can't have Bridge to Nowhere. We can't have all of these community projects and everything where the money just doled out. All that will go away. And they will fight for it to go away because they know there's no money and they want to keep their jobs. And of course, if they keep their jobs, that's fine. If you like your government employee, you can keep your government employee. But you cannot spend money you don't have. And that's the discipline of Bitcoin. And you're not going to get this discipline of Bitcoin out of any WorldCoin or Ethereum, where the committee gets together and say, no, let's just double the money supply, just do it. And they will do that, by the way. So exactly right. So Bitcoin has that extra added feature where you cannot have a vote on how it works or what the money supply is. It's set in stone. It's like the atomic weight of a hydrogen atom. It can't be changed. And so that's going to be the financial system that we're living with. We have to live within its constraints, be efficient with it, and not at all wasteful or profligate or anything with it. And we're all going to benefit from that. All of that comes from one database, which is simulating money. And so I know it's hard for people to understand what it's going to be like to live under a sound money system. I think the best way of describing it through history is going back to the 1800s when it was gold standard. But even that kind of a stretch to get people to imagine. But people accepting how sound money works isn't a prerequisite to it becoming the standard of the world. We can't wait for everybody to catch up to this before it's done. It has to be done, and then they'll understand it by its effect, not in theory, in practice.
Beautiful, beautiful. Beauton. So I want to pivot the conversation to your baby. And what I mean by that is Azteco. And I know it's something that you hold near and dear to your heart, and it's one of my favorite Bitcoin companies in the space, and I think it is one of the most important Bitcoin companies in the space. So for anyone who doesn't know, if you don't mind, anyone who's tuning into the live stream, we got about 92 people watching live just on the Swan channel. I'm sure there's more on the BitBlockBoom. I'm sure there's more on Twitter Spaces. So what is Azteco, and what does it do?
Well, the problem of Bitcoin at the moment is getting a hold of Bitcoin. It's actually been a problem from the beginning. And so when I first read about Bitcoin, it's a long story, it was very difficult for me to get hold of some. And having a software development background and also an interest in money, the nature of money, I was able to put together a business model and a delivery model that is similar to how people in the third world top up their mobile phones. And so it was obvious to me that this is the way to do it. So what we at Azteco do is we produce a paper voucher with 16-digit codes on it. You take that to our website after you've bought it for fiat, and then you enter your address on that website, and then in about 3 seconds, you get the Bitcoin. Just like topping up your mobile phone GSM account so you can make phone calls. That because Bitcoin is a database and it's not money, it's possible to write almost an infinite number of tools, software tools that can interact with it. And so this is just one possible way of interacting with the Bitcoin database, where we print a 16-digit voucher code and you can redeem that code for Bitcoin. And of course, if you have a cousin in Brooklyn, New York, some people do, and they buy a $50 Azteco voucher, they don't have to redeem it and then send you the Bitcoin. They can send you the voucher code and let Nico redeem it. And so we reduced what's the word? It's the not the utility, but we've reduced the facility of sending Bitcoin to a 16-digit number, which can be used from any location. And this removes all of the friction in obtaining Bitcoin. And it's how the GSM phone network was able to supply telephony to billions of people, literally, in countries where most of the people are unbanked. Did you know that most of the mobile phone users on Earth pay in arrears? They all top up their phone in advance so that they're able to make phone calls. They don't have an account that they pay, once a month, because they don't have bank accounts. They don't have any of these, financial facilities. And so this voucher system was used to put billions of people onto the telephones. And it can work for Bitcoin because Bitcoin is not money, it's a database. And the Bitcoin wallets are an interface to that database. And so the two fit on top of each other just like that. And we're selling a lot of vouchers now. A lot of vouchers.
And Azteco is global, obviously.
It is global. We don't operate in any place that's UN sanctioned or any other nasty places, because we're for the majority of people, for the majority use case, ordinary people. If there's such thing as ordinary people, who knows? But what we're not trying to embrace trouble. I mean, there's some people who think that, Bitcoin is for enemies and Bitcoin is for, that's how you get in trouble. Yeah, we need to solve the problem for the ordinary person and help them to understand that Bitcoin is just a tool. And then what will come from that is websites, you name it, Amazon, whatever it is, will start accepting Bitcoin. And because Bitcoin eliminates payer fraud, the 10 or 12% of all credit card transactions being fraudulent will be a thing of the past, because Bitcoin removes the ability for people to fake a payment or to steal the credentials of somebody else to make a payment, because it's all controlled cryptographically from inside a phone. And so just for that reason alone, just for those statements alone, it should be adopted worldwide as a payment method for things online. And it will also bring into the fold the billions of people who are unbanked, who don't have access to e-commerce online, allowing them to pay trivially small amounts of money for literally anything you conceive of, whether it's a Netflix account, doesn't matter what it is. And so this is why Bitcoin is so exciting, so important, and it's not a joke. It's solving a very real world problem for literally billions of people. And what Azteco does is we give them access to Bitcoin in a trivially easy format that they can just get onboarded in literally 30 seconds. And so the hard part, after the software development, which is extremely hard, the next hard part was distribution. And so we now have a couple of companies that we're working with for global footprint, global distribution. There will be no place in LATAM, in the USA, in the EU, and all over the great continent of Africa where you cannot go to a supermarket, pay $5 or 50 Rand or whatever it is, and get an Azteco voucher and get onboarded to Bitcoin instantaneously.
Love it.
That's amazing.
And also, I have friends that are Azteco vendors. So what's the process for someone to become an Azteco vendor?
You have friends that are Azteco vendors?
Yeah, one of my friends, Joe Rogers. He's a huge Azteco fan.
Joe Rogers, yes, indeed. What's he calling his company now?
Orange Label.
Yes, exactly, Orange Label. He's one of the good guys. He's one of our good vendors. So to become an Azteco vendor, the time to apply to become an Azteco vendor is 2017.
Oh, okay. So no longer Azteco vendors.
No, there are Azteco vendors, but because our team is small and our workload is very, very big, we're trying to move the business onto API vendors. We call API vendors.
Okay.
So we're taking on supermarkets and Safeways and Waitrose
Let's
and most
go.
other places. So we will take on a Joe Rogers.
Okay.
Because he is he's kind of person is an important person. So if you're motivated to sell a lot of vouchers, to spread Bitcoin, if you're part of the mission to spread Bitcoin, of course we want to talk to you. But what we cannot do is indulge people who just want to be a vendor so they can wear the badge of being a vendor.
Yeah, yeah.
So, exactly. So you've got to be commercially minded.
Okay.
Gotcha. Interesting. So, Beauton, for anyone who doesn't know, is not familiar with an Azteco voucher, why don't you walk people through the process, right? So they get a voucher. What are the steps?
Well, let's say that I'm an Azteco vendor, which actually I am, and for this demonstration, what we're going to do is I'm going to issue a voucher to you right here, right now, Nico. And I go to my vendor account. So you get out your wallet Satoshi. And what I will do is I'll issue a voucher to you right now. So I'm going to log in to my vendor account, and if we had a stopwatch, we could start timing it. So I'm going to log in, and I'm going to pretend that you've given me a $5 note, and then I will say issue voucher. Nico, you want a Lightning voucher or an on-chain voucher?
I'll take a Lightning.
Okay,
I'll take Lightning.
Sensible. So here is a $5 Lightning voucher coming. I say complete sale. So there's 4 clicks I had to do. And then all of a sudden, just like magic, you're going to see a voucher turn up right here like that, bang, like that. And so if somebody is watching this, they might actually try to scan it, so I'll go like that. So you can scan that now, and then you'll get this $5
Let's see.
worth of Bitcoin.
Let's see if I was the quickest to the punch. Let's see if the live stream has not beat me. Here we go.
There you go. And so that's the process of issuing an Azteco voucher. So imagine it worked.
Just
Great.
like that.
So
like that.
Imagine you go into a store where you buy a Coca-Cola or whatever it is, and you say, I need $20 worth of Bitcoin. So here's a 2 10s. And then literally under 30 seconds later, you get this Azteco voucher, and then it's on your phone. And you can then send that to anybody on earth without permission, without going to talk to somebody else about sending your own money to another person, which is, to me, highly offensive. If it's your money, you shouldn't have to ask permission to send money to somebody else. Completely absurd. So that is the process of having an Azteco voucher sold to you. It's seamless. It's fast. It's not invasive. It's just like buying bubblegum. It's just like buying a top-up for your mobile phone. If you're in Enugu or Jos or any one of these places, it's exactly the same. And it's not only functionally the same, it's legally the same because it's a voucher, it's not money. And so that's the breakthrough that we've made in Azteco, reducing the complexity of getting Bitcoin essentially to nothing. If we removed anything from this process, the process could not work. And so this is our big advantage, and we're going to reach literally billions of people because we have a very vast distribution network that's super reliable. And this September and October, we're going to have a whole series of events in Brazil where we've sponsored some events, and there's going to be a couple of conferences, speakers, and those kind of business. And we're going to refine our marketing strategy, our marketing verbiage in Brazil, and then we're going to replicate that for these other countries in LATAM. And it's going to work. And then we also have a brand new consumer Bitcoin website and brand design, which is, I think people are going to be very surprised by. So, and I alluded to this in the talk that I gave. This is also a very important part of making sure that Bitcoin wins. We have to go to the people where they are and not expect for them to come to us, because they're not going to come to us, especially in 103 degrees in Austin, Texas. And so we need to bring them. We need to go to where they are. We need to brave the heat, and that's not just the heat. The other heat that the Gary Gensler, that's another kind of heat. We don't even get into that. So we need to go to those people where they are, the people, the consumer, and then bring them Bitcoin on terms that they can understand, are willing to accept.
I love the simplicity, the you know, and I remember this very clearly. I'm originally from Venezuela. You know, I had the privilege of being able to grow up in the States, but you know, I lived a lot. I lived some time in Colombia. I've lived in Venezuela, and you know that the what you're talking about, how people pay for their phones, right?
Yeah.
It's so common, right?
Exactly.
It's so common. And you know, it's all about the minutes, and like, you know, people start having those types of conversations. So I'm just curious, where have you seen the most adoption of these Azteco vouchers? Like, where do you see the most optimism? I don't know, but I'll tell you what my personal perception is.
Let's hear it.
And then I think Africa. I'm the most bullish on Africa, and the reason for that is because Africa skipped the whole hardwired phone thing, right? They have a lot of cell phone towers, and everyone has a cell phone, right?
Everybody does.
And
Exactly right.
and the continent itself is also, you know, it's dealing with you couldn't say there's really any stable currencies. Like, you know, there's the West African franc, right? You know, the
CFA,
the CFA, the Central African franc. But you know, am I wrong?
Yes.
Is it South America?
Well, actually, the most traction we're getting is online.
Online. Oh, so
Yes.
you don't know where it's coming.
Well, we kind of sort of do. We can tell where the vouchers are being sold by which vendor is selling them, and so the so-called Africa, the countries in the continent of Africa, are very, very difficult to do business in. You know, Nigeria is the number 2 country on earth for Bitcoin adoption, but it's very difficult to run a company there that provides this service, because the government is very, very hostile, irrationally so, I have to say, to Bitcoin. So there is a problem with that. Now, so basically, there's a site called G2A.com, and G2A has been doing absolutely incredible sales for us. And there's a couple of other vendors who have been doing sales in the millions of dollars, and they don't tell us where they're selling their vouchers because they don't want us to go directly to their outlets. So, you know, it's I don't think there's a rule that we can identify yet about who is doing the volumes and why, which, you know, it's fine by me, because as long as we're doing the volumes. But this next phase that we're going to be rolling out with this global distribution, I think LATAM is going to go absolutely berserk.
Latin America.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely 100%,
Okay.
starting with Brazil. And what we've seen so far.
What about Argentina? What about?
Well,
isn't that easy pickings?
funnily enough, we've just opened up Argentina.
Okay.
So what has to happen is people have to be told about Azteco. They have to be informed that it exists, what it does, and how it's going to benefit them, and then the sales come after. But our new distributor has started to sell in Brazil without any promotion of any kind, and their sales are increasing in a way that we find absolutely shocking. So there's obviously internet, what do they call it? Internet telegram that's spreading the news about Azteco. And when our PR starts to kick in down there, I think this, once again, like with the G2A, the sales are going to go through the ceiling. So this is why we've worked very, very hard to consumerize the experience so that it's very, very simple. Now, you just redeemed one of our vouchers with Wallet Satoshi. It's a one click to redeem. There's no signing up or anything. So when somebody gets one of our vouchers for the first time, and we tell them to go to Wallet Satoshi, we know that it's going to work out of the box. It's going to work out of the box. Now, there are people who don't like Wallet Satoshi because
it's a custodial.
Yeah. Can we talk about that? I wanted to bring that up earlier.
Well, you know, look, what's better? To have an experience where people get $5 worth of Bitcoin onto their Wallet Satoshi without any problems at all. We're trying to get these people to understand that Bitcoin is very useful to them. What's better for that person? To use a tool that is quote unquote non-custodial, or to use Wallet Satoshi where they get the satisfaction instantaneously. We get them hooked on Bitcoin. And when they start putting more and more of their money into Bitcoin, Maybe they're going to start reading about it. Maybe they're going to use another kind of wallet. Who knows? But for the first experience, their first taste of Bitcoin, we cannot have them have an experience no root to host. Now, you and I know what that means, but these people don't know what that means. And we can't be in a position where we have to explain, well, they have to have a route between the Lightning nodes, and because one of the servers is down or they haven't got a channel open, then we no, their eyes will glaze over. That's it. So for the first redeem, they've got to have a positive experience, an instantaneous experience, just like you had. Otherwise, we'll lose them, and then losing them means they go back to fiat, or they go back to WorldCoin or something like that. And you know that WorldCoin won't present a user experience like that to their customers. They won't allow it. So commercial thinking, strategic thinking, consumer-centric thinking must enter Bitcoiners' mentality at a base level, at a fundamental level, the first precept, the first thing that comes to their mind. Otherwise, we're going to lose. And I'm not minded to lose. Thank you very much. I don't want to lose this. I don't want WorldCoin to spread all over the world like cancer that we didn't have to go and surgically remove with by attrition by spreading Bitcoin against WorldCoin. Let's get out in front of them. Let's encircle them and exsanguinate them and destroy them before they get to everybody. How can you not understand this? So don't come to me with this business of Wallet Satoshi is non-custodial. I don't want to hear it because it's going to get in the way of Bitcoin spreading. This is not a game. This is not a cult. They're real people who need Bitcoin, and we have to serve them. And also, Wallet Satoshi might not be perfect. There are very few wallets that are perfect, by the way. Very, very few. I don't think I can even name one. I wouldn't even dare name one. But if Wallet Satoshi doesn't have a lot of money flowing through it, there is zero chance that they're going to have the opportunity to fix the way that it works so that it's acceptable to the Bitcoiners. They're not going to have a chance to do that if nobody uses them. So to cut money off from them with their user interface and their obvious expertise at serving the public is irrational. It's irrational. The Wallet Satoshi of today is not going to be the Wallet Satoshi in 5 years. They're not going to keep it. Do you think that they don't know what they're doing? Do you think that they don't know everybody's railing against them about being non-custodial? Come on. These people have got to grow up and realize that Bitcoin is a very serious business. Running a Bitcoin business is a very serious business, a very dangerous business, and they need to make money in order to write the software that they need to write. Now, I know, before you say anything, I know of a wallet, yes? I'm not talking about anything. I know of a wallet that does not run testnet. It don't run testnet. They do everything on LiveNet, all development on LiveNet. Now, you know what testnet is. I'm talking about when Bitcoiners know what that is. That's crazy. And the reason why they don't do it is because it costs money to do that. It costs money to get these very complex arrangements in place. And so if they don't have the money to do it, you can't expect them to improve. We want them to improve. We don't want to kill them and punish them. And you haven't behaved to the cult, and so now you must die. No. We should actually be giving more money to Wallet Satoshi. We should be sending everybody there so they become the billionaire wallet company in Bitcoin. And then all kinds of wonderful things will come out of that.
I 100% agree. The onboarding experience, and it's the wallet that I recommend to people initially because you do not have to create a login. It's just you download the app and you can immediately receive sats.
Exactly.
Like this, right? So the convenience is key. I 100% agree with you. Now you said something, Beauton, which you've also tweeted about couple times, and something that Opti and I have been experiencing as well is this idea of building a Bitcoin business. What I've experienced and what I've seen a lot is this collectivist groupthink in Bitcoin, and the attack on the strive for excellence, the strive for making money. I would say even the attack on capitalism. And to me, it kind of confuses me a little bit, right? Because we're all supposed to be Bitcoiners, and without naming any names or being any specific or whatever, but it's almost as if it's the demonization of success. It's the demonization of the pursuit of excellence, the demonization of wanting to be successful, of wanting to succeed, of wanting to grow a business. And I think it's short-sighted, because at the end of the day, without making money, it's exactly what you said. How are you going to expand? In the case of Simply Bitcoin, we have to make money in order to buy these microphones. We buy these microphones, we can provide a better experience. We provide a better experience, we can grow our audience. Right?
Yeah, these are nice microphones. The omnidirectionals. So anyway, you're absolutely right. And this phrase that is in the so-called community, "stay humble, stack sats." Humility is virtuous, but not if it's going to get you killed. And so people should be more ruthless about making money. And obviously not ruthless meaning that you do unethical things, but there's nothing wrong with making money. There's nothing. Money is a net good for society, for people who believe in that. So the idea that people should not go for making money, and that making money is a bad thing, a toxic thing, this is immaturity. And I wonder if those people have some kind of money of their own, which means that they don't have to make money. So, because only people who have that kind of background think money is just a nuisance, when in fact it's and let's think about this also. You're running a Bitcoin company, and you know that the state is coming after Bitcoin companies like there's no tomorrow. If you have to get yourself a lawyer to defend yourself, and you don't have a war chest of money, well, where's all the people who are going to, maybe they'll run a crowdfund if you're lucky. It doesn't make sense to not be money oriented and also ethical. Anti-capitalism is part of the disease of socialism that's spread throughout the United States. Unfortunately, it's very widespread in Europe. And so when people talk about running a business, again, somebody said something that was so offensive that it was about a Bitcoin company, I can't remember which one, that this person put out the caveat, yes, but it's a for-profit business, so we have to be careful. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I'm sure this person goes to McDonald's and eats the burgers from there, and he doesn't care that it's a for-profit corporation. I mean, what in America or even Canada would companies who serve the public do it on a basis of not being for profit? Look, the profit motivation is perfectly natural, it's perfectly normal, and it's actually socialism which is abnormal and dangerous. So when people talk like this, I wonder what planet they're from. I wonder what brainwashing camp that they've come out of. And there's nothing wrong with Bitcoin companies making a profit. Serving other people for money is good. It is ethical, because both sides benefit. And what is the important part is that the prices are set correctly, but that's up to the market to decide, not for a committee. And so, these socialists are crazy. And they're part of the reason, by the way, that the fiat system has lasted so long, is because there's been no discipline on these socialists who are free to come up with every nonsense they can, and they get free money, not only to exercise it, but to promote it to younger people, so that the bad system continues. So it's very important that when you hear this kind of socialist talk, it's rebuked instantaneously. There's nothing wrong with making a profit. Nothing wrong with it. People have to live. And of course, you find a lot of these people don't have their own children. They don't have children, they don't have wives, they don't have anything to take care of. And so for them, the incentive of making money doesn't have any real impact on other people that they're responsible for, if they're even able to be responsible people, at all. But so there's a big problem in the level of education in economics that causes people to say this kind of nonsense. And it's infuriating. It's very, very annoying. And we are going to put an end to it. The real Bitcoiners are going to put an end to it, because there's going to come a generation that doesn't understand or doesn't think about anything to do with socialism as normal. they'll see it as abnormal, very weird. And what do you mean not make a profit? I mean, I'm not here. I'm not. It's going to be. It's going to. The world's going to change. To think that the world's going to stay the same is irrational. The world is going to change. It's going to change the way that we want it to change if we step to the plate and knock it out of the park. That's what we have to do. And by the way, Abdi, because I normally see you with the glasses on.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize it was you.
No worries. Everyone says the same
incredible.
thing. But Beauton, I have one question because you really changed the way that Nico and I do our messaging and our framing on the show. And the first thing that we always say is Beauton will be proud of us because we constantly shill wallets every single day. Like maybe not every single day, but every other day where me and Nico will sit there and it's like, okay, this is when I run down 50 million, different wallets right now and you can make your choice. But for everyone out there, I'm so excited for this conversation. Beauton, you're one of my favorite writers. I absolutely love your Twitter account. It's one of my favorite things to do. I'm always sending Nico like your tweets and stuff like, dude, Beauton gets it. Like he's got the messaging. But what would be a call of action to all of the listeners out there, whether it's on Livestream or on Twitter? What do you want people like? How can you set them straight? I guess better yet, Beauton.
Well, loath as I am to be the person to set people straight, but this happens as a consequence of me ranting and raving. I would say the most important thing you can do is to put people onto an ethical Bitcoin wallet. So find an ethical Bitcoin wallet, which means that and this is not a hard and fast definition that I have, but I have a clutch of wallets that I always recommend. It's Samurai Wallet, Wallet of Satoshi, Phoenix, Breeze, Moon, and one other one. I think another one. I can't remember. Anyway, those are enough.
Phoenix.
Yeah,
he said Phoenix. Blue Wallet, maybe?
Yeah, and Blue Wallet.
Yeah.
Exactly, Blue Wallet. And so I think these are enough wallets for people to get on with. Ideally, you have more than one. And so you need to get these wallets and then get the people who you've given this wallet to a little bit of Bitcoin. Don't try and orange pill them. You're not going to orange pill anybody. Nobody's going to go read these books. Like I said in my talk, you and I should read these books. You and I need to know about the mechanisms and background of why these things are happening. And it's our job to then distill that down into a very, very simple phrase. And I was talking to somebody about this earlier. I don't know if you know the story about the Apple Lisa. Now, the Apple Lisa was a flop. And before they released it, they did a 9-page advert in the New York Times trying to prepare everybody for this Apple Lisa. And when it was released, it was a flop, completely failed. And then Steve Jobs came back to Apple after having been at Next Computer. And after many months of thinking about this problem, about how to contextualize these very complicated, intricate, and super value computers, you realize that you cannot talk about the inner workings of them as a means of getting people to use them, understand them. And so he came up with it with the help of his marketing people. Think different. And that replaced totally all of the descriptions of the f-stop, the condenser microphone, the gold cables. Nobody cares about that. This phrase, think different, helped to change Apple. And that's what has to happen in Bitcoin. And so when you get your friends to go onto Bitcoin, you've got to put it into a context that they will understand. Let's say you have somebody who is interested in helping people in the so-called third world, and you can put them onto Wallet of Satoshi and tell them, now you can send this $5 to people basically anywhere in the world just like that. And so, you got to put to them, well, just imagine if everybody had this. Maybe you should put your friends on it as well. And then you'll find that, just like with WhatsApp, people will start to spread it because it's a virtuous thing. They're doing it as a virtuous act. And that's the kind of motivation, that's the kind of motivating animus. I don't know if that's probably not the correct phrase, but that's the kind of motivation that we need to harness to get all these wallets into the hands of as many people as possible, to make people understand that Bitcoin is a very good thing for society and you can help reform society, the basic problem, which is access to money, by just telling people to download an app. And then you'll find that you might find that people will start to download these things in the millions. And I think that's also something that might be missing from the current crop of Bitcoin apps, where there's no opportunity to utilize the address books of the phone owner to send a link to download the app. Now, of course, if you see in a Bitcoin app, can we have access to your address list? Of course, if you're, one of the paranoid Bitcoiners, you're going to say, no way, I'm going to leave you that. No chance. I don't know what you're going to do with this. And so we've got to get over this paranoia, which often is very healthy. But we've got to get over it when it comes to that, because that's how the geometric spread of these wallets is going to happen, by asking people, can we use your address list? Do you know that Signal does that? Can we find out who's on Signal to add them to your contacts list? And of course, people do this because it makes it more useful to them. And this thinking has to be brought into Bitcoin wallets. It's anathema. It's blasphemy. But if they don't do it, we know what it means. It means that silver sphere is going to go right into the face of lots of people. And then you'll wish you had done it, because that is a far worse outcome than people sharing their address lists. WorldCoin is much, much worse than that. And so to avoid that, we've got to do that kind of thing. Otherwise, trouble is coming.
And I love what you said, Akin, which is this idea of making Bitcoin products, right, human friendly, right? And the analogy, and you brought up Apple before, right? And Apple really revolutionized this idea, but the way that they did it was interesting, because back in the 90s, it was a baby, but it was predicted that everyone in the world would have a PC in their home, right? With the keyboard and the thing, and it was predicted, right? This is going to be a massive market. Well, that prediction was right. Now, what they got wrong was that it ended up being this. And this won because it was what? Human friendly. This was built for everybody to use.
Exactly right.
Not a keyboard with this, of course, as the generations have gotten older and people have understand the laptop, but this will never beat this, right? Exactly. So I completely agree with you 100%. And
also there's another thing about this, that this doesn't have a keyboard.
Yep.
Keyboard, and I'm sure you've seen the video of Steve Ballmer laughing about the iPhone because it doesn't have a keyboard, and business users need keyboards. This just shows you that even people at the highest level of the so-called tech industry don't understand when something new is in front of them, and that's what's happening with Bitcoin. They don't understand that Bitcoin is the most amazing, next best things to sliced bread, because their thinking is about keyboards. Business users need keyboards. We need dollars. Businesses need dollars. We can't replace the dollar. Blah, blah. The government is going to ban it. Blah. They can't understand it. And yet, it is possible. It is possible to have a phone without buttons on it that billions of people are using. And it's not so much of a far step to imagine billions of people using Bitcoin on these devices. The question is, how are you going to get it to happen? And so that's the actual problem, and it's not going to happen by saying things are impossible.
And that's the battle of our time, right? And and I'm honored to be in the trenches with you. Of course, we are, Opti and I, we're in the information narrative trench warfare, like we like to call it, trying to win over the hearts and minds of people. And of course, you've been a big influence for us, nudging us to say, guys, it's not enough to do a meme review and talk about the news. You literally have to tell people the actual solution.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, because the solution can't be inferred from the meme. And of course, I love memes. I like to have a laugh. So, but you're absolutely right, Nico. And I'll say it in front of everybody that I think you two are super important people. I think the work you do is also essential, and nobody is 100% right out of the box, including me. So it's important that you're actually doing it. And while you're doing it, you refine it, you get better and better and better at it. You get better microphones, you get sponsors, and don't let anybody dissuade you from getting a sponsor, doesn't matter who it is. As long as you're pushing the message out and you're being effective and you have ideally some way of measuring how effective you are, normally that's by the number of users you have, then you're doing the right thing. You're doing all anybody can ask you to do. And if anybody asks you to do more than that, well, maybe they should be doing their own stuff instead of telling you how to do stuff. So that, I mean, I am an endorser of Nico and Opti. That is a fact.
Well, that is...
Hold on. I need to give him some horns. You heard it here first, guys.
That is incredibly humbling. And, the passage that comes to mind is judge not the man in the arena, right? If it's a lot easier for you to... judge from the outside, from the stands, without you being in the thick of things, right? Because things are a little bit different when you're in the thick of things. Problems arise, fires you have to put out every single day, and that's how it is. But Akin, Beauton, thank you so much for joining us today. We really, really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, Opti, as well.
Thank you so much.
Good to have you, Beauton.
All right, guys, hold on. Let me get the mic here. I'll mute you guys. All right, guys, we're going to pivot a little bit here. Shouts out to Beauton. As I tell you guys, one of my favorite Bitcoiners. Hopefully, you guys aren't blocked on Twitter and you can follow him on Twitter.
Oh,
Is one of the best Bitcoin Twitter users. All right, we got, scoot over, Nico. We're going to get Rob Hamilton in here. Guys, this might get a little more technical, but I'm gonna have him TLD armies because like I'm 5 years old, so that we can get down to the bottom of everything going on the Twitterverse. Okay, guys. So if you follow us here, if you're a Simply Bitcoin listener, Nico and I are more geopolitical. We kind of shy away from the technicals, but this is why we bring on smart guys like Rob. So let's just tee it up. What is Miniscript, and why is this all the rage right now?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me on.
Wait, actually, tell them who you are. Tell them who you are.
Back up a second. First of all, nice to see you again. I think we were on the news desk at Bitcoin 2023. Yeah. Also, I heard you and Steven Lipka. You guys are good friends.
Yes, absolutely.
Steven, love you, brother.
Good to see you, Steven.
The sun master.
I walked by the Swan booth and I made sure everyone was getting their steps in and they were getting their sun.
You know what?
Had good posture.
Absolutely.
I have to take a selfie on screen right now for Steven. There we go. All right, Steven. But yes. So, Rob, why don't you introduce yourself and why don't you tell everybody what is Anchor Watch?
Absolutely, yeah. So, hey everyone, my name is Rob Hamilton, co-founder and CEO of Anchor Watch. Anchor Watch is a business. We are standing up an insurance business around assets in Bitcoin specifically that are being held in cold storage, which kind of turns into the conversation around Miniscript specifically. And to talk about Miniscript, we can just take I'll keep it very straightforward. And if anyone's interested, I just did TFTC with Marty a couple days ago. It just dropped. So if you want to get deep in the details, there'll be plenty to look at there. Also, I did a Citadel dispatch back in February with Odell. So if you want to get super technical, there's resources out there. All that to be said though, Bitcoin script is a language that Satoshi invented when he created Bitcoin. And it's basically the rules in how you lock an address, a UTXO, and how it can be spent. And everyone knows the straightforward things. You have a single sig, maybe you have multi-sig. What Miniscript unlocks, and huge shout out to the team at Blockstream, it was Andrew Polstra, Peter Whale, and Sanket who put this together back in 2019. The idea is, how can we have more advanced custody solutions when it comes to how Bitcoin's being held? So let's take a really simple example, right? Let's say Nico has some Bitcoin. The three of us each have a key and a 2 of 3 multi-sig. Nico's concern is that we're going to go run off with all the money, right?
Yeah, I would.
In a heartbeat. So with Miniscript, this is a cool thing that we're using called a key hierarchy. We can have it so Nico's key must sign. Then it's one of the two of us, right? Because in an individual setting, I view Bitcoin, the design set and the core thing it's solving is this: as a sovereign individual, how do I hold on to my wealth? But when you're thinking about this maybe in a company setting, you don't want to have all of the keys be equal to each other. You may want to have people who have seniority with a key if it's a corporate governance, right? And so that's what Miniscript starts being able to enable this tooling. Now, the immediate follow-up question you should be asking is, okay, what happens if Nico drops his ledger in the toilet, or if he gets hit by a bus and he disappears? That's where the next element comes in, and it makes time locking very accessible.
Oof,
so you can actually say, hey, if the money hasn't moved in 6 months or the money hasn't moved in a year, add new spending conditions, right? And you can have this, I call it making Bitcoin programmable money, actually making it better than a bar of gold, because we can add all of this governance to be able to actually distribute risk in really intelligent ways and mitigate different risk factors. And just the one last thing for like an individual, I think would be a really interesting concept that we're going to be putting out with our wallet entering open beta next week, Trident, is it's going to be locked to testnet for messing around. It works right now with the Ledger, works with the Cold Card, works with the Spectre DIY. The Bitbox 02 just dropped the Miniscript firmware like 2 days ago, so I have to go run home and integrate that. And also, I think very imminently, the Blockstream Jade is coming. So it's 5 signing devices. You could have it be a 2 of 3 multisig, and if the money hasn't moved in here, it becomes a 1 of 3 multisig. And the other team that's been working on this is the Wizard Sardine guys with the Liana wallet. But like, this is the idea of just making it more programmable and accessible to be able to use your Bitcoin in more interesting custody solutions.
Of course, and this applies. This applies because people don't realize, but Bitcoin businesses in general, they have a massive custody problem. Like custody it's an issue. It's going to be solved. Multi-sig plays a role. But what you were saying, it's not just multi-sig. It's multi-sig with all these different functionalities added on top that's going to allow business owners, right, to, assign different privileges, so to speak, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can have this whole distribution where you can have your executive team or your investors, whoever, can all hold keys. And it's a threshold of thresholds. So I could have my 2 of 3 plus your 2 of 3 to sign, right? You get to have more interesting custody government arrangements. What I love about this, no fork required. It's using everything out of the box already that how Bitcoin already naturally operates today. And it's a really compelling way of just start thinking about outside the box on what are new ways we can start leveraging Bitcoin. And just as a huge shout out to the Bitcoin Dev Kit team, BDK has all of this out of the box, built on top of Rust Bitcoin and Rust Miniscript. So I encourage people to start thinking around this. If you are technical, start playing around with these toolings and start thinking about more interesting ways to kind of see Bitcoin in color instead of the black and white we've been really using it up to this point.
Wait, Rob, I thought there was nothing new happening on Bitcoin.
Yeah, no, nothing at all. It's all boring. Just pack it in, everyone. We're all going home.
Wait, and also, I thought the Wizards killed Bitcoin. What's the response to this? Like, what are you doing over here wasting your time, Rob?
I mean... It's funny. I think it actually, to be totally fair, I think it's a bit, if we're going to look inwards, it's a bit of a failure of us because this has been around for 5 years and no one was really using it, right? Like, this is where I saw an opportunity and started building on it. And I mentioned before the Wizard Sardine guys, but like, we need to have more people building and actually putting these kind of solutions forward because there's going to be a lot of needs that are going to need to be met in a world, a hyper-Bitcoinized world. And having these kind of using Bitcoin to its full strengths, it's really compelling. And then, that part of the conversation I had with Marty a couple days ago was, thinking about ways to update Bitcoin with like forks and like new opcodes. I think those are all valid conversations, but also we're not even using Bitcoin, what's already here today. We should start using the tools that are already here today before, we can fully flesh out this design space. And you were talking earlier with Beauton about like user experience. That's actually the hardest part. Is designing a very slick user experience so you don't have to be hyper technical and to be able to approach this. And huge shout out to my co-founder Becca. She got into Bitcoin in 2019, which is a massive asset because she's not lost in the technical jargon. Like I got into Bitcoin in 2013 going to New York City BitDevs, and I have a perspective and a bias because I've been in it for so long. But thinking about how do we design tools that are very approachable for institutional TradFi players to be able to interact with this in a way where they're empowered to have access to their Bitcoin, but they're not going to be individually compiling each line of code.
Gotcha. I mean, it's so. I remember when we were talking about this. I think on the news desk, I was blown away because I was like, okay, so this doesn't need a fork. This is going to add capability. I think you were showing me, or I think you came on the show, but you were showing me the dashboard right? With all the different options on, and I'm a multi-sig junkie, and I taught I went through at least and I don't have a software background, or I'm a media guy, right?
Sure.
So I went through a 1.5 year trial and error, building it on Electrum, downloading, using Casa, using Unchained, recovering it on Electrum, recovering it on Sparrow, going through that and really getting used to multi-sig and really, and once you kind of get accustomed to it, you realize this is the future of custody, right? But what I love about what you guys are working on is the fact that it adds another level to it and it adds more capability.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's really exciting having been building on this for a while, and I'll definitely show you a demo after the fact because the whole UI has been fully refreshed since I showed it to you last time. You get to really, there are new things you have to consider, right? You now have this time element, so maybe if you deposit Bitcoin, maybe you have 1 Bitcoin in an address, but maybe only 10 million sats of that are actually accessible because they've been sitting there for 6 months or a year, right? So there are things to consider, but ultimately it's designing your money in such a way where you can distribute this risk so you can have comfort, right? And what we're doing on the insurance side is an interesting use case of this is we call it this concept of negative control. At no point ever is AnchorWatch a unilateral custodian. For the length of your insurance policy, though, we're required to co-sign, which starts mitigating a lot of things like a $5 wrench attack, right? If someone comes to your house and steals all of your keys, we're not going to just randomly sign your entire net worth off at a random moment's notice, right? So we're able to take these governance checks and actually embed it into the Bitcoin protocol. And then here's the great part. When the insurance policy expires, you don't want to work with us anymore. Instead of a custodian being like, hello, Mr. Custodian, can I get my money back? We just degrade and we disappear.
Just expires.
And we're no longer required to be participating.
That's amazing.
Wow.
And so I'm flabbergasted as to why, if this didn't require a fork, because that was the question I was going to ask you initially before you brought it up yourself. Why has no one thought about this?
This is why I go to before is that, you have to, it's a massive shout out to the team at Blockstream. They started building this in 2019. It technically worked, but you had to go mess with it yourself. Bitcoin Dev Kit really supercharged it to use it as a Swiss Army knife to be able to start tapping this stuff and using it, out of the box and having it work seamlessly. This is why I just encourage anyone to start really thinking and exploring the design space of Bitcoin and don't wait for someone else to build something. You need to get your hands dirty, get in there, find whatever your niche and your skill set is, and you want to be able to, find your way or to contribute that value back.
Gotcha. That dude. Yeah, dude, that's absolutely incredible. And I really think it's going to give a tremendous amount of capability to entrepreneurs and business owners. Yeah. So talk to me about where you see the next 5 years, 5 to 10 years in Bitcoin custody, because that is a problem that needs to be solved in the space currently. Where do you see this? How do you see this playing out?
Yeah, so my hope and my ambition is, one, I'm using this in the insurance context, but every individual can go run off and use this on their own, right? Bitcoin Core already has support for all of this, and I'm using this as one way of addressing the custody problem. I think it's going to be incredible to be able to enable things like social recovery. You could be like, hey, my money hasn't moved in a year. I'm going to add Nico's key to my quorum, right? And then Nico's key isn't able to spend the money out of the gate, but he's able to be 1 of 3, 1 of 5, whatever it is, at a later point in time. And we're going to be able to build, trustless solutions that allow everyone to be able to access their Bitcoin on their own terms. And it's a really compelling opportunity for the future. I think this could be a Cambrian explosion. At first, no one was using Miniscript. It's going to start coming in. More people are going to build wallet and tech solutions on top of it. And a lot of it's been plowed out now. There's now 5 signing devices that support it, which is so much further where we were 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's like I said, it is absolutely incredible. I'm so excited. I want to do a live dashboard type of demo. Definitely bring you back on Simply again and do that, because I think a lot of people would be interested in that. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait. Before we go, we are hearing the background music, but we were talking about soft forks and no soft forks. So can we get Rob's take on drive chains real quick?
Oh, I actually talked about this on TFTC with Marty. I told Paul last year that he should just launch it on Litecoin. And the reason why, like, we did it with SegWit, and like, you want to actually be able to provide an ecosystem for builders to do things, so that, like, here's the thing, like, Taproot, we're just starting to use Schnorr signatures for MPC, and we're just starting to use tap scripts for more advanced custody, and it took 2 years. I think that the protocol devs, it's incumbent on them to be able to provide a gap so application level developers like myself can actually build tools so we can actually use these things in a way that actually yields value. And that's like, independent of, do I think drive chains, I think they start messing around with like the game theoretic outcomes, but to be fair, I haven't fully read through all of the BIPs, so like I try to be neutrally agnostic on it and not pass final judgment. But I think there's no reason why you shouldn't just throw it on Litecoin. We did it with SegWit before we did that soft fork in 2017, so there's precedent. I think it's a great place to start.
Great political answer. I endorse it.
I still don't know what drive chains or ordinals are. I was like a main chain guy, and then Wallet of Satoshi just made it so freaking easy that I was just like, all right, I like Lightning now. Maybe I'm just a convenience guy.
Dude, Bitcoin Luddite. Bitcoin Luddite.
I just like making content. I'm a simple dude.
I call myself a proud layer 1 boomer when it comes to Bitcoin.
Let's go. Well, Rob, I think we stole you from lunch, so maybe you need to go get some lunch real quick
Rob,
before it gets rolled out.
Thank you so much, guys. Rob Hamilton from Anchor Watch. Definitely pay attention. So exciting what he's working on, and hopefully we'll bring him on Simply very soon. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. So you can hear the epic music in the background. It looks like we're almost back from lunch. Rob, thank you so much. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, guys. As you can see, we're getting back into the stream.
Yeah, we're about 7 minutes, and we'll be jumping straight into it. Guys, I want to give a very special shout out to one of Swan's new products, Swan IRA. Bitcoin is generational wealth, and you can secure your bright orange future with the Swan IRA. Real Bitcoin, no taxes. Swan offers both traditional and Roth options to best fit your needs. Create your IRA and start adding Bitcoin in less than 1 minute. Transfers and rollovers are available. Swan's Bitcoin experts will get you set up with no transfer fees and no minimum balance requirements. This is the real thing, not an ETF or other derivative. Get the real thing and get it at Swan. Go to swan.com/IRA for more details. Build your legacy your way. And of course, if you have any questions, doubts, or concerns, you can reach out to any of the Swans on Bitcoin Twitter or on Nostr. Or Orange Pill app is awesome, and they'll be happy to answer any questions you guys might have about the Swan IRA. Anyways, Opti, I do feel the music.
We're almost there. They just told me that we are about to pop into the next slide, but Gary has to do a special announcement for the people here in Austin at BitBlockBoom. There is a special gift. I'm not even sure what it is, but they're flashing a QR code, and it's not going to go to you guys out there. So this is why you need to be in Austin. This is why people show up to these conferences, not only to get the goodies, but to touch tips with Nico and.
Did you say you're gonna dye your hair?
No. I had my Slim Shady phase when I was 13. I am far away from that one. But yeah, man, this has been awesome. I am so glad we put this together almost last minute, and it's been slaying. And we've had so many. Honestly, Nico, can we just rewind a little bit to the conversation we just had with Beauton for 45 minutes?
Dude,
he's one of my favorite Bitcoiners.
That was okay. And also, guys, to be fair, a lot of the topics and a lot of the themes that were being talked about were, things that were outside of the Overton window. And I just want to emphasize Simply Bitcoin's position. We don't lean left or right. We are apolitical. We are not on the party of red or blue, left versus right, Democrat versus Republican. We are on the party of orange, which is the party of peace, Bitcoin, freedom, and prosperity. And what we're really up against is the party of green, which is the party of slavery, central bank digital currencies, nihilism, poverty, control, slavery. So I just want to emphasize that. But to get back to your point, man, yeah, dude, it's so many, he's a fascinating individual.
One of my favorites.
And I love Azteco. Like it's so obvious, it's so like, it's just like common sense type of stuff. But yeah, man, it blows my mind every time. It's just, when you're around someone and they just have like those good energy, like you can't put it into words, can't really describe it.
Yeah, Beauton's the nicest person. But if you saw him on Twitter, you'd be like, what? Like, I'm scared. Like, low-key, I'm afraid of Beauton, but like when you meet him in real life, you're like, oh, he is the nicest person. And not only that, you can tell that he's been around technology. He has thought very deeply about everything going on in the space. He's been writing about Bitcoin for so long. And man, dude, the endorsement that he gave us, I think we got to pat ourselves on the back a little bit on that one, Nico. Maybe we're right about this. Maybe we aren't as dumb as we look, everyone. We're doing something right here, and it's really just trying to provide entertainment, education, give you guys the signal every single day, and really what we talk about all the time, Nico. Breaking out of the Bitcoin echo chamber, and hopefully we can do that. But hey, he told us one thing. You'll know when you're breaking out of the echo chamber by the number of users. And shouts out to all you guys out there. I know we're streaming on the Swan channel right now, but shouts out to every single one of you guys that shows up every single day with us at Simply Bitcoin. And not only that, but supports us, that loves us, that spreads the signal, man.
Hold on a second, though. We're not just streaming on. We're
streaming, we're on BitBlockBoom.
We're on the Swan YouTube channel. We're on the Swan Rumble channel. We're on the BitBlockBoom YouTube channel. We're also streaming live to the Swan Twitter account, and we're all hosting a Spaces together on Twitter right now. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna push it back.
No, hold on. We got a little bit. We got a little while. This is the announcement, special announcement, guys. But this is why you got to be here at Austin. So we got probably about a minute before we go live again. Pull up on what's the schedule? What do we got next on the schedule, Nico?
Yes, sir. So next up we have Michael Atwood, and he's introducing.
Let's go!
And he is introducing Justin Avedon, right? So that should be a really good panel. And then we have Bobby Schell introducing Bob Burnett. Then we have Neil Jacobs introducing Tone Vase. And then we have David Hogan introducing Nick Bhatia. And then we have Katie the Russian introducing Natalie Brunell to end the day strong. So it should be we should finish off
what time are we at? We're at 1.
We should finish off day 1 of BitBlockBoom very, very strong. And yeah, man, this has been a lot of fun, dude.
Yeah, 100%. To be honest, Nico, I thought I would be a lot more worn down by now, but maybe it's all them coffees that are keeping me going. But maybe I need to go get some more coffee. We good? Good to go? Okay, I think we're going to the live stream now, guys, or I think we're about to transition back to the conference. The Spaces.
There's some audio. There
we go.
It won't work when you do like that. Okay. And the prize is from Minnesota. Oh, that's a huge of 500,000 sats from Azteco. Thank you very much. Now that we have the badass button working properly, who's coming up here? I don't know who's coming up here. Let him come up. Who's next? Well, we've been up here if you're introducing somebody. Thank you, guys. Hey, everyone.
You guys enjoying Austin so far? All right, you just get some barbecue or something, some beef. So you're ready. So you got the meat sweats. Well, we're going to introduce Justin here in a moment. All right, so guys, my name is Michael Atwood. I'm the founder of Oshi. We help businesses of all sizes integrate Bitcoin rewards into their business in the form of loyalty programs so they can offer rewards to people like y'all so you can stack more sats, but also, and perhaps more importantly, people that have never been familiar with Bitcoin at all, so they can earn their first sats and kind of keep this rolling. Something I want to talk about. I imagine most of y'all have earned like coffee points and stars and punch cards and all that stuff before, right? Majority of people have, but very few people have earned Bitcoin rewards. So outside of you guys, so that's kind of the thing that we're trying to do. So I'm also the organizer of the Austin Bitcoin Club, and yeah, so we host it out of the Bitcoin Commons. So it's a fantastic spot. We meet the first Thursday of every month. So come and check us out if you're in the area. We discuss things like self-sovereignty, freedom, generational wealth, just your typical Bitcoin things, right? Because what good is generational wealth if your health and that of your loved ones is suffering, right? So, we often cater KNC cattle beef. Johnny Ochoa comes in, caters it, it's fantastic, locally raised and even processed beef. And a lot of people ask us, what's the deal with beef and Bitcoin? I don't get it. Is it some weird Bitcoin cult thing, right? And maybe people who know, but those who don't and are just swinging by to the meetup for the first time find it a little, off-putting, let's say, initially. And I really think that could be a bit of a testament to how much emphasis we place on wealth, while oftentimes, many of us neglect our health, when really that should be the foundation of everything we do. And in my past life, I was an ICU travel nurse, so I got to see a lot of this firsthand. People were having their worst, shittiest time of their life, trust me. You're in the hospital bed in the ICU for days or weeks or months, you're having a bad time. And oftentimes, overwhelmingly so, people were suffering from entirely preventable diseases and illnesses, the overwhelming majority, whether it's self-inflicted through drugs or just poor lifestyle choices, not exercising and eating bad foods, right? And so how free and self-sovereign can we really be if we're dependent upon the industrial food complex, right? Something that we should all consider. Or worse, once you become dependent upon the industrial food complex, you will inevitably become dependent on big pharma. And I can assure you that is worse as someone who distributed that stuff to patients because they had no other options, okay? They absolutely go hand in hand. So what gives me so much hope and something that I'm passionate about is this movement towards regenerative agriculture. This movement towards shaking your rancher's hand, consuming nutrient-dense foods, an absolute hatred for seed oils, which is fun, just dunking on the seed oils every now and again. We have people championing this movement. We have the Beef Initiative. We have the Meat Mafia. We have the Regenaissance, right? This shirt here, proud to wear it. And this rabbit hole goes really deep. Most people have no understanding of health and fitness or nutrition. And frankly, this movement to this is kind of striking because I don't know if it's just because we've started moving towards the health aspects because our wealth is just getting completely sucked out of us and we just want to move out to the farm and live our best life, or it's something greater. Okay, sounds good. And so much like the Bitcoin rabbit hole, it helps to have someone to guide you along your journey. And that's why I'm really pleased to introduce the next speaker. He is a product manager at Unchained Capital, where he is focused on securing generational wealth for his clients. But in his off time, he is the creator of a fantastic Substack called the Primal Cut Sheet, and which is focused on generational health. And if you haven't already guessed, it naturally has a large emphasis on beef. So without further ado, Justin Evident, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Let's see if I can get this to, there we go. Well, hello. As Michael introduced, my name is Justin Evidon. I'm a product manager at Unchained by day, and at night, I spend a lot of time in the kitchen cooking. I spend a lot of time caring about my health and how I'm setting myself up for the future. And it's been a bit of a journey for me in coming to realize that there are a lot of things that we can do in terms of our health that we can take into our own control that are otherwise intentionally designed in our society today to be taken away from us. So I want to talk a little bit about the relationship, the parallels between Bitcoin and beef, and then I'm going to leave you all with some actionable information on how you can take sovereign control of your health. So this is a phrase that's often mentioned by Bitcoiners: don't trust, verify. Obviously, we've come to understand what that means, why it means so much. But oftentimes, Bitcoiners are not applying that to other aspects of their life. We will take for granted many other things, despite knowing that information can be manipulated and altered in a way that is not in our own best interest. We also often talk about time preference and the difference between having a high time preference and a low time preference. And this is often, I think, misconstrued by people to make the argument that a lower time preference is to be as miserly as possible today so you can have a lot of sats in the future. When in reality, the best approach to a low time preference life is to invest in yourself today so you can have an abundance of life in the future. If you can't enjoy the future with a lot of sats. And finally, health is wealth. I think that we're so hyper-focused on the Satoshis in our wallet and unable to recognize that there is an investment that needs to be made in our own bodies, our own well-being. We want to be there for our future generations to be able to enjoy time with our grandkids and the generations beyond. I'm not going to necessarily make a huge argument right now as to the health implications or the reason why beef is so healthy. There's plenty of resources out there. I strongly recommend the book Sacred Cow by Diana Rogers and Rob Wolf. They make a very compelling argument on why it is not only very healthy for you, but also environmentally friendly. Those are arguments that we can leave for another day. Suffice to say, I've just laid out a few kind of key points that at least have some relationship to Bitcoin. There are others that you can go into in terms of parallels between the two. Your custodial versus self-custodial relationship could be compared to relying on a grocery store for your beef versus having a chest freezer filled with frozen beef. Other potential parallels, KYC versus non-KYC, the provenance of your coins, grain versus grass-fed, and the differences there. I'm not going to dig into that right now. We'll save that for later on in the talk. But while there's a lot of parallels you can draw between Bitcoin and beef, I want to focus in on three fundamental pillars as to why you should invest in storing beef for yourself at home as opposed to relying on somebody else. So the first is the philosophical reason. When you connect directly with a farmer, you are establishing a decentralized peer-to-peer relationship. You are no longer beholden to the supply chains of the conglomerates, never knowing if a grocery store is going to have what you want. And as we've seen in recent years, supply chain disruptions can happen at a moment's notice. And if you are, like most people, you have a freezer filled with a week's worth of food and you're constantly going to the grocery store for all of your ingredients, that can create challenges and you become far more dependent on the system. The second is the economics of it. Buying beef in bulk is way cheaper than buying it on a retail basis or even going to a steakhouse. I had the pleasure of going out with some friends last night to a steakhouse here in town. A $70 steak that was reasonably well prepared, but could have been done much better. And probably in terms of cost was less than $5 for them. So the margins are insane. And you can easily accomplish a better output at home for much cheaper. Not only that, but when farmers are selling to a large meat packing operation, they are going through an auction process. And more often than not, the amount that they earn per head is very low. I think some of the farmers I've spoken to are looking at maybe $300 to $400 per head, versus if they can find a consumer that wants to buy direct from them and buy quarters or half or wholes, they're looking at upwards of $2,000. So that is a huge swing in terms of the amount of money that they can earn. Likewise, you're able to spend much less. Oftentimes, the cost per pound is going to drop from up in the $10 to $12 per pound on average to sometimes even half of that. It's also a predictable food cost for people that are doing budgeting and trying to run their home like a business. There's less fluctuations, there's less dependence upon what is going to be presented to them at the market or at the grocery store. Finally, provenance. This comes back to the phrase at the beginning. Verifying the origin of your meat at a grocery store can be impossible. At best, they might be able to give you one or two farm names, but they don't necessarily know with certainty. There are also, for some of you may be familiar with a term called the COOL Act. It was the Country of Origin Labeling Act that was introduced in 2002, and it stipulated that any meat product, in particular beef and pork, had to have a label on it that told you where the meat originated from, what country that animal was raised in. Seems like a great idea on paper. For whatever reason, that was repealed in 2015. So that is no longer a requirement. And so in effect, they can put a piece of meat out in the grocery store, say that it is a product of the US, when in reality, that could have come from Argentina or from Uruguay or from Vietnam or wherever else and have been packaged in the United States. That's all it needs to be done. So long story short, economies of scale make it necessary to process meat in ways that are not ideal. They are not necessarily looking out for the consumer's best interest, they're looking out for their profit margin and their best interest. There was an article that I came across in some of the research that I was doing that went through the process of trying to figure out how many different animals comprised a single pound of beef at a grocery store. There's been a number of these articles over the years, but the estimates have ranged from anywhere from in the hundreds to upwards of 1,000 different animals that come in together in a single pound of ground beef at a grocery store. That is going to inevitably lead to cross-contamination, potential issues. The way that they're going to end up mitigating that is by fumigating it, using all sorts of gases to try and deal with it, or they're going to be filling those animals full with antibiotics as a way of mitigating potential disease. The other potential problem is that when a grocery store has meat on hand, they are going to look for ways to be able to maximize the length of time that they can sell that to a customer. In most places in the US, I think in the EU as well, you're looking at an average of about 10 days that they're allowed to keep it out refrigerated before they finally have to remove it. This is often why you'll see manager specials where they're trying to mark it down to get it moved. But there are efforts to try and extend that. And I don't know about you, but when I buy meat and I bring it home, if I leave it in the refrigerator for longer than 6 or 7 days, things start to get a little weird. And I'm not as keen on working with that cut of meat. So suffice to say, there are a lot of challenges and a lot of pitfalls that you're going to run into. And I realized in going through extensive amounts of research, trying to better understand how this process unfolded, what I needed to know in order to be confident buying meat in bulk, I realized that this was information that was very valuable to others. And so I ultimately started a Substack called the Primal Cut Sheet, where I look to aggregate a lot of this information and share it with others. And what I found is that there's a step-by-step process in terms of questions that inevitably come up for people that need to be answered along the way, and some of the roadblocks, the hurdles that need to be overcome. Oftentimes when friends of mine are starting to ask about it or other contacts, I jokingly send this as a reminder that Bitcoin isn't the only thing that you should be keeping in cold storage. So, sorry, I'll go back so you can get a photo of that. So, what I want to do now is just run through the basics of buying in bulk. This should be relatively straightforward. I'm going to try and leave a little bit of extra time at the end for questions if they come up. There's a lot to cover, but hopefully it's pretty straightforward. So, what are the basics of buying beef in bulk? Well, there's a couple questions you need to answer early on. One, what kind of beef do you want? As I mentioned earlier, there's often a debate between grass-fed and grain-fed beef. I decided to go a little bit deeper on this because while I very much enjoy having grass-fed, grass-finished meat on occasion, I often find it a little gamey, too lean, it can dry out really easily, it's hard to work with. And I felt like it was impossible that grass-finished was the only option in terms of getting healthy meat. And what I came to discover is that the thing that you're trying to avoid more than anything is animals that have been raised at the end of their life on a feedlot. When they go from pasture for the better part of a 12 to 14 months, and they get sold at auction and they get taken to a feedlot, they instantly go from a diet of 100% grass to grains with no access to fresh pasture. This shock to their system will acidify their gut and cause liver abscesses to the point where without intervention, roughly 1 in 5 cows will have livers with significant enough liver abscesses that they are deemed unfit for human consumption. While those livers are subsequently removed, you have to wonder how that impacts the meat. And the solution that the industrial agricultural system came up with is to provide preventative antibiotics to every single animal. And that has reduced it to 1 in 10. So obviously an improvement, but still there's an issue there. 10% of those animals still are going to end up with liver abscesses, and 100% of the animals are now subsequently filled with antibiotics. Also creates issues in terms of antibiotic resistance. And what you're ultimately looking for is a farmer who wants to continue to raise these animals on pasture through the duration of their life, but introduce a supplemental feed. Often people will argue that grains are an unnatural part of an animal's diet, but if you were to allow for an animal to graze naturally throughout wherever it is that they may roam, in the summer and the fall, they're going to be encountering grains that are naturally coming up, and they're going to be eating those. So the primary issue here is ultimately coming back to the provenance and being able to verify how this animal is being raised. Again, very difficult to do in a grocery store. The next question you're going to ask yourself is, how much should I buy, right? If you are a single person living in an apartment and all you have is a 4 or 5 cubic foot freezer that sits atop your refrigerator, and you are consuming, half a pound 3-4 times a week, you may not need a full beef share. Ideally, when you buy in bulk, you're going to want to work through that reasonably well in 6 to 12 months. That meat can last longer than that, but the quality is going to start to drop off. The nutrition's still going to be there. I ended up putting together a little bit of a cheat sheet on how much you might want to purchase based on your consumption patterns. I've got ranges here in large part because a grass-finished animal is going to be on the lower end of that range. It's just a smaller animal, hasn't put on as much intramuscular fat. But more often than not, rough estimate, an 1/8 or a 1/4 beef is going to be great for one person. A half beef, I've got a household of 4, 3 currently consuming beef. The other one's too young to be eating beef, although that will be happening soon enough. And we go through probably a half beef every 6 months or so. The next question to ask, how do I find the farmers? How do I find the ranchers? Where am I going to connect with them? If you're in a city, you might feel removed from the rural landscape around you, but more often than not, there are farmers markets, which are a great starting point for connecting with farmers that are coming into town that are going to give you an opportunity to try a little bit at first. That can also ultimately lead to building longer-term relationships. Or you can go online. There's directories for most states where you can find farmers that are in your area. You can cold call them. This is something that I did once I realized that I had a very specific type of farm practice that I wanted to source from. And you can just start asking them questions. How do you raise your animals? How do you feed them? How long are they on pasture? How far do they need to be transported in order to be slaughtered? What butcher do you work with? All these things, they're going to be happy to provide answers for, because ultimately they're looking for a customer and they want to give you those answers. And they actually care about getting more customers that are interested in their practices. More often than not, farmers are very proud of what it is that they do. If they're not proud of what they do, if they're not interested in telling you more about it or having you come out to visit the farm, it's probably not a good sign. Places like this are going to be all over the place. It's a great opportunity to connect with them, talk with them. Chances are, if they're at a farmer's market, they're interested in talking. If they're not, again, move on. The next big challenge, once you've found your farmer that you want to work with, you've decided on how much you want to purchase, this is really the crux of the issue, and one of the reasons why I coined the term primal cut sheet. The cut sheet is the language that you speak with the butcher. This is once you have committed to an animal, it ends up at the slaughter, the butcher is going to reach out and is going to say, I have you down for getting a half beef or a 1/4 beef. Here's a sheet I need you to fill out, send it back to me. Sometimes they're going to be more than happy to jump on a phone call with you and walk you through it, but if they're doing a large enough operation where let's say they've got 40 or 50 animals that they're processing on a weekly basis, and there's at least 2 or 3 clients per head, that's a lot of individual calls to make, and that's going to take up a lot of time. And they're often not going to be that interested in trying to help you maximize the amount of stuff that you get. I ended up putting this up a little bit too small, but this is an example of what a cut sheet looks like on the right side. It is a foreign language. When I first started looking at this, I didn't understand what the difference was between a cross rib and an arm roast, or why I wanted to tell them the thickness or the roast cut size. There's a lot that needs to be deciphered there. And what you don't know to ask for oftentimes is going to be left out. When I got my first half beef a number of years ago, I didn't get any fat. It just wasn't mentioned on the cut sheet. And I didn't realize until I went and ordered the next time, and I was working with a different butcher, that fat was listed on there, and I ended up with a box of 30 pounds of fat. And so being able to maximize what it is that is being provided by these farmers is ultimately the most efficient and the best way for us to do the honorable thing, to honor the animal that we have slaughtered for our consumption. So being able to navigate that cut sheet is really important, and the faster that you can understand and decipher that, the more pleasant the butcher is going to be, and subsequently the more likely he is to do a decent job of doing the work for you. So that's kind of the summary here. There's a lot more that can go into it. Obviously, you can end up with a chest freezer filled with ribeyes, and that would be wonderful, but realistically, when you get a half cow, it's not all ribeyes. And you need to then be able to figure out, what am I going to do with all this meat? So that's the next evolution of what I'm going to be working on over the coming years, is helping people better understand how to maximize the use of all these different cuts, how to be able to work with things that you wouldn't have otherwise had. You go to a grocery store, you're not, unless you're Billy, you're not going to be buying shanks. And a lot of people, that's usually one of the biggest hang-ups. How am I going to end up cooking all of these awkward cuts that I'm going to be working with? So to bring it full circle, this is an opportunity to take back control over yet another thing in your life that our large agricultural systems have tried to claw away from us. It allows for you to create a deeper connection with your neighbors, with farmers, and to ensure that they have reliable customers that are willing to pay them the fair market value of the work that they have done. And it is not only in your best interest, but it is in everyone's best interest to buy beef directly from a farmer, to buy beef in bulk. The incentives are aligned, much like the network. You have nodes, you have miners, there's an incentive alignment there. And so I want to leave you with this thought. As you continue to move forward with your evolution in learning about beef and getting more comfortable with the idea of explaining to your girlfriend why you have bought a 9 cubic foot chest freezer to put in the living room, you want to always and forever keep in mind that the correct number of chest freezers to have is one more than you currently own. Never a bad idea. So that's it for now. I'm happy to leave it open to questions. I figure there's probably going to be a number of them, but thank you very much.
I'm sure it's money printing that's done it, but we're blew way past the all-time high on cattle here.
The number of cattle, the number of head that we have?
No, the price per.
Oh, the price.
Price per
yeah.
truck, right? 50,000 pound live feeder or 40,000 pound feeder cattle are at all-time record-breaking highs. So it's sort of expensive to be a real carnivore. You know anything about the market? You know what's going on? I mean, if there's an attack on beef in our life, then you would think the price would be going down.
Yeah, I think there's definitely been an increase in the cost of inputs for a lot of feedlot operations. They are heavily dependent upon grains, and as those prices tick up, that's going to increase the price of beef. It's also just, as inflation number go up, everything is going to end up costing more. It's going to continue to drive forward. So buying in bulk is kind of like buying futures, assuming the price of beef is going to go up, and giving yourself an opportunity to lock in those low prices, people, right? If you are comfortable with going to Costco and figuring out if they are sourcing from a decent place, which they're probably not, and seeing those prices, fluctuate between $15 and $20 a pound for a ribeye steak, or you can have a half dozen ribeyes at the ready in your chest freezer and have paid an average of $6 a pound. That seems like a better option. So as those prices continue to go up, this is an opportunity to just bring that overall cost down.
You mentioned with the grass-fed beef that it can be gamey and stuff. I implore you to check out different sources and not just like blanket grass-fed beef tastes not as good as grain. Because there's some amazing grass-fed beef out there, just tastes incredible. So it's not always the case.
Sorry, what is it that didn't taste, or that tasted great? Grass-fed.
Yeah. Not all of it tastes gamey. There is some grass-fed beef that does taste gamey, but if you get the right type and the right breed, it's fantastic.
Yeah, a lot of it depends upon, I should clarify, I'm not looking to denigrate grass-finished meat. It is going to be healthier. It's going to end up costing a lot more per pound. My challenge was I didn't feel like it was always necessarily worth that premium cost. I do know that there are some producers who will raise their animals for upwards of 3 years. And that at a roughly, this is a quote that I remember hearing from the folks that run Holy Cow Beef, where after about 30 months, the animal has put on kind of they've grown to their maximum size, and for the rest of the time, they continue to develop fat stores. And so you can end up with a product that has enough of the marbling to kind of balance things out while never having consumed supplemental grains that were introduced elsewhere. But oftentimes, depending on the types of cover crops that are being grown in a fully grass-fed operation, they end up being a close approximation of grains. And so there isn't, a one-size-fits-all. I think that was kind of my ultimate takeaway, is that there's more nuance to it. You can't just simply say that because there were grains that were involved that it's going to be bad or unhealthy. The goal is to move away from the feedlot operations that are objectively causing further malnourishment, sickness, and leading to poor quality. Yeah. Over here.
And it's the first time I realized, the commodity market is extremely manipulated. So, I now foresee a similar thing coming to beef. How high is the price of beef going to go?
Trying to understand the markets and how those prices have been fluctuating is kind of out of my wheelhouse. I have definitely found that if you are able to work directly with a farmer, you're going to remove some of those challenges. They're still going to have some increases overall, but yeah, being less reliant upon the overall market to determine how that's unfolding, being a reliable customer for a farmer is going to incentivize them to keep you as a recurring customer, and is going to give them an opportunity to provide you with, as an example, the farmer I get most of my beef from, if he has any cuts where the vacuum seal has broken a little bit and he's not going to be able to sell those at retail price, he will run those by me, give me a discount. They're still great, right? Just because the vacuum seal has busted doesn't mean it's going to suddenly be bad to eat. It's just that it's not going to last as long in the freezer without losing quality. So again, building those relationships with farmers directly not only is going to give them incentive to want to keep you around as a customer, but if the proverbial shit does hit the fan, you're likely the first person that they're going to reach out to and give you effectively first right of refusal. Yeah. Up front. You can probably talk loud enough.
Real quick, do you potentially offer any services where people could reach out to you and you could help walk them through buying a cow, especially when they have a cut sheet, and save them a ton of time, hypothetically?
Thank you for the planted question, Billy. So as part of Primal Cut Sheet, I do offer the opportunity to jump on a call with you. If you are just wanting to better understand some of the specific questions that you have for buying beef in bulk, or if you've committed to an animal, you've gotten a cut sheet, and you just want help walking through it, making sure that you're getting the most out of it, that's something that I'm more than happy to jump on a call with you about. There's been a couple of instances where people have ended up with effectively an extra 50, 60 pounds of usable product that they would have otherwise lost out on. Building confidence in the ability to get your money's worth and then to be able to use it properly. We're over time, Billy. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Hello. How's it been so far today? Loving it? All right, good. Well, my name is Bobby Schell. I work with Voltage, VP of Marketing, and I've enjoyed Bitcoin since 2017 after getting wrecked with all the S coins, as Morgan Richard said. So learned my lesson, and now I work for a Lightning company, have for 2 years, and what I really love about like my Bitcoin journey, because we're supposed to share a little bit of our story or whatever, came in learning about sound money. I think a lot of us go down many rabbit holes when you're in this community, and you learn about a lot more than you really expected whenever you jumped in with this wild group of people. And it's been a lot of fun. And now that I work for a Lightning company, I've started looking at and exploring the value for value side that Christopher Calicott was speaking about earlier. And as a marketer of 12 years, I've always worked with small businesses, which is the backbone of America. And we're seeing this transformation where individuals have what we now call a personal brand. And at the end of the day, every person's a bit of their own business. You have your own identity, and you can either leverage it as a solo entrepreneur or to bring value to the organization you're within. And I have this firm belief, and we're actually seeing this happen at Bitcoin companies, where you want to, especially in a niche industry like this, is you want to hire people who can add value to the organization and bring leads and like bring awareness and get impressions and visibility for your brand. And I have a belief that every single person on the internet in the future, it's not going to be about their resume, it's going to be about the content they create, the website they have, and the influence they have, and that's going to help them get the job, because you can get a better taste and flavor of how people are, who they are, with what they say and do online. And while we all love and value privacy, there's actually a lot of benefits and leverage you get by being present online and being yourself versus being a non. And there's a lot of benefits of being a non, but what I really love about the Lightning Network and Bitcoin is the fact that it gives just individual creators the capability to earn directly from the audience that they're speaking to. And it creates just an insane level of empowerment and just opportunity for these people that can't be censored and can't be stopped, and it allows for just new models and things to happen, and that gets me really excited and really jazzed, and I hope to educate more people about that over the next few years. But enough about my story, because I didn't come here to talk a ton. Today I'm here to introduce Bob Burnett, and this dude has a fascinating story. We got to talk backstage for a few minutes, and I think you guys are really going to enjoy what he has to share today. He actually helped design the world's first laptop back in 1986, so I think you'll be surprised by a lot of just the knowledge that he has and what he's going to pass along. And he was the CTO at a company called Gateway in the 90s, and that was back in the heyday of the PC era. So I think you're going to really enjoy what he's sharing, and more importantly, what he's doing now is he works in the Bitcoin mining space, and he is the CEO and chairman at an organization called Barefoot Mining, and I'm sure he's going to dive into that and share it with you guys, but that's all I really have to say. I hope you guys have fun, and here we have Bob Burnett.
All right. Thank you, Bobby.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm going to say some things today that I hope are at least enlightening. some of them might be controversial. Some of them might actually piss you off. I don't know. But I'm coming to you with some truth, and there are some things happening relative to block space and specifically block space scarcity that I don't think have gotten much airtime yet. And so we're going to start walking through that. I think to start with, let's talk a little bit about scarcity. Scarcity, specifically absolute scarcity, really typically has only come through historical means. So for instance, if we have like a 1952 Mickey Mantle baseball card, that card only achieved absolute scarcity through the passage of time. It wasn't absolutely scarce at creation, and it had no value at creation. It was only later in time when that scarcity was recognized. When Satoshi created Bitcoin, he created really the first absolute scarcity at onset. And he did it through the release of the money supply through the halving and the proof of work mechanism. And so I think we all know that we end up at 21 million. But what I think most people don't think about is Satoshi created a second absolute scarcity, and that's block space. If we look at any period of time, let's say 1 year, then the amount of block space available in that window is absolutely scarce. It's finite, and unless you believe that 10-minute block times or 4 million weight unit blocks should be changed, then that's an absolute. So before I get to that, we're going to explain a little bit about block times and a block space. Before I do, though, just a question for you. If I said we're going to have a bet about the time it takes for the next block to process on the network, and I said we're going to put the under over at 8 minutes, how many people are going to pick the under? Raise hands. How many are going to pick the over? Okay, I want to bet with you people. So my team, sometimes, the beauty of the way Bitcoin was created was that we have access to all the data in the world, but it's not always assembled in a manner in which we like. So one of the things I've done with my team is we have gone back to block 1, and we've extracted several dozen pieces of data from every block and assembled them and started to run statistical analysis against them. And one of the interesting conclusions from that was that the median block time is 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Now that's over the last year, but interestingly, it only varies by about 4 seconds if you go all the way back to the beginning. So what that means is, if you're going to bet somebody on the time it takes for the next block to occur, the median, meaning 50% of the time it's faster than this number and 50% of the time it's slower, it's 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Now the average, the mean, is different. That number comes closer to 10 minutes. And so if you go from the beginning of time, you'll see that it's 9 minutes and 34 seconds. More recently, it's 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Now you might say, well, Bob, we're kind of nitpicking about a few seconds. But the reality is those seconds are very important. They add up. So I run a mining company. The faster those block times run, the more blocks per day that come out, and the higher the revenue is. That also means, by the way, that most people think about, you hear about 900 Bitcoin per day released into the supply. That's actually not true. It's more like 919, 920 is more the rate at which Bitcoin enters the money supply. So if you're trying to calculate the inflation rate or something like that, that's more the number that you should use. So you can see on the chart that right now what happens is we get about 147 blocks per day. Historically, we've gotten about 150. Now, if we look at block space, since SegWit, and we won't go into any technical details today, but since SegWit, block space is defined by weight units. And so block space has a maximum of 4 million weight units. And what you see if you look at this chart in that left column, average block weight, is that historically it was kind of empty. But the last 6 months, it's completely full. So we're at 3.97 million average block weight size in every single block. Now, sometimes that's because we couldn't go into the technical details of it. What is it? Well, it's probably easier for people to think in terms of transactions. So what it means is that every block has just under 2,700 transactions right now. That's the average. So if we want to start thinking about what really is the capacity of the network, we have to put these things together. So if we want to look at like what a lower bound is for the throughput of the network in a given year, assuming the network actually hit the 10-minute goal, which it probably never will, by the way, at least as long as hash rate expands, we'll probably always run a little hot, but let's just be conservative with this number. We have 10 minutes. That means there'll be 52,500 blocks processed in the year. And if we take that 2,685 transactions per block, that means we have a network capacity of just over 140 million transactions per year. And if you go back to my original premise, which is let's not screw with block times and let's not screw with block space, certainly fought that war already, that defines the throughput of the network, at least on a lower bound. Now, could we do better? Probably a little bit. If we run a little hot like we have been, and we run at that 947, and people, probably because fees are going up, get a little more efficient in the way that they do their transactions. They consolidate them, they do some of those sort of things. There's probably an opportunity to increase that number by about 50%, which would put us at about 4,000 transactions per block. But still, at the end of the day, what that means, we just over 200 million transactions per year is the capability of the network. Now, we have to put this in context. There's 8 billion people in the world. If we have an opportunity for only 200 million base layer interactions per year shared by 8 billion people, and we'll go into this math a little more in a second, we have a problem. If we also consider there are 334 million companies in the world, again, there's a problem. There, by the way, just another interesting stat, there's approximately 600 million entrepreneurs in the world. But a lot of these numbers overlap a little bit, but still, these are very large numbers. And if you're here at a conference like this, you're here like me because you want to see Bitcoin win. You want to see Bitcoin adopted widely across the world and become the money of the future. But we have to face certain realities based on the mathematics and the capabilities of the network. Right now, if we look at self-custody, it's a little difficult to determine how many people actually self-custody, but we can get some metrics. There are 48 million people, or there are 48 million addresses that hold some value of Bitcoin in them. There are 12 million that hold 0.01 Bitcoin or more, which is about $260 worth today. And so what that means is that we're at, even if 100% of those at 0.01 Bitcoin were individuals, we're at a penetration of about 12 million people holding Bitcoin on the base layer. Now that's probably a gross overestimate, but even if it is, that means 0.15% of the world holds money at the base layer. But we also have a mempool For those of you who aren't familiar with the mempool is basically where transactions go before they're included in a block. We're stuffed. For the last 6 months, we've been running massive backlogs. If this were a factory, we have orders that we can't fulfill. We have orders that we can't fulfill at a major level. We're sitting right now just under 400,000 transactions hoping to get processed. Now that chart that I'm showing you here also includes fees. So just so as you're looking at it, the bluish kind of numbers are people offering essentially low fees, and those in green are kind of moderate fees, and those in red are kind of high fees. But here's the situation. We said there's 334 million companies in the world. Let's pretend they all adopted Bitcoin tomorrow. Well, if we have somewhere between 150 and 200 million transactions per year, that means essentially each company could do about one base layer transaction every 2 years. If we took it a different fight, said, well, let's not talk about the companies, let's talk about the people. If you had 2% of the population, that's about 160 million people globally. That means each person could do one base layer transaction per year. If somebody out there is holding a massive amount of Bitcoin and you wish to, let's say, donate 1,000 sats to every person in the world right now, and you did an individual transaction for that, it would take you 40 years of consuming 100% of the network capacity to do that. So when we look at this, it's not advancing. Right? There we go. Okay. I want to step back with that in mind a little bit and talk about the subsidy. So Bitcoin miners and the network runs on a reward system. Every block rewards the winner of that block with a subsidy plus fees. And I think most people are aware of that, or something like that. Most people are aware that right now that subsidy is 6.25 Bitcoin, that the halving is coming next year, and that number is going to be cut in half. And I think most of the people think about it in the context that, you know, that's the new money coming into the monetary system. That's true, and that's the incentive to the miners. And I think most people stop their thinking right there. But I think Satoshi, part of his genius when he set up Bitcoin was it was more than that. I think other things to benefit the ecosystem were part of that subsidy. One was that it would incentivize people to self-custody. Like, hey, it's there, it's accessible, you can go do it. And therefore it was a way of incentivizing user adoption. I'm older than probably most of the people in the room, but back in the late 70s and the 80s, there used to be these things, Record of the Month Club, and you would get a magazine, People magazine or something like that, and in the back of the magazine, you'd see an ad like you're looking at right here. And it was very alluring. I fell for it over and over and over, frankly. And you could for 1 penny get 13 records or tapes. And that day when those arrived was really exciting. You get this big box, and I always got the records, you know. And it was very exciting. And then the reality of the program would hit in, and you had to buy like 10 more albums over the next 2 years at regular prices. And they were a little overpriced. They weren't horrible, but as a teenager, let's say, I'd have to scrounge the money up to make that happen. But the truth was, you know, what was it? It was a limited time offer. Bitcoin, because of the subsidy, has really been very similar. We've had our introductory period. We've had unlimited access to the world's most secure digital network, virtually for free, whenever we want. And I believe offer is about to expire, that we're about to enter a new era. And I think that will cause a lot of us to rethink how we interact with Bitcoin, and maybe as we're trying to bring new people in, how we sell them on it. There's a great quote, former British general, it said, "A luxury once enjoyed becomes a necessity." And so just to kind of reinforce what I just said, I think that's what we've been living. We've been living in a luxury, again, the world's greatest, most secure digital network available to us at will whenever we want. And we've gotten used to thinking that that will always be the case. But here's the reality. I showed you the math before, and this will probably sound sacrilegious. Very few people will be able to hold their own keys. You can't have 8 billion people in a network that processes 200 million transactions a year and have everybody hold their own keys. That doesn't mean I like that, by the way. I'm just telling you what it is. And I believe that we do not want to go through block size wars again. I believe the network was properly shaped. But we're in a very select privileged group of people who've had access to this for 15 years. There is a small window still open, but not much. So, a few things to think about. For this group, if you have Bitcoin outside of the on-chain system, now's the time to move it in. You can still do it for free at will. But this next part will sound a little funky. If you have money that's on the base layer that you might need instant access to, let's say you know that you're going to purchase a car in a year from now. Well, I can't sit here and guarantee you that you can move money from the base layer at will at a low price a year from now. So you might want to start thinking about whether or not you can find some other place, and I'm not here to tell you what that place is. I really don't know, but you might want to think about where you would move that. Consolidate your UTXOs. I gave you some stats before. There's 48 million addresses that hold some Bitcoin. Only 12 million hold 0.01 or more. That means 36 million addresses hold less than 0.01 Bitcoin. Okay, I don't know who they are. I may even have a couple of them myself. I need to go back and look. But you gotta do the consolidation right now of UTXOs and of stray addresses. The importance of Lightning cannot be overstated. The network cannot grow without Lightning, and we'll talk about this in a minute. In the future, you're going to have to think about base layer interactions well in advance and plan them. And if you're going to want to do 2 or 3, let's say in a given year, I mean, remember you're using a big percentage of the world's bandwidth. How can you consolidate them? Can you do something with 2 inputs and 4 outputs instead of maybe doing them one at a time? And start rethinking some of the messaging to newbies, because I think the ability to self-custody isn't going to be available to everybody at all times. So this is a little chart I put together. I call it Bitcoin purity. And like I say, it feels a little dirty to make something like this, but I feel I have to. So I think we all know that the ETF initiatives are out there in force. Whether you like them or not, they're out there in force. And they might represent the smallest form of Bitcoin ownership. I would say, by the way, even off this chart are things like ownership of like Bitcoin mining companies. That's not a Bitcoin investment. You know, you don't have any title to it. There's not even kind of an indirect inference. And as you move up this table, you'll see, you know, I put exchanges in 2 categories, those that have proof of reserves and those that don't. We've got FEDI, And that whole initiative, which I think is just like Lightning, absolutely imperative to the growth and success of the network. You have Lightning wallets, and then you have the on-chain. I'm going to shift a little bit to talk about miners and the security of the network. Okay, what did I do? Did I not, that one, you see that? You see the pyramid, like the inverted pyramid? All right, we're going to this one. Thank you. Okay, so fees. So you might have heard a lot of people talk about one problem for Bitcoin is the security budget in the future. And the security budget is dependent on fees. As the subsidy goes down, the importance of the fees goes up. This chart right here shows the percentage of revenue for the miners from fees. For the most part, it's held very low. We had a little blip recently. That was the ordinal stuff back in the spring. But interestingly, as chaotic and kind of disjointed as that works, you might find this interesting. It surprised me. If you look at the fees per block, they almost haven't moved over time. So the all-time average fees for block, 0.335 Bitcoin. The last 4 years, 0.315 Bitcoin. And the last 6 months, actually exactly at the all-time average of 0.335. So even though the subsidy has been going down with time, we've had actually pretty consistent behavior as measured in Bitcoin from the fees. So I'm going to skip forward to here. So let's look at this. So this chart shows if we maintain this 0.335 fee rate with the declining halving schedule going forward, and we take, I think, a fairly conservative growth for the average price of Bitcoin over each epoch, starting at 50,000 and ending up at 250,000 in the year 2040, you'll see that the revenue for the miners as measured in fiat doesn't vary wildly. And interestingly, if the same security budget gets applied, because of Moore's law, which basically says the chips get faster and consume less power, even in this scenario, the global hash rate's going to rip. We don't have to worry about the security of the network. Now, if we say because of the crowding of the network and all these transactions that are pouring in, we say, well, maybe we'll finally see a slight uptick in fees. So if over each epoch we see just a 20% growth in fees, then we end up with a security budget by 2040 that's 50% greater than today. So I personally don't see a scenario where we really have to worry about this. So let's kind of wrap up. Fees are going to rip. So I didn't really show that in here. We don't. I personally think what we saw last spring is very indicative of the way the world's going to be in the next epoch, meaning post the halving, that we're going to highly likely to see fees be massively expensive. To the degree all the people in the room here can evangelize and support those in the development community and the Lightning area and the Fediment or other layer 2, layer 3 custodial, we really need to support them because the base layer can't do it. Miners are the gatekeepers of the blocks. And I think we're going to see the value of the miners, both figuratively and literally, skyrocket. I think you're going to see some movements. For those of you a little more technical, you may be familiar with something called Stratum v2, which allows one method, and there are others, one method for miners not mining pools to create their own templates. I think you're going to see that happen. Financial institutions are going to pay attention. We know BlackRock and Fidelity and Vanguard and these sort of folks are kind of lurking on the sidelines. When they come in, I think they're going to come in hard. I think there's a thought process often that it is the energy companies that will move hard into mining. I think there's some truth to that, but I think it will pale in comparison to the strength with which the financial institutions try to come in and attack mining. And I use the word attack because I think it's something we have to be a little fearful of. So I'll close with one last slide. And I'm almost 60 years old, and but I'm a system designer. I think Bobby told you a little about my background. And I think long term, I believe what we're trying to build is a monetary system for the next 1,000 years. And we often have to step back and not think about today or 2 years from now or a decade from now, but think about much longer time periods. We suffered through the block size war 5-6 years ago. I believe there will be one more war. I hope I'm wrong. But I believe it will be a block time war, not a block size war. Because if you think back to the thing I started with, there's only really two ways to increase the capacity of the network: the block time or the block size. We've already fought the block size war. There will be a point when we hit roughly a decade from now where, for all practical purposes, all the Bitcoin is mined. The subsidy is almost meaningless. And so I believe, and I want you to watch out for this, I believe there will be forces that will say, well, therefore, we can increase the block time from, let's say, 10 minutes to 5 minutes, or decrease it from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. We will not affect the inflation rate of Bitcoin, and we will double the capacity of the network. The financial institutions are going to want to do that because they are going to be beholden to the fees by the mining network, and they're going to want more capacity. Like I said, I mentioned I'm 60 years old. This may happen when I'm in my mid-70s, and so I'm here today, and I will be repeatedly while I'm still here talking to you because most of you are younger than me, and I want you to be aware of this. I want to preempt the attack vectors and nip these in the bud, and not allow this thing to take hold. So I'm making a prediction, as I said, I hope is not true. I am not here to scare anybody. Bitcoin is strong, we are secure, and we will win. So thank you. Well done.
Wow. Bob's 60 years old. Wow, that's really real damn old, Bob. Wait till you get up here, 69. That difference is big. Come on out here. We got a wheel spinner coming here. And what's your name, sir?
Jeffrey Swan.
Got first and last name. That's unusual as hell. Okay, probably trying to...
All right, guys. I'm here with the two gentlemen from... First of all, that panel was absolutely mind-blowing. So shout out to...
Wait, Nico. Can we get a coffee count for me, for everyone back home keeping count? I think I'm on number 8.
Oh man, it has been a long day to say the least, but it's been quite fun. Anyways, guys, we are with the legends from Toxic Happy Hour and the masterminds behind the Pleb Party in Miami, which you guys absolutely freaking massacred in a good way. And yeah, how you guys doing?
Puppy and Anders.
He said puppy first. Go ahead.
What can you say? It starts with the journey, not only going down a Bitcoin rabbit hole, but it turns into, well, there we a little bit closer with the mic, yeah. See, you guys are professionals. We aren't. You know, it all starts with a journey in a rabbit hole, and you just love Bitcoin to the point where you want to talk about it every day. That's how we started, obviously. Turned into a pleb party where so many good friends showed up. I don't even know what to add.
Amen.
No. How long am I allowed to talk here?
As much as you'd like, bro.
Yeah.
Were you? Is this what you were expecting? Like when you threw the pleb party in Miami, like Michael Saylor showed up.
Well, you know, I was talking. So Tony, I don't even know his last name. Tony had orange pilled Gary here. So Gary Leland to start all this stuff. And we're talking about what you think you're getting into and what it turns into are usually two totally different things. When it came to the pleb party, we had an experience where we sort of, I wouldn't say gate crash, but, you know, we ended up at Swan Bitcoin. We thought it was so cool, man, plebs hanging out with everyone you listen to every day on podcasts. And we just like, hey, you know what, let's do this party. We started one in LA, thanks to Anders, and we thought like 30 people would show up. It turned out the meeting was turned over 400. If we just, you know what, it'd be cool, let's do this in Miami. Just invite everyone that's always thrown their support to us, okay? So you get guys like, you know, your Jeff Booth and Preston Fish, all those guys that say, yeah,
Bitcoin.
Simply Big. Hey, do you guys want to show up? We're going to put this together. And they're saying, well, hell yeah. But we just thought it was a great time for pleb to get to Miami, because there's many, but people don't realize, once you find Bitcoin, you're usually the only one in your hometown. Hell, the ones in your family.
You become like the Black Swan, right?
You absolutely are. Yeah. And when you get to your first conference, the first night there, you're like, I have nowhere to go. I got nowhere else to go. So when you put together the pleb party to show up, because John Chanel had done in 2021, 2022, he had done one. And it's a great way for the people you've met on Twitter, everyone on Bitcoin that you've met, and you're now with spaces that you talk to meet up. So yeah, it worked out. I just thought it was amazing, just the turnout.
If I may add on that, and first of all, hi Mom, I'm on Simply Bitcoin. We first time, well, Poppy and I have known each other for several years through Bitcoin, of course, having those conversations every week, several hours talking about Bitcoin, because nobody else wants to talk Bitcoin. So we started doing YouTube Toxic Happy Hour in 2020.
It's actually funny. I'm going to interrupt you right there. So you guys originally inspired me to start Simply Bitcoin with the Toxic Happy Hour podcast that you guys were at the time, like I was like, I want to do this. Like, it was so inspirational.
Well, I think if we have any part in you and your team up to here putting together Simply Bitcoin, I think we've done something good in this world, honestly. Can I just say, like when you're sitting here seeing everything they do, all these technical things, these mics, the headsets, it's Nico and his team above and beyond in being professional, and watching you guys develop Simply Bitcoin to what you are today is just showing how it should be done, and we wish we had some of that, but
you do, man.
Wait, Nico, they're calling us professionals. Sheesh.
What's been fantastic to me, the residual checks, but thank you, Nico, for those.
I'm surprised you guys are not wearing suits and ties, so professional you are.
Oh, he's trolling. He's trolling now.
Oh man. I mean, dude, it's a lot of fun. It's very, it's making content is a grind, but it's very rewarding. And I think that if you keep going at it and you provide people value, and I think in today's world, where like the legacy corporate media, and Opti and I talk about this all the time, right? They make the job so easy for independent content creators, because they're so compromised that I think people inherently want to seek truth, and when they can't find it from the mainstream sources, they start looking for alternatives. And I think that was the reason that Toxic Happy Hour, initially when you guys did it on YouTube, I think that a lot of the popularity came from that. Like, people wanted to seek truth. But you guys migrated. You guys now do the Twitter Spaces. You guys have the slot after us. From Swan has the 10 to 12.
No. You have the slot before us.
Before. There we go. Before.
No.
Before, dude.
No, you said it right. I'm just saying. Whatever.
I've had,
yeah, they're the big show. They're the main show.
I've had a really, really long day.
I know.
But no, so you guys throw an epic Twitter Spaces. So why don't you tell a little bit? Why don't you tell the audience about it? You guys host it Monday through Friday. You guys get Foss, Lepard all the time in there. I see them as regular. What inspires you guys? What motivates you guys to do that?
I think first and foremost, it was really Poppy and I had a need to talk about Bitcoin because, as you said, in your family and amongst your friend, you're the crazy guy. So everyone knows that story, including other Bitcoiners watching. So we had that, and I had an old YouTube channel from when I started being interested in Bitcoin, and I told Poppy I really want to get that back to life. And I said, these conversations we're having, we learn from each other. We feel they're good enough to share with other, and still surprising people did care about it. And I think, anyways, it's great to see that guys like you and guys like us still very much complement each other. What you guys do so well produced. You got your thing, and like news and everything, which I think is amazing. And I can't tell you viewers already to go listen to and view Simply Bitcoin, because you already are. And I think for us, the thing we have going, just following what's natural, it has now evolved into, like, we both like to party, and it just became natural that what was like, hey, let's meet for a beer before Pacific Bitcoin. Shout out Swan. Yes, we do love you. And then that developed into, hey, we like to throw parties. Let's put something together again for Miami. And yeah, and thanks for coming, by the way.
So, and it was a great party, and I love the venue that you guys chose. So Pacific Bitcoin's coming up. It's like 40 days. I can't believe another conference. Holy shit, Opti, you ready?
It's only 40 days away. Man. I'm gonna need some rest.
So Pacific Bitcoin's coming up, and you guys are throwing another pleb party.
We're not. So, yeah, no, but that's good. It's good that you mention it, because then I can just address it. So after Miami, I had a lot of like real life things to do. So I haven't been much on Twitter. I haven't been in LA pretty much for 3 months. And coming back, and I knew it was going to be a challenge, 2 months out from Pacific Bitcoin. That is not enough time to put something together. We like to put together best possible freaking party, and it takes a lot of things, and 2 months to do that and also promote it, tell people about it, get the ball rolling, was too short. So, and then I spoke to John Chenot, and I guess also because we weren't doing anything like we did last year, which they like we did, and we love doing it. Swan has put something together, so everyone go get a ticket for the Swan Have Fun Staying Pleb Party. So Swan is doing something.
That's awesome. By the way, we are on the Swan Bitcoin channel right now.
Oh, there we go.
So, and yeah, guys, don't miss your opportunity to go to Pacific Bitcoin. Use promo code SIMPLY. You get 21% off your tickets. Also, check out the Swan IRA. Build your legacy your way. And definitely don't want to miss the Pacific Bitcoin Festival. Opti's going to be there. Are you guys coming this year?
Yes.
I just wanted to jump back real quick to what you're talking about, with the spaces that started. And, I'm going back to those people that suffered on one of them, 2018. You go through that whole bear market. You got no one really, what the hell's going on? What do I do? And it was on Bitcoin Twitter when you get to know HODL or not. American HODL. Guys like, hey, just stay the course, you'll be fine. And when you come up with a spaces concept where, guess what, all your pleb friends can come and just hang out for a bit. Okay, there's some that have never been to a bear market before. Some have never really had to experience, like, how do you guys hold on? How do you hodl? How do you do this? Guess what, when every day you're showing up, it's at the bottom when people think they're thinking of letting go. To me, that's where I get inspired. Like, you know what? I really don't want to talk today, but guess what? There's somebody out there that needs to hear this message, that we're in it for the long haul. This isn't just an overnight, get rich quick scheme. It never is. But there are people that just, they don't have that sort of support group. So I love the fact that if I can make it a regular time, you show up, everyone's there. It's not only myself, then it's all the regulars that show up, that they realize, you know what, I'm not alone in this. This is a huge community that cares.
Yeah. Wait, Nico. I want to jump in on that too, because probably I've felt the same thing in our spaces. You know, we basically all follow each other in the spaces, and I've had people come in and DM me the same thing. They're like, "Man, I am so glad that you guys rant every single day on spaces because you guys had helped me through your hodl or helped me through my hodl," is what they tell me, and it's like, this is exactly why we do this. This is why, you know, in the depths of the bear market, we are still making the content, even though it is a grind. You know, I think everyone knows, like, even what's up? I hope Yellow's out here because I know he knows the grind. Like, just showing up every single day and talking about Bitcoin, you know, we're doing. Oh, Yellow's here.
Wait.
Woo!
I want that.
You got to see pins.
DJ Yellow.
BTC Pins is here?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I don't even know what he looks like.
Oh, wow. He's here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking in my head. I'm like, he's just one giant pin. I want to meet Yellow, but I don't want to meet Yellow.
No, he's a myth. You do not want to meet him. No, I haven't met him, so I don't know.
Many people don't know he's actually the original MC in NWA, DJ Yella, and then later he transformed into be a Bitcoin puppet.
Wait. Are you serious?
No. Never take what I say serious.
I was like, dude, that explains so much. Yellow was a DJ in Greece.
No, but I want to, if I can, just add on to what you said before about going to conferences. For those who haven't done it, on the fence, you want to go or not. First of all, Swan put together one of the most amazing conferences last year. I was there to see it, so I know. And what you get going to a conference, and it was Swan's first conference, and they pulled it off like it was their 10th. Super well done. LA, you got the great weather, you got the palm trees, you got the three-pointers and shooting basketball or whatever. But also, most importantly, I think when you go to a Bitcoin conference, and if you're a Bitcoiner and you meet other Bitcoiners, it's just unbelievably super cool. So code simply, you should come to Pacific Bitcoin. And like one of the things you get out of it, I had never met Opti before Pacific Bitcoin.
Wait, are we telling this story? No.
No, I don't. I don't think we are, but you know, like super hilarious guy, and those personal relationships you build and the fun you have, the friends you have that you can't have with like like they think we're crazy in our family. So just wanted to add that. Go to the conference.
I'm just going to say, Opti's hand, whenever Anders talks, it's like on the kill switch over here. I'm
working over here.
I will cut you down.
Hold on. I got it for you guys. Ready?
I am building.
Yeah, but no. So what's happening is Opti's
I'm handling audio, guys. I'm handling audio.
Opti's always been the audio guy. I've always been the video guy. And together, I guess we do things.
Dream team.
I would say touch the tips, but Opti is.
Are you
gonna be the third tip?
No. Dude, I've been saying this constantly. I had my Slim Shady phase when I was 12 years old, and I'm never going back, okay?
You got to do the tri-tip.
I do like tri-tip.
Ooh, heard it here first. Hey, this is Swan's channel. You got to keep it a little bit, you know.
Dude, all the stuff that's been said at this Bitcoin conference. I mean, it's but no,
it's all on Signal. It's all on brand.
But hold on, this is all PG-13. This is all family friendly stuff, conversation. But at the end of the day, look, this is Bitcoin. This is it is serious, right? Like it's the separation of money and state after all. And I think a lot of the comedic, I would really call it comedic relief, right? Is just I think people are trying to find a little bit of decompression in the seriousness of what humanity is going through. We were talking to we had the privilege of being able to talk to Beauton, who is the founder of Azteco, and he broke it down so masterfully. What's really at stake, like It's a really scary world without Bitcoin. Like what they plan, you guys covered on your show, like what they plan for, with these CBDCs, like it's worse than dystopian. It's an absolute nightmare. And what scares me is that people are asleep. People are not aware of this. And, but that's why what you guys do is so important, like those spaces, because, I'm sure that at least once a day, there's a new person going in there, and a new person goes in there, and then they start asking the very, very basic fundamental question, the very important one, which is, what is money? Right. This is what it's all about. It's about winning over the hearts and minds of individuals, one person at a time.
What I find really interesting in some of this is, like many others that started, everyone comes in for like number go up. Number go up to me, like, get the hell away. Okay, what I've witnessed unleashed on the world, all right, in the last 3 years, from 2020 on, COVID beyond, the lockdowns, the 15-minute cities coming out, and you're right, the CBDCs. That type of control, to me, is one of the biggest threats to humanity that we've ever had, because they have the technology to do it. Okay, so when we're talking about Bitcoin, all right, maybe, buy Bitcoin, because this thing's going to be $1 million a coin. No, get the hell away from me with that. That's not the conversation anymore. It may end up there, okay, but the true value is the value that you have. The value that you earn today, you can get outside of the system. You get it outside the SWIFT banking system, you get it outside of the control. Because when they control where you spend your value, you're done for. There's no more freedom. There's no more freedom.
I have to say, because I hear you often talk about this on Simply Bitcoin, as you're saying, Puppy, like this system that they have coming for us is more and more control, lock us in where we can't even move, and all of these things. It's not obvious unless you like really look at it, but Bitcoin is the freedom key to avoid the dystopian future they have for us. It's not random. It's not elected politicians that are working in our best interest. They're corrupt and mostly self-serving. Who's really running the show are the families owning the central banks. And if you look at all the policies coming from, especially the left, which seems to be more corrupted by this, you look at all of those policies. It's about reducing reproduction. Everything being promoted is about destroying the family unit, get everyone to work so you don't have time for a family, and all of these things, so they can populate the earth with a higher percentage of their genes. That's my theory, and Bitcoin takes that power base away from them, because they can no longer print and put us in our little prisons, even though people don't realize.
Yeah, then like Opti and I, we tried to stay, as bipartisan as possible. Like what we always say is we don't lean left or we don't lean right. What I really see, Anders, is like a party of green, which is a party of poverty, nihilism, what you're talking about, disparity, collectivism, versus the party of freedom and Bitcoin and peace and prosperity and And
absolutely, and let me kind of pull back on that so I make it clear that there's corruption all over the political spectrum. Yeah, so
and like I would say, like it's really like who's on the side of Bitcoin versus who's on the side of state money.
Yeah.
Right, because like all these, whether it's the misallocation of capital, it's like funding these projects that would normally never be funded because people would never agree to fund them through direct taxation. Right, they would literally be like they would literally be a ride on the street. But the reason they're able to get away with this is through the wealth redistribution mechanism of inflation, right? And it's this crazy taxation, man. And I think it's really corrupted society to the bone.
You're absolutely right.
So Anders, we got about a minute or two left. Anything on your mind? Are you
Puppy. No. Nico's tired. Nico needs coffee.
I don't drink coffee, but apparently I need it. Pubby, have you been enjoying BitBlockBoom so far?
First time BitBlockBoom. And what's fantastic is, most everyone is at the same hotel, and this is where the term LobbyCon sort of got started, I believe. What's cool is, you come in and the speakers are fantastic, but where, I get charged up is when you're out in the lobby from here taking a break, man. You're hanging with the plebs, like people that you've talked to all year, you've never met before. And we joke about when you join spaces regularly, that's when you're really good friends. When you're meeting at a conference, like that's where you become family. It truly is. When you meet for the first time, you can't unsee it, you can't unring that bell. And so when you get to come to a place like this and share the time, not just at watching the speakers are out there, but you're going out to dinner, you're just sharing time, you're learning about families, you're learning about what brought you to this, sort of their backgrounds and their thoughts. Man, it's very powerful. It's such a powerful thing to sort of just experience. And I'll tell you, you can try to explain it. It's sort of like you can explain to one what you give them a driver's manual, what it's like to drive a car. Here's a book on parenting, but it's until you do it, they're like, oh, that's what you mean. So BitBlockBoom, Bitcoin only, Gary he will not hesitate to get rid of a shitcoiner if he sees them. But that's been the best thing. It's the people, it's the Bitcoin, it's this, you know what, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy when I see what is going on in the world, when I see this government overreach. We have this tool, we got this weapon in a way to help us out of it. But when you get everyone together, the energy's quite amazing.
Yeah, 100%. I completely agree with you. There's nothing like the human experience of a Bitcoin conference. Anyways, guys, we're going to go backstage where Neil Jacobs is going to introduce Tone Vase.
That was fun. Are we ready? We on? We're good? You hear it? Okay. How's it going, everybody? My name is Neil Jacobs. I am the co-founder of FOMO21, which is a Bitcoin merch and apparel company. I also do a lot of yep, I see hats out there and t-shirts. Thank you very much. I also do contract work for many conferences, promoting them all across the country. Some of you may know me from Clubhouse a couple of years ago. Those are fun times. And yeah, I'm here in Bitcoin to have a good time. And specifically today, I am here to introduce a man I met a couple of years ago in person. It's actually a pretty good story. So a friend of mine in the Bitcoin space who I met through Clubhouse lived in Los Angeles, and she said, hey, I'm thinking about traveling down to Mexico. Do you want to go for a road trip? I'm like, yeah, sounds like fun. It's August of 2021. We start driving down there. She goes, by the way, there's a Bitcoin conference going on in Ensenada, Mexico. It was called the Bitcoin Standard Conference. It was the first annual Bitcoin Standard Conference, and it was the only ever Bitcoin Standard Conference. So we showed up. We didn't have any tickets. We crashed the conference. We actually crashed the hotel one of the nights of the conference. And sitting at a poker table, and if any of you know Tone, you know there's probably going to be a poker table around, is Tone, Alex Svetsky, Gabe Higgins, a bunch of people in the Bitcoin space, and I see a chair open and I say, hey, could I play? And I didn't know any of them at the time, and Tone was very gracious, and he's like, yeah, come play. We played for a few hours. I took all his money, so it went really well. And then after we were done, and I don't know if Tone remembers this, we kind of sat down at this little table, and he's like, "Who are you?" And we started talking, and since that day, Tone, I consider him a friend. He's a really nice guy, very sincere, someone that's been around a long time, an OG, I guess you would say. He is the owner and co-founder, or owner and founder, not co-founder, of the Financial Summit, Unconfiscatable, former Wall Street trader. He is an expert Bitcoin TA guy, and I'm just pleased to introduce him, Tone Vase.
All right, hey everyone, thank you so much. I believe this is my 5th time here at BitBlockBoom. I only missed the very first one because at that time I was just trying to put together my own conference at the same time, not on the same day, but the same year. And I see 25 minutes on the clock. I am going to jump right into my presentation. I bet a lot of people are familiar with my work. Let's do it this way. How many people actively watch my channel today, and please be honest? Raise your hand. All right. How many people have used to watch my channel like 3-4 years ago? It should be a lot more hands going up. All right. Awesome. Okay, my name is Tone Vase. I'm not going to talk about myself much. Now, I do recommend everyone come and sit as close to the stage as possible. There are Easter eggs in the presentation, and whoever gets the answer will get a prize. The prize is going to be free entry to Unconfiscatable, and I have a secondary prize. I have a hardware wallet. I know you're not supposed to accept hardware wallets from others, but it is a Jade wallet in its original packaging. All right. I'm Tone Vase. Gary, thank you so much for inviting me back to BitBlockBoom. I was on a hiatus because I spoke a few times in a row, and now I'm back to speaking again after not speaking for a few years. So the Easter egg in the presentation is this logo. It's the Unconfiscatable logo. Takes place in Las Vegas. When you see it in the slides, that's one. So you count how many times this logo appears. I'll help you guys with the first one, and then you guys will have to add them up. It's also make sure that people pay attention to the slides. All right. So my presentation today is the bullish case for Bitcoin. Most of my videos are about the price of Bitcoin, and I'm going to stick with that for this presentation. Here's the entire history of the price of Bitcoin up until a few weeks ago. I don't have that last drop. I'm trying to forget that it ever happened. And the most recent one, oh man, the bull market has to start soon. That's what the presentation is going to be about. And let me get that out of the way there. And when I started this presentation, I started doing this presentation around 2015. It was different. I always alter it, but I always have the price history in the background. So it's awesome to watch the chart just go up and to the right, and eventually it will be further up and further to the right. And so I'm going to go through all of the major, I guess, memorable reasons for me personally that caused the price of Bitcoin to jump up each step of the way, and also some of the reasons that created some of these tops that we had in Bitcoin. So from the very beginning, we're going to go over to Australia, and the very first time Bitcoin was mentioned as a use case was when Satoshi mentioned it as potentially taking donations for WikiLeaks, okay? And that jumped the price to about 10 cents. And by the way, this is your first hint. There it is. There's the logo. It's going to show up a little bit differently all the time. But count how many of these you see as the presentation goes on. It's about 100 slides. And I only have 21 minutes now, so here we go. The next major use case was, of course, Silk Road. Silk Road helped bump the price to a couple of bucks. And then thanks to our very own Chuck Schumer over in New York, he helped bump that price all the way to $30 when he went on TV complaining about Silk Road. In an amazing feat of 60 seconds, he taught people how to anonymously buy their drugs online with Bitcoin using Tor, a feat that has never, ever been conquered, by the way. He managed to do it in 60 seconds. It was absolutely incredible. And this brings us all the way back to 2013. And for me personally, this is what gotten me thinking about Bitcoin. I heard about it from Max Kaiser back in 2011, 2012, watching RT, but that didn't do it. It was the Cyprus banking incident in 2013. How many of you remember that? When the government simply decided to confiscate 50% of everyone's money in their bank account above 100,000 euro. It wasn't exactly 50%, it was 47.5%. They wanted to, be under that 50 mark. And that what made me realize that you need to store your money in something that's unconfiscatable. And that's how the whole idea of unconfiscatable came about. I ended up getting the domain and then eventually did something with it. So, wait, let me get that out of the way. And unconfiscatability is super important. Besides what happened in Cyprus, also in general, the concept of civil asset forfeiture has actually confiscated way more money than criminals and burglars have. It flipped it in 2014. In 2014, the government confiscated $5 billion, and robbers and criminals had only stolen about $4 billion. And that ratio is only going up. It's just hard to get statistics. The latest statistic I have is since 2000, the states have confiscated almost $69 billion that the authors were able to find, the researchers, and that's not even every state publishes this data. So it's a ridiculous amount of money being confiscated, which is why you need to store your wealth in something that's unconfiscatable. It is only unconfiscatable if you protect it properly, which is why the government was able to seize 144,000 Bitcoin when they shut down Silk Road. So these are some of the really big events. And of course, at the very, very tops, we have big crashes of scams. It's as I was doing this presentation, I'm actually discovering it. Wow, you can almost identify the bottom of the price of Bitcoin and the top of the price of Bitcoin based on what is collapsing in the crypto space. And in 2013, it was, of course, the infamous Mt. Gox collapsed right at the top, and exchange goes down. You'll see this theme throughout the presentation. I'm not going to get into the details. Personally, I blame Jeb McCaleb for all of it, not Mark Karpeles. It's a good slide to maybe take a picture of, and you find out how Mark Karpeles bought Mt. Gox with 84,000 missing Bitcoin. And when he confronted Karpeles about it, who sold him Mt. Gox, the answer was, maybe you can just mine it. It's all right there in the emails, and I have no idea how Karpeles ended up in prison and McCaleb's walking around. But that was the top. What about the bottom? Well, for me personally, the biggest, most important thing at the very bottom of the 2015 bear market was the Greek banking crisis, which was absolutely insane. Those of you that followed that incident, when the Greek banks shut down, when they first shut down, people were only allowed to withdraw 60 euros per day from the ATM machines, no matter how much money they had. And after a few weeks of that insanity, the government allowed them to withdraw 420 Bitcoin for an entire week, okay? And everyone rushed to the ATM machines and in order to get their 420 euros. And this is a picture from 2015, not much different than that picture from 1907, the biggest financial crash America ever had. It was in 1907. It wasn't 1929. It was 1907. The 1907 crash directly led to the creation of the Fed. Thank you. It was that crash that led to the Fed. Okay, and these are other pictures. The 1930s. The one in the middle there, 1923, where Germans are burning money for gas. Because basically it was a better use case for money. And more recently, 2007, Zimbabwe. And these things don't stop, because here's a more recent one when we go over to Lebanon. It's just the pictures are a little different now when you can't get your money out of a bank. And that's a headline right off of CNN, where people went to their banks in Lebanon to literally get their money with a gun. And you'll see that theme throughout everything as well. So that kind of kicked off the bull market in 2016. The halvings helped. We'll get to those in a second, because one other one is coming up. But that big wave in 2017, I know there were shitcoins involved, but we're not going to talk about shitcoins. What really, really drove it? And for me, even if you go back to those videos I did in the YouTube channel, it was all about SegWit. Once it was obvious that SegWit is going to get in and that we won the block size war, the price really took off, if you go back to those exact dates. And you can see on this chart where SegWit gets adopted right there, but that blue line, that is the fees. The fees skyrocketed soon after because no one was adopting SegWit, but the Bcash and the other, it was just Bcash at the time, they needed to spam the chain to make us look bad at how SegWit is useless. And it's actually thanks to them. Look at the SegWit adoption that started a few months after the high fees. Everyone was like, okay, I need to, I want to send my Bitcoin. And boom, there's a wave of SegWit adoption. And then SegWit adoption kind of was flattish. And then boom, you see this huge jump in SegWit adoption from 50% up to 80%? Well, that also followed another huge spike in fees. All right, Bitcoiners, what caused this giant spike to $15, $20, $30 Bitcoin fees in 2021? Not that long ago. Not having. Middle of 2021, March-ish. China, specifically. The mining ban, right? All the miners came off the network, and suddenly it was taking like 20 minutes to get a block. Perfect. Now, again, there was a spike, huge spike in fees earlier this year, and that caused SegWit adoption to go past 90%. What was that spike? Ordinals, all right? So thank you, Roger. Thank you, China. And thank you, Ordinals. Now SegWit is at over 95% on the blocks, and everyone's enjoying cheap fees again. Okay. Now we get to the top. So just like a bunch of scams, always tend to blow up at the top. I actually thought about this. I was doing this presentation like 2 days ago, and I'm like, why is everything always blowing up at the top or bottom? And if I have time, I'll give you my theory. So at the very top of the last bull market in January 2018, the market top came in December, and here comes BitConnect. Man, I was like remembering everything about BitConnect. That was insane when that thing blew up. That token was worth like $400-something. They were offering like 1% a day returns they were promising them. And people actually believed it. It was completely crazy. And 4 years later, the government finally is doing something about it. Good job. And we actually think they're going to take down Bitcoin. So here's an awesome slide. This is every shitcoin and the highest peak it ever got to. Who remembers Aurora Coin? A couple of laughs. So all of the coins and how high they got on CoinMarketCap and where they are today. And BitConnect actually made it to number 6. It was the number 6 coin by market cap. And many of these things no longer exist. A lot of them are down 100%, 98%. Bitcoin is still down 60% right now. Or, sorry, about 60% right now. When Bitcoin goes back up in the green, everything else is still going to be in the red. It's going to be awesome. And that pretty much marked the top. But then there was a secondary top. There was another top in 2019 where Bitcoin just went up to 19,000 real quick. And once again, another Ponzi scam is blowing up right at the top. Helps drive the market up, and then it helped drive the market down. This was, of course, the Plus token, which didn't get a lot of attention in the US, but it was huge in China. It was $3 billion, and it was all about Bitcoin. They were actually using Bitcoin. You know, unlike FTX, who never apparently held a single Bitcoin. But in this case, they really were using Bitcoin. And as it was collapsing, people were making excuses. And great comment over here, if I can read it. Now that Bitcoin's collapsing, while it should be going parabolic with the world financial and civil turmoil, do you understand your money is gone? They are dumping your stolen coins at a rate of $1 million every few minutes on Binance and causing the collapse of the crypto market. You people are just too stupid to realize how stupid you are to think crypto can pay interest. And of course, this is around the time when Celsius launched. But that was a great comment from earlier than that. And then another thing that marks like the very end of markets tends to be blow-ups of hedge funds. Unfortunately for one of these, it was friends of mine, but over at Adaptive. But that crash, the COVID crash, was really, really painful, and hedge funds tend to crash. And after the next top and bottom, I'm going to give you my theory as to why things tend to do that at the very end. So great for us Bitcoiners. After that 2020 crash, we went up really, really quickly. And some of that has to do with all the money printing the Fed did. People don't realize 25% of all US dollars were printed in 1 year in 2020. 2020 alone printed 25%. It's like Ethereum printing 70% of all Ethereum on day one, right? US government printed 25% of all dollars in 2021. Absolutely awesome. That helped us a lot. The Fed still has all these charts for us. We can always look for. Now, to me, one of the biggest drivers of the 2021 bull market, and I didn't even realize it till later, was, of course, GBTC. The amount of Bitcoin GBTC with Grayscale and Barry Silver were purchasing, they were purchasing twice the average daily mined volume of Bitcoin and locking it up in the trust. Okay? Imagine for an entire year, twice the average mined Bitcoin, one person was buying all that Bitcoin. And that was going into the trust. Okay? Now everyone's upset that the value of the tokens is way below the par value. But if it was a normal ETF, keep this in mind, free market has a way of balancing out. If that was a normal ETF and the price of Bitcoin is going down, the ETF is selling the Bitcoin, driving the price of Bitcoin lower, right? GBTC doesn't sell the Bitcoin. It's still locked up there, right? Those are some of us GBTC holders for retirement purchases are more in the red on that position, but at least the Bitcoin wasn't sold. So the bear market in Bitcoin could have been a little bit worse. So that's good news. And another big element of 2021 was companies started to purchase Bitcoin. Of course, it was kicked off with MicroStrategies and then Tesla. Tesla bought 48,000 Bitcoin. Clearly, they didn't have any strong hands. They already dumped 75% of that. Square is still holding on to theirs. And MicroStrategy still at the top. They bought more. They went from like 90,000 Bitcoin when I made this slide the first time. Now they're at 152. Can we please stop letting Michael Saylor buy all the Bitcoin? You know, if the price is higher, it'll be harder for him to buy it. So, all right. And also helping to drive the market was, of course, the adoption of Bitcoin in El Salvador was absolutely awesome. The bear market's not helping. They're so far the first country, but there's going to be more. United States still has a bunch. I'm not sure about that Ukraine number, but they're not holding Bitcoin for the right reasons. You know, they're holding them because they stole them from people. El Salvador confiscated them from people. Better coin securities needed. But El Salvador got it properly. Okay, and wow, I only have 6 minutes left. I have to speed it up. And of course, when you start Googling, I Googled in 2021, and how many other countries are thinking about it? And there's definitely a few countries that are probably going to get on board once the price goes up. Now, let's talk about a few more factors that are really, really critical for Bitcoin's history. Of course, we all know about Canada and why Bitcoin is so important. And this, I'm going to go through these slides a little bit faster now. And these are my use cases for Bitcoin and what's going to drive the price significantly higher. The confiscation of wealth, again, unconfiscatability. When the Russia-Ukraine situation broke out, wealth was confiscated, but guess what? They couldn't confiscate the Bitcoin if you held it properly. And now countries are getting kicked off the global financial system, and that's another reason why eventually countries will have to adopt it. And here we are, the bottom of the bear market. Right near the bottom, Celsius implodes, and a few months later, of course, FTX implodes as well. And this was the last big one. And I'm still waiting on Binance, but that is likely to be the big one. And more recently, once again, the banking stuff, Nigel Farage loses his bank account. You guys are all familiar with that. Okay, so in my last 5 minutes, we're going to go into the future. What do I see going forward? Well, the best time to buy Bitcoin from the halving cycle perspective has slightly passed, but you're still very, very close to it. So these are all 4 halving cycles, and they line up pretty damn well as to where a good 6-month period is to really catch the bottom of the price of Bitcoin. And slightly zoomed in to get rid of that very first one. The very first halving cycle, those first 4 years, are a little bit tricky. This graph is a little bit cleaner now. So I do believe that 15,000 number is here to stay. And I don't think there is a lot of downside left for Bitcoin, and we are in the up trajectory. But keep in mind, there's always some kind of drop right before the halving. So just keep that in mind. Now, here's one of my favorite metrics. The number of wallets with 1 full Bitcoin in them. This is the middle class. People are able to save up $20,000, $30,000. And this is the Bitcoin that they're holding for the long term. Wallets with 1 Bitcoin. This number is still going up. And if you can afford 1 Bitcoin, you can probably save and afford 2 Bitcoin at current prices. Okay? So this is an incredible metric that takes Bitcoin off the market. Another favorite metric of mine is lightning capacity, but it's gone down. This is probably what just contributed to a bit of a price drop. Bitcoin, it's off the market. Like, this is not the Bitcoin that's going to get sold. Once in a Lightning network, it stays in a Lightning network. And Liquid. I'm a big fan of Liquid. I don't know why few people are, but same thing. The capacity inside Liquid, once you lock it in Liquid, it's unlikely you're going to be moving it out, but clearly people did, just like with the Lightning Network. Same thing with Liquid. The Federal Reserve, they have these amazing blogs. Oh my God, I wish I can go into it further, but they wrote these articles in like, this one is 2019, a lesson in measuring federal debt. And then they wrote another one, the cost of paying that debt. But the charts that they have, they update in real time forever, right? So when they wrote them, it wasn't that bad like 5 years ago, and now these charts are going out of control. That was great. So speaking of debt, the problem with debt is when you borrow money constantly and never pay back the principal, your interest has to get rolled over. And the Fed is raising rates like crazy, and that's going to be a downfall. So this is a picture of U.S. debt right now. And this is the projection into the future. And this picture is super wrong. It's going to look more like this. Because they did not realize how quickly the Fed is going to raise the rate. And it's going to get out of control. So don't have time to get into these much, unfortunately. But last year's deficit was $1.3 billion. And net interest was $475. With 3 months to go in the fiscal year, we're already above that. This year, we're already on pace versus last year. And the biggest drop-off is actually in income tax revenue. And the amount of net interest is the only line item of government spending that actually goes up exponentially. I am coming to an end. With the high increase in rates, the Federal Reserve is also starting to blow up a bunch of local banks. You see them there. But now they're being downgraded along with the U.S. itself just recently getting downgraded. Only 4 banks have collapsed so far this year, but that number will likely go up over the next 16 months or so. And the banks are still in trouble, and they really need that excess liquidity that was recently provided to them. Oh, crap. I got to go through this in 1 minute. That's fine. What about the macro factors? Those are the U.S. factors. My biggest macro factor is the collapse of the European common currency. That's still my biggest factor for driving people into Bitcoin when each country in Europe will eventually go back to their own currency. Now, I could be wrong on this. I always thought that each country would look out for their own interest. But over the last 7 years, I'm watching Europe just become this one big Marxist Soviet Union state. So maybe they're not going to break up, and if they don't break up, then they're going to go towards communism completely. So I still hope that they go for their own sovereignty. Hyperinflation and general inflation. So I got this list from a book. Sorry, went the wrong way. I got this list from a book, but the book was written in 2007. So I had to go look for all of these. This is all the hyperinflation that's taken place since 2007. It's insane. And only keeps on coming. Here's our inflation numbers. My next factor, I'm going to be over by 2 minutes, guys. My next factor is the elimination of cash. They call it CBDCs. I call it the elimination of cash. 3 main reasons why governments want to do it. To eliminate cash. Oh, they gave me a few more minutes. To eliminate cash. One is they can set any monetary policy they like. So I actually know Nouriel Roubini. I kind of like Nouriel Roubini. He understands the financial system incredibly well. He stands up there, he'll talk for 30 minutes explaining all the problems with the financial system. And then he says the following, and to solve the problem, we need a negative 12% interest rate in the bank account to force people to spend money. And I'm like, wow, that is the most batshit crazy solution I ever heard. But please do that. Everyone's going to put their money in Bitcoin. Okay? So incredible at identifying problems, not the best at problem solving. And so they can set any monetary policy they like. They can set a negative interest rate. You know those pictures from earlier where people are lining up to an ATM machine? How are you going to do that if there's no cash? There is no ATM machine, right? Those pictures go right into the history books. Next reason is, oh yeah, no, obviously you can't have a bank panic. And they all think we're cheating on our taxes, right? And if only cash didn't exist, they would solve the problem. India, a little more so. Their economy is all cash-based. They estimate 40% of tax revenue that doesn't exist. And some countries are a lot closer to eliminating cash than others. Not getting into the details. So here are the specifics. France no longer allows you to buy anything for 1,000 euros worth of cash. Can't do it, okay? I knew about this. This was a slide in my presentation from like 6 years ago, but now apparently they're actually enforcing it. Germany decided to eliminate their collector markets. If you're buying a painting, ancient coins, prized wine, you got a KYC. Completely insane. United States, they're trying to tax you for unrealized capital gains. Again, all reasons to own Bitcoin, and they want to go after you for a $600 transaction. This one's my favorite. This law came into Louisiana about 9 years ago. Good luck finding it. They're hiding it. You can't sell secondhand property for cash. If you're having a garage sale and you want to sell a bicycle for 20 bucks, legally you're breaking the law in Louisiana. So they really want to eliminate cash. And of course, what does Russian removal from SWIFT mean for the future of global commerce? Well, here's an article from 2019. China, Russia, and India pushed forward on SWIFT alternative. They were ready for this. They knew it was coming. More recently, they're announcing a gold-backed BRICS currency. I think that's going to be a lot harder than they think it will be. But I don't fault them for trying. And the big news just broke yesterday, literally. BRICS is going to add 6 more countries. And they're going to expand from there. So that's a really powerful economic union to keep an eye on. That's going to, and once the dollar does eventually drop, again, great for Bitcoin. Members of Congress are almost the least trusted entity. They're in between car salesmen and telemarketers. Isn't that incredible? It's the latest Gallup poll. Journalists have slid down. Doctors, I'm not sure why they're that high at this point, but hey. But the funniest thing is, look at them by political party. Look at the differences. High school teachers, confidence from the Democrats, confidence from the Republicans. Next one, journalists, confidence from the Democrats, confidence from the Republicans. And police officers, confidence from the Democrats, confidence from the Republicans, right? So you can see it right there, right? Like with the statistics. 70% of Republicans don't believe the election was fair. I'm one of those. Well, the election was fair part. The Republican part is a little bit trickier. And my last slide, which I think is the ultimate potential situation, is the breakup of the United States into multiple countries. Could be good, could be bad, depends on how it works. I don't know where I got this slide. This was like 3 years ago I got this screenshot. I think this is a little much, that 89% of the people on this website said yes, but the reason of the no was hilarious. We should become communist. Russia was communist and even bigger than the US, but they stayed together. We should learn from Russia's example and end the oppressiveness of capitalism. Communism is the answer, not splitting up the country. Also, if America become communist, life would be great. Instead of capitalist pigs, communisms care about equality of the people. So, like, literally, this was the top comment of why America should not split up. Okay? It's, I thought this was hilarious. I had to add it into the slide. And that is it. Those are basically a bit of history on Bitcoin and the main catalysts that are really going to drive Bitcoin to the next level. Once again, I'm Tom Vase. Thank you so much for listening to the presentation. Hope you all enjoyed it. And, so how many of those Easter egg logos did you guys find? They look, all right. Who yelled out 21 first? Good job. I really tried to hide them. That was impressive. Maybe people just guessed 21 because it was around that number. All right, come see me. I will. You'll get a free entry to Unconfiscatable. And one more from the presentation. What was the percentage of wealth confiscated from the Cyprus Bank? Someone's gonna get a jade. Good job, guys. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Check, check. All right. So this is a little bit of a roundabout introduction, but I promise there's a point to it. For hundreds of years in the West and in other parts of the world, when we wanted to see something really shocking, really outside the box, we would go to see the freak show at the circus. And you would see genetic anomalies, accidents, guys who are 7 feet tall, guys who are 3 feet tall, all sorts of things like that. Probably the worst aspect, if you've ever read, I know a lot of you have read your Ayn Rand, she wrote an essay called The Comprachicos, and it is about this group of guys in medieval Europe who would deliberately deform children just so they could put them out on the street to beg or sell them to the circus or something like that. So today we recognize that in most of the world is pretty horrific. We don't do that anymore, or we think we don't, but there's a channel called TLC. And some of you may watch that channel, to your own shame, but they're famous for things like, you know, my 900-pound grandmother thinks she's a werewolf and all kinds of garbage like that. But it is a modern freak show. What some of you who aren't old enough might not remember is TLC used to mean the Learning Channel. And you could actually watch the Learning Channel and learn really cool things. Growing up, it was great. You had everything from, you know, hard sciences to all kinds of history. You could watch stuff with fighter jets. It was a cool channel if you were a 12-year-old boy. My favorite show on the Learning Channel was called Connections. Connections was hosted by a British, wow, we have a fan over here. Connections was hosted by a British historian of technology named James Burke. And he was an incredibly gifted storyteller. And what he would take you through is the history of invention and technology, not as these little discrete data points and you're just memorizing timelines and dates, but instead became a storyteller. And in telling that story, instead of a timeline, it was really a web. You started to see how everything was interconnected. And you'd see, you know, this led to being able to do this, and this led to be able to do this. The most interesting ones were things where someone looked back at what somebody did a few years before that had nothing to do with their own field and said, wait a minute, what if I take that and I put that in here? When I started to learn about Bitcoin, you can understand why a lot of that sounded very familiar. But he would do things like stand in a German town square under an ancient gas lamp, not ancient, but a 200-year-old gas lamp, and say, today we're going to learn how keeping these lamps lit led to a medicine that everyone in this room has taken. And I won't tell you how that goes, but some of you might be able to figure it out. It's a very, very interesting story. So I was reminded of connections the first time that I read Nick Badia's Layered Money. Of all of the technologies that underlie our world, it's probably fair to say the most ubiquitous is money. There's nothing or virtually nothing that doesn't have some component of money, of the financial system that's involved in it. But it's almost like the curvature of the earth, where it is so big, so ubiquitous, that at ground level, it's invisible to most people unless you really specialize in that. You don't even think of it, it's there, it's like gravity. But Layered Money really has made that visible. It's shown the building blocks of the modern finance system, taking you from the ancient world and trade and earlier forms of money into the extrapolations from that money, from food into precious metals, into paper script, and the modern financial system we have today. And you can really see how a lot of that interconnects, how this idea led to this idea. And it's not just, well, this is just this way because it's this way and there's nothing we can do. Also, it has a really excellent explanation of Bitcoin in that paradigm, where it fits in, how it is sort of, the next step, but also how it subverts that paradigm and how Bitcoin is a successor to those layered monies. If you think that for a book to be a really powerful, great book, it has to be a 10-pound doorstop like the Yellow Pages, Layered Money will change your mind on that. There is really a lot of power in being able to communicate clearly, concisely, briefly, and in a way that really goes, oh, I had no idea that it worked that way. And even people who are in that field may find it that way. So Layered Money is not just an incredible addition to my bookshelf, but it's also become an addition to the bookshelf of many of my pre-coiner friends and relatives, whether they asked for it or not. Amazon, somebody there is going, why is this guy ordering so many copies of this book? But I send it to everybody. I think it's fantastic. When I was asked to introduce Nick, I thought that was great because I don't have to go, I don't really know what this guy does, and I'm not going to have to act like he's really cool. I'm a big fan. I am a big fanboy of Nick Badia, so that's great. You can also find Nick's writings at Substack. It's called The Bitcoin Lair. So check out The Bitcoin Lair. He has a newsletter that you can subscribe to and get updates all the time on what's going on with Bitcoin. Nick is also an adjunct professor of finance at the USC Marshall School of Business. Please welcome to the stage, Nick Badia.
Thank you, everyone. How are you guys doing today? It is wonderful to be back in Texas, and once again, I'd like to thank Gary and Kathy Leland for putting on an amazing weekend. It always brings a lot of great people together. Now, my talk today is called How the Eurodollar System Affects Bitcoin. And I will be honest with you, I named the talk long before I put together the talk, because they had to put it on the website. So, but I knew that what I wanted to talk to you guys about today was the Eurodollar system. It's something that is a core part of my research. I feel like it's misunderstood. I also feel like the Eurodollar system and knowledge about it has reached somewhat of a level of mainstream understanding nowadays. Where, and for those that don't know anything about the Eurodollar system, Eurodollar means a dollar that is held at a bank that is not in the United States, also known as an offshore dollar. Now, people understand, I think mostly in the financial press and financial media, that the Eurodollar system is an offshore dollar system that has been a problem and that people are trying to find a solution to. But the history goes way beyond some of the more mainstream narratives about it. And today I want to get into a little bit of that. It is widely accepted that one of the first examples of offshore dollar storage was done by the Soviet and Chinese communist governments in the 1950s. The action was a reaction to a gold seizure of Yugoslavian gold in New York during that time. And so the communist governments of USSR and China both decided to start storing dollars in Europe. And more specifically, a bank in France called BCEN, which translates in English to the Commercial Bank of Northern Europe, whose founder was a communist sympathizer. And so from that point on, dollars held in Europe for the express reason of not holding them in the United States for political reasons, a Eurodollar system was born. Now, people know that story mostly, that dollars started because of this geopolitical Cold War era dynamic. But that is not the whole story, especially because if you think about a financial system is not just about storing money. It's about shifting money through time via lending markets and interest rates, the time value of money. And just because the Russians wanted to store dollars in Paris doesn't make a Eurodollar system. That's just a parking spot for dollars outside of New York. The story that people don't know as well is that in order to get money to be lent outside of the United States, but in dollar denomination, it took an effort by somebody, some institution, some government, some bank, somewhere. The widely accepted narrative that dollars were the new currency because of Bretton Woods in 1944, dollars were the currency that needed to be used to fund trade activity and growth in post-World War II Europe. Now, while that is true, there were players in the city of London that made this happen on purpose. So in 1931, the United Kingdom, the British, fell off of the gold standard. I'll talk about in 1971 how Nixon took the US off the gold standard. But actually, this 1931 breakage of the gold standard in England, I believe, is more important to the story. Because at that point, the sterling, pound sterling, fell officially from the status of world reserve currency. The dollar ascended, and now the bankers in the city of London are looking at their home currency and saying, this is no longer the instrument that we should use to do what? What do bankers want to do more than anything else? Make money. And so in order to make money, the British bankers said, we want to use dollars. And so in a very ironic way, the fall of the sterling was actually the rise of the city of London as the international financial center. Because what started happening in London via the Eurodollar system was basically a synthetic dollar world in which British bankers could use dollar funding and dollar creation to speculative attack other currencies, for example. This idea of a speculative attack is decades old and actually originates from the early days of the Eurodollar system. Another narrative that is, I believe, more understood these days is this idea that dollars in Europe got there because of the Marshall Plan. And this is Harry Truman signing the Marshall Aid post-World War II. And so Marshall Aid were dollars that came to Europe to rebuild Europe. And so in that way, dollars made their way from New York to Europe, and they were stored in Europe. But just the storage alone does not make a system. Like I said, it is the lending market. So bankers in the City of London, and there were a couple key players, they lobbied the Bank of England, the central bank in the United Kingdom, and new rules and regulations were passed and presented so that the offshore dollar system, which is using another country's currency, could actually be done on a separate set of books at the British banks, so that at a British bank, you were looking at a sterling book, which was their publicly viewable book of lending, and then they had this separate offshore dollar book. And so in the regulation and the regulatory environment in England at the time, there were moves made to set up this parallel offshore dollar system in the City of London, even outside of the purview of the Treasury, Her Majesty's Treasury. So there are a lot of stories within the creation of the Eurodollar that I don't believe are as well known. That's what I want to talk to you about today and present to you some of these ideas so that we can think about what really is this offshore dollar system? Who invented it and who is benefiting from it? Well, I'm pretty sure I know who's benefiting from it. It is a synthesis of bankers between New York and the City of London that made this system go from non-existent to actually changing the fundamental qualitative characteristic of the United States dollar. You guys know the dollar to be the sovereign currency of the United States that used to be payable in gold coin, and that it is no longer payable in gold coin post-1971. That's what you guys know the dollar as. But I'm here to actually tell you that in the 40s and 50s, this Anglo-American banking elite took the dollar and removed its link with the United States whatsoever, because they gave themselves, nobody gave them the power, they gave themselves power to create dollars through the lending market in an offshore way, not regulated by the Fed, not regulated by anybody. The Bank of International Settlements in Switzerland actually started to identify this system in the 60s. And the dollar system that the banks put on in Europe and in the City of London, it removed the geopolitical link between the country and the currency. And so when you see today people saying the Fed prints too much money, that's why the dollar has lost its value, you're missing the point of what the banks have done to the currency in the decades prior to all the money printing in the last 15 years. The money printing of the last 15 years are actually simply a response to the collapse in part of this Eurodollar system that started to unwind in 2007. So there are a lot of narratives that are, I believe, hidden in plain sight. and blaming the Fed for the destruction of the value of the dollar as Bitcoiners is very incomplete. I'm not letting the Fed off the hook here. Understand that. And also, I believe that the Fed, using agency theory, is basically an agent for the banks themselves anyway. Anybody who's read The Origins of the Federal Reserve knows that it's the banker's bank, not necessarily the country's bank or the country's currency. It's the banker's currency and the banker's bank. But the return to laissez-faire money that was actually put on hold with this idea of the Bretton Woods system, which was a mandate that the dollar had to be worth this amount of gold and that other currencies had to be worth this amount of dollars. That's not a free market for money, the Bretton Woods system. The Anglo-American bankers identified that. They also said, we want to go back to free money. And they said the dollar is the perfect instrument because we can do this whole new offshore system in Europe outside of the Federal Reserve, outside of the US government, and we can basically co-opt the dollar for ourselves. And what started happening once we went to laissez-faire money, and this is before the fall of the gold standard in '71. So in the 60s, you started having the invention of hot money. If you guys have heard the term hot money, it's a term to use to describe money that is created very easily at a low interest rate that can be used to invest in other assets and drive up the price of other assets. Well, hot money was used to speculative attack currencies. Banks took too much leverage because of the new ability to just borrow synthetic dollars offshore, and you started to have banking crises, all before 1971. People also know about Regulation Q. It's one of the things that people know about the euro-dollar market. Regulation Q was a New Deal FDR measure, and it was a cap on interest rates in the United States. So it's a very easy narrative to say, if interest rates were capped in the United States, why wouldn't a bank in the City of London offer a higher interest rate and attract that capital away from New York to the City of London? Makes sense from a free, just a market perspective, that money will go to search for higher yield. We see that today, of course. But who's going to provide that instrument? Is it just that there was a cap so the money went looking for a home? Or were there bankers in the City of London that said, this is how we are going to do this? And so what you had in the 60s were the American banks themselves identifying this arbitrage and identifying that if they went to London and started branches in the City of London, that the American banks would be able to basically print money for themselves, arbitraging the interest rates across the pond. And what did we see in the 60s? But the Bank of England, in its monetary policy statements, adhering to the requests of the American banks that had moved into the City of London. So the Bank of England by the 60s was doing American banks' bidding in a legislative environment in the City of London before the fall of the United States link to gold. This guy. This from 1971, this is what we associate with the fall of gold, is Richard Nixon and the closing of the gold window. But you need to keep in the back of your mind the system that developed behind the scene that made Nixon's closing of the gold window simply an inevitability and not actually any swift action or even nefarious action. It was just one of desperation and out of options. There was nothing that could be done to prevent the depletion of the United States gold stock at that time, running into the late 60s and early 70s. There was nothing that could be done. And every day that I continue my research in this realm, I believe that the euro-dollar system is the primary culprit, in that dollars no longer had a link to gold long before this moment because of what the bankers did to the dollar in the 40s, 50s, and 60s in the City of London. And it's not Brits. Who are we blaming here? It's not Brits. It's not the British. It's not the Bank of England. It's not Barclays. It's not the Fed. It's not Citi. It's actually the cities and the Barclays of the world that got together and started to influence policy. They did so with the assistance of the Bank of England. They did so with a half-blind eye of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve sent delegations to the City of London to investigate what was happening. They basically said, okay, not much we can do. This is going to continue. And in that way, the dollar lost its link to the United States of America. I truly believe this. This is a headline from 1931. We think about 71, but I think that 31 is a date that we should have in our minds when money really started to break from gold. FDR's seizure executive order was around this time as well. This is an easy image to project to say this is who to blame and this is what is happening. The Fed spraying money at us. But it's a very small part of the picture here. This is not your main culprit. This is actually simply an agent that's implementing the policy that's best for the banking system under the guise of a dual mandate. Because when we look at when the Fed actually started to raise rates this cycle, it was long after inflation was clearly an issue. So try to read between the lines when we're looking at what the Fed is doing or even blaming the Fed for the dollar's problems. It's not the first place you should look. It doesn't mean you shouldn't look there, but it's not the first place you should look. The first place you should look is here and here. So change your mindset away from the Fed has ruined the dollar. Now, Satoshi Nakamoto, in the first sentence of the Bitcoin white paper, so his introduction of Bitcoin to us all, says, I have invented or I have created a digital cash that you can use, quote, without going through a financial institution. Did he talk about without the use of a central bank or without the use of a government issuer? Or is he talking about banks? Who has ruined the dollar? And what is Bitcoin the alternative to? And I'm not picking on Saifedean's, the alternative, the decentralized alternative to central banking, because as we all know, a scarce currency is definitely an alternative to central banking non-scarce currencies. So I'm not dismissing that. But is Satoshi presenting Bitcoin as an alternative to central banks, or is it to banks themselves? It is both. And it's banks first. And that's what I'm starting to conclude in my research, is that it is the banks that have destroyed what we believe to be the value of our currency from point A to point B in time. It's not the government or the Fed. The Fed actually prints money to respond to problems that are going on in the banking system themselves. So the Fed is an agent reacting to things that it sees out in the economy. But in terms of creating money out of thin air, it is the banks that do it. You guys can find me and my work at thebitcoinlayer.com. My book is called Layered Money. And I appreciate your time today and love to take one or two questions. Thank you. Yeah.
Co-conspirator in what has happened, or is it really primarily the banks?
It's an excellent question. The question is, where does the fiscal profligacy fit in to the mix? With the creation of dollars outside of the United States, you also create a market for the marketable securities of the United States government. So treasuries find a home because of how many dollars are created by these banks themselves. So this idea that the United States, you've heard the concept of the exorbitant privilege of having the world reserve currency. It means that because we have the world reserve currency, people are defaulting into owning US treasuries, and that gives the government free rein to spend and even spend beyond their means without even interest rates going up to punish them for high debt loads. So because dollars are freely available around the world, it gives the world an ability to keep financing the debt of the United States, and it gives Congress that blank check. They don't have, people say that Congress, if we held them to it, they would have to rein in their spending, but nobody votes them out, right? Well, if interest rates went up, they would also have to do something about that. They would have to either rein in their spending, or right now interest expenses are skyrocketing on a nominal basis, but it's still well under the tax receipts that are covered, and they are able to print the money and borrow more money and just keep the system going. But when new treasuries come to market, like for example, next week, maybe 100 billion in new treasuries will come to market over the next few weeks. Brand new treasuries on a net basis. How does that get funded? By somebody's cash? Or is it 98% financed in the repo market, which is a collateralized lending market, which is often created synthetically offshore by Eurodollar banks? So how does all that market, all that debt come to market? Because somebody's willing to finance it. Who's that somebody? An offshore shadow money type of financial institution that gets to create dollars just by their book. One more. We can, yeah, go ahead.
where do you go to track the activity of the euro dollars and its impact on our money supply?
Great question. So in the 60s, the BIS, Bank of International Settlements, said we're not really sure how to track the nominal size. And it in part has to do with this idea that in the City of London, there were regulations that allowed these books to be separate from each other. Now the Bank of International Settlements produces research that identifies the dollar deposits held in non-US banks and actually gives us a nominal amount. It's somewhere between 10 and 15 trillion dollars as we speak today. But that number is only a fraction, because what we really have to think about is the power to do FX trades. And the power to do FX trades means that if I'm swapping $1 billion for $1 billion worth of Japanese yen, that $1 billion never has to exist. It's just a paper transaction, and the mark-to-market value of the trade is what is sent to and from between banks and banks, or banks and investors, on a daily basis. Now, we also know from the Bank of International Settlements that the total number of derivatives, dollar-denominated derivatives across the world, are north of $500 trillion. And so I hate using those notional numbers because they're so large that it loses relevance. But the answer to your question is that it's somewhere between 10 trillion and 500 trillion. I know it's at least 10. I know it's not 500, but we don't completely know how much, because it's not just dollar deposits. It's repo, which is collateralized lending. It's FX, which is the big one here. The power to do FX trades out of the City of London. That is done in the trillions on a daily basis. 3 to 5 trillion per day is traded in FX in London. That's my time, guys. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you tonight.
What's up? Hello, everybody. My name is Katie. Better known by my Twitter handle, Katie the Russian, which is relevant to what I'm about to say. Over the last 18 months, my parents, who still live back in Russia, have experienced not their first, not their second, but their third hyperinflation. And that was the first time they were truly prepared for this event. And the only reason why is because they had a true plan B in place, right? They already hedged against the geopolitical bullshit. They were prepared against the money printer going brr. So thanks to Bitcoin, they had the plan B and insurance policy, a hedge in place. And some of you might know me as a founder of Plan B Passport, where I help Bitcoiners to obtain second citizenship. But even that's not the plan B I want to be talking about today. So you know that BitBlockBoom is the longest running Bitcoin conference in the world. And hell yeah. Now, the reason it is the longest running Bitcoin conference in the world, because that was the only one that took place in a true depth of COVID. In August 2020, I believe we all got together in Dallas and had the time of our lives while the rest of the world was in a true state of crisis. And if you look at the definition of a crisis in a mental health world, is, let me actually read it. A crisis is when a person's behavior prevents them from functioning properly. In a state of crisis, you cannot think straight, you cannot prioritize properly, you cannot weigh the risks. But what I truly believe is, and that's my message here today, is a crisis ends when the system starts. And the reason we weren't the one joining the rest of the world in this true state of crisis is because we were prepared. We were already stockpiled on food. We knew the government tend to lie. What a surprise. We were hedged against the money printer going brr, and we were healthier than others. So we had system in place to mitigate those threats. So being here on stage today for this short period of time, I had nothing better to say other than take steps towards mitigating your risks. Identify the attack vectors you have in your own life and set the insurance policy in place. Put the tools in place to basically lower the effects of external factors, because it's better to have a plan B and not need it than to need it when it's too late. So that's, again, my message today. Be more of a sovereign individual as much as you can, and that's it. Thank you. And now I'm very excited to introduce the next speaker, a fellow female Bitcoiner, a fellow East European immigrant, actually, and an amazing journalist, the host of Coin Stories podcast, and anchor of Hard Money Show. Please, a round of applause for Natalie Brunell!
Thank you. Oh, keep it. Thank you. Thank you so much to Katie and to Gary and Kathy. This is my first time speaking at BitBlockBoom, so very, very grateful. Hopefully, I will be able to knock this out of the park since it's almost dinner time and you're probably hungry. First, I want to start with a poll. Who gets their news from online traditional news media websites? New York Times, Wall Street Journal, raise your hand. Who gets their news from radio? Who gets their news from independent podcasts or YouTube channels, Joe Rogan, Coin Stories, What Bitcoin Did? All right, wow. How about television news networks? Bitcoin Twitter or social media websites? Okay, wow. So this is very interesting because according to Pew Research, more than 60% of Americans polled most often get their news from online news media sites, mainstream news, and 78% said that they get it from television news. And that is really my background. Before I transitioned to working in Bitcoin full-time, having my podcast and education, I was a broadcast news journalist. I started very traditionally, local news market, tiny town, thousands of people, worked my way up to national, and I learned so much, but I felt really disillusioned the last couple of years because I felt like we weren't covering the stories that really needed to be covered. We weren't unraveling the truth about the financial system, and I learned about that because of Bitcoin, and we weren't asking the right questions. So I'm grateful to the power of decentralized media because I was able to start my own show, and just as a hobby, I created a platform where I was able to ask those questions and tell those stories. So today my presentation is about decoding Bitcoin's media narrative, why we haven't orange-pilled the masses yet, but we will. And so I want to start with the fact that it was a news headline that signaled a revolution. It was inscribed into the Genesis block, Chancellor on the brink of second bailouts. So Satoshi could have chosen a quote from a book or a movie or something said by someone famous, but instead he chose a newspaper headline to be inscribed. And this headline doesn't just provide a very clear and undeniable timestamp marking the beginning of Bitcoin, but I think it also symbolizes a commentary on the fragility of the centralized financial system. And at yet another time, by the way, when we were facing economic instability around the world, but also by embedding this specific headline, I think Satoshi was subtly underscoring this very acute awareness that there is a great power that the media has in both recording history and also shaping prevailing narratives. Stories are very powerful. So I think the inscription actually shows that Satoshi knows that technology forges new paths, but it's really the stories that we tell and the histories that we record that give any kind of innovation it context, resonance, and lasting significance. So I think that the Genesis block with this headline, it doesn't just represent the birth of a novel digital currency. I think it's also really a canvas where technology and narrative begin to converge. And it's a meeting point of this incredible computer science breakthrough and a real-world event, suggesting that stories are really just as powerful as the technology itself. So let's take a look at the evolution of Bitcoin's media narrative, and let's first differentiate between mainstream, mass media coverage and the early mentions in more niche and tech-focused channels. So for instance, the tech website Slashdot featured posts about Bitcoin in July 2010, and that introduced Bitcoin to a lot of tech enthusiasts. Teppy writes, "How's this for a disruptive technology? Bitcoin is a peer-to-peer network-based digital currency with no central bank and no transaction fees." So Teppy was clearly onto something. But when you zoom out to the world of legacy newspapers and major networks, the first years of Bitcoin, 2011, 2012, they can be characterized as a mix of seeing Bitcoin as a novelty and then being extremely skeptical that it could have a lasting impact. So let's zoom out, more wide stream, wide publication, the first ever mention of Bitcoin in the broader news media. It's somewhat difficult to pin down, but first mention in the New York Times is July 2011. It was an article called Speed Bumps on the Road to Virtual Cash by Noam Cohn. And the article delved into the challenges and issues that Bitcoin faced as it started to gain popularity in a niche community, but of course it talked about its volatility and potential regulatory concerns. And we saw the same thing in another early and notable mention, which was The Cryptocurrency, published by The New Yorker in October 2011. That was written by Joshua Davis, and it was really a deep dive into Bitcoin, but also the mystery about Satoshi Nakamoto. And it, of course, once again, it covered the concerns, the ways that it couldn't work, even though it seemed like an interesting revolutionary breakthrough. And I wanted to throw up this quote. Does anyone know who Judith Whelan is by chance? She was quoted in a very early New York Times article about Bitcoin. A Hungarian woman, 33 years old, who sells pet accessories at the Critter Casual, was persuaded to accept the coins by her husband. I've sold 24 collars, 13 leashes, and 1 pair of disco knickers with Bitcoin. The first order I had was for 42 BTC, which was worth $40 at the time. But now those coins would be worth around 680. Originally, I had a fixed Bitcoin price, but now I do a conversion. Let's just hope that she kept on to her Bitcoin and that she does not have to sell dog accessories anymore. But this is an example of some of the quotes and the coverage early on that was going to change. So, 2013, now we have a turning point. A shift in media narrative. I would characterize this phase as dismissal, FUD, and just outright sensationalism. The stories of skepticism turned way more negative, and the headlines really tried to capitalize on some of the industry's growing pains at the time. It was very, very early, and those growing pains were used to paint a very dark story around Bitcoin. So headlines during this time focused on the volatility, the early crashes. The term Bitcoin bubble began to be used. Bitcoin was framed as a scam and a fad, and it was also associated with criminal activities, especially when the Silk Road was shut down by the FBI. And in 2014, the collapse of Mt. Gox, which was a major Bitcoin exchange. Maybe some of you had exposure there. And it led to stories about Bitcoin's instability and also major security concerns. And it was back in 2013 that Paul Krugman, our favorite economist, wrote the piece, "Bitcoin is Evil," for the New York Times. And I would just like to remind people, he also thought that the internet was a passing fad. But you can see these headlines, just very, very negative. It's the criminal's best friend. It's part of the underworld. And this was much more negative than even the early internet days. I mean, the early internet days in the 1990s, you had news anchors who were just kind of confused about the @ and .com and totally dismissing how it would revolutionize our way of communicating. And Bitcoin had a lot of skepticism as well. So let's turn to television. 2013 is also when Bitcoin started to hit the mainstream news waves on air. And I moved from CNN at the time. I was working behind the scenes in my first job after grad school to local reporting on camera that time. But Bitcoin never hit my radar. I was not watching CNBC, unfortunately. But let's listen to how TV anchors covered Bitcoin starting that time. You can roll the video.
Or is it a tulip bulb?
Or is
We're
it
going to
just
debate that. Bitcoin. You never heard of them a few weeks ago? Now everybody's talking about them, but is it a currency?
I don't know. Or is it more like a stock? Or is it a tulip bulb?
Or is
We're
it
going to
just
debate that.
stupid?
Have you ever heard of Bitcoin? It's a digital currency that's gaining popularity. It exists only online. Tell you the truth, I honestly don't get it. Why not use regular dollars? Well, the man who is behind Bitcoin, that business, he's here, and he'll join us next.
To me, it smells like Ponzi scheme and the greater fool theory right now.
I'll tell you what, I don't know what to do exactly with Bitcoin, and they don't look a bit like these coins. Matter of fact, they're kind of in the Ethernet. What are they?
We have something called the Bitcoin. Now, what's the Bitcoin?
All right, we're going to talk about the cyber threat now. And who's ever heard of the Bitcoin, this underground person-to-person web exchange currency?
It's anonymous and untraceable, so criminals can trade drugs and guns online with Bitcoin.
Now, if you didn't bite at the Bitcoin craze, you may have saved yourself some money. Mary Thompson is here. What was that with the flash crash?
Well, I don't know, Mandy. You know, 2 days ago, of course, the currency was turning heads at $240. Today, investors are turning tail. Bitcoin's value plummeting to a low at 54.25 each overnight, a stunning 77% decline, recovering to just over $73 now.
Oh, boy. They were off, right? Too bad they weren't buying back then. They probably regret it, or maybe not yet. All right, so I do want to point out that there was a massive exception. During this early period of so much skeptical news coverage, there were a select few who were already publicly recognizing Bitcoin as the future of money. And of course, no one was louder, and no one put their reputations more on the line than Max Kaiser and Stacy Herbert. And I'm sure many of us in this room wish we were lucky enough and wise enough to listen to them back then, because as early as 2011, Max and Stacy were educating the public on the virtues of ethical digital money and calling out central bankers and Wall Street Ponzi schemes. So let's listen to some of their early highlights.
An ancillary trend that I see moving forward in 2012 is the emergence of Bitcoin.
Bitcoin Top 100 Rich List from 3rd of June 2011.
This is fantastic. This is the new Forbes fortune list, isn't it? These are the Bitcoin fortunes. It's pure anonymous, and this is the biggest story of this decade going forward, is the transition from the old way of doing business around the world to the Bitcoin way of doing business, which is purely anonymous. And this is the great achievement of the global insurrection against banker occupation. Bitcoin is the currency of the resistant. Amir Taqi, co-founder of BitcoinConsultancy.com.
I must say that your show was one of the first to start reporting on Bitcoin, and you actually gave a very, very informative coverage of it compared to the later sensationalist news afterwards.
Boy, it feels great to be a Bitcoin millionaire. I'm loving it. Bitcoin has absolutely triumphed as the dollar has crashed 90% against Bitcoin, as Bitcoin is set to take on the world and root out the banksters, as we sorely need. Did I mention how good it feels to be a Bitcoin millionaire?
Yes. And how do you like this rain and snow and construction?
The clouds are opening up to herald the arrival of Satoshi Cyber Christ. Christ is back, and he's got Bitcoin.
For some reason, you know what, I have to just say, there were two clips of Stacy I didn't see in there, so I apologize, because Stacy had also some great call-outs in there, so I'm not sure why the video didn't get updated. But I don't know if they're here, but a huge round of applause. Let's just go for it. I mean, Max and Stacy, they were the first. And I really wish I knew to listen to them back then. I wish I knew about their show. So 2015 and 2016, I won't cover it at length because this is really when a lot of the confusion set in, associating Bitcoin with everything else as more and more of these crypto tokens began to surface in the market. And with the price of Bitcoin at the time in sort of a drawn-out bear market after the dramatic collapse of Mt. Gox, the mainstream media kind of got bored with Bitcoin. So sensationalism turned to apathy, and instead of reporting on Bitcoin, they decided to turn to Bitcoin's promising underlying technology, the blockchain. That's how mainstream media covered it. They looked right past the innovation of Bitcoin, the problem it's trying to solve, and it didn't look at how perfectly embodied and elevated the properties of money, and instead they decided to fall into the crypto marketing traps, and they reported on the perceived benefits of blockchain. So blockchain, not Bitcoin, became a narrative, and it was clear that they were just not doing their homework. And then came 2017. Bitcoin's price, if you remember, began to rally, and suddenly it was back in the headlines. But that year can be characterized as the time when Bitcoin really broke through and went mainstream on a much larger scale. In 2017 alone, Bitcoin's price ran from $900 to an all-time high of $20,000 at the time. And this is where awareness, again, just grew to levels never before seen. People were getting rich and people were FOMOing. The price action was attributed to the increased mainstream awareness, but the general public also at the time now had access to major exchanges like Coinbase and Kraken. There were also favorable macroeconomic factors like a relatively stable economy, tax cuts, and people were seeing other people getting rich. Fun story, 2017 is the year I got into Bitcoin. I started investing personally, and I was working as a local news reporter for an NBC news station in the capital of California, Sacramento. And so I decided to pitch a story. And they were very reluctant, very hesitant, but they allowed me to do one story. It was on Bitcoin ATMs in the suburban area of Sacramento. And they've since scrubbed it from their website. I can't find the video, unfortunately. They've left only a text Q&A. But I was excited to see that because, it's something that local news started to really report on. And it was on my radar, although I hadn't done my homework fully. All right, so the run up to $20,000 per Bitcoin resulted in a lot more news coverage. And the rapid rise in price really sparked fears of a big bubble. And unfortunately, it did pop. And that ushered in even more FUD. So you saw headlines that, yep, Bitcoin was a bubble, and it popped. Remember, Bitcoin, some investors might want to forget. Bitcoin has gone beyond the absurdity of the 17th century tulip bulb mania. So all that media personalities were talking about was really the volatility. Tulip bubbles, the crash. There were calls for protecting investors from this very risky asset class. And according to BitcoinObituaries.com, between 2017 and 2018, the Bitcoin is dead. It was declared dead more than 217 times, which was a 2-year record. Little did they know, though, as Bitcoin's price were falling, the true Bitcoiners were saying, this is a great time to buy, and I'm going to keep building. So Bitcoin's price, once again, went sideways. And in 2019, the crash had become old news. Bitcoin was boring again. News coverage dropped off. And all of that was going to change in a massive way. Suddenly, we were facing a pandemic. It was all hands on deck. I was a news reporter at the time. I was studying Bitcoin, but I was still a full-time reporter. The government, Federal Reserve, pumping trillions of dollars into the market. And everyone was stuck at home. So what did they have? They had time, right, to look into Bitcoin. And they were also flush with stimulus checks. So more and more began to buy it. And that served as fuel for the next bull market. And the media liked to cover it. So let's take a look at some of those headlines. As liquidity flooded the financial system, more and more people began to wake up to Bitcoin's true value proposition, especially as an inflation hedge. The media began to cover the bull run in actually a new light. It was no longer considered a fad or a bubble. It was, quote, winning. And the industry was maturing, and it was becoming embraced by investors around the world. And these are the years when companies like MicroStrategy, Tesla, Block all began allocating Bitcoin to the balance sheet. Large institutional players like BNY Mellon, Fidelity, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase all expanded their Bitcoin products and services to their clients. More than a dozen Bitcoin mining companies went public. Sports stars like Saquon Barkley and Tony Hawk were endorsing Bitcoin. Politicians began developing a strategy for a new voting bloc. And El Salvador became the first nation to make Bitcoin legal tender. So Bitcoin finally arrived on the world's main stage. But as Bitcoin went mainstream, so did cryptocurrency, attempting to benefit off of all of Bitcoin's success. And the flood of easy money really created that environment for excessive speculation. So do you guys remember this? People were spending millions on pictures of frogs and rocks. This one went for 1.3 million. So the signs were really there. And in hindsight, I think it's obvious that the party was not going to last. And no, I'm not bitter about the sats I bought over $60,000 thinking it was going to 100, not at all. But during this time, CPI inflation got out of control. The Fed eventually took away the punch bowl. They raised interest rates. They tried to reduce the balance sheet at one of the fastest paces in history. And what happened next was a massive hangover for the crypto industry and a lot more news to cover with a lot more FUD. So suddenly, like dominoes, all these crypto projects started to fail. And as Warren Buffett wisely has said, once the tide goes out, you see who's swimming naked. And we had a lot of skinny dippers. So Terra Luna took the first dive, 3 Arrows Capital, Celsius, Voyager, BlockFi, and then, of course, the big fish, FTX. And then when you think things couldn't get worse, they did. And honestly, it felt like the media was just loving it, right? High drama, the characters, the destruction. And the stories felt like they were writing themselves for these news journalists who, again, at the time, did not understand Bitcoin and what they were saying behind some of these headlines. And the media also focused on the heartbreak stories. In journalism school, I was actually taught if it bleeds, it leads. Negative stories always make the news. So many unsuspecting retail investors, they lost their life savings, and the media covered it. And this tarnished the entire industry, but it blemished Bitcoin's reputation, whether it was warranted or not. And it showed that I think it slowed public acceptance, at least for a little bit, because people were so afraid of the industry, and those who were thinking about investing decided they were not going to do it after all. And then there was the environmental FUD that came. The FUD surrounding Bitcoin, it didn't just fade after the mainstream media covered all of the crypto failures and bursts, and Bitcoin started to rally back up to 30,000. No, they decided to evolve their media coverage to some new FUD. So the latest criticism as of recently was a lot of the environmental FUD. Horrible New York Times, piece that potentially altered the photo to make it look like there was more pollution, the footprint of Bitcoin mining. And according to Bloomberg, Bitcoin is almost as bad for the planet as beef. So great job, guys. So in terms of media's uphill battles and what's next, I think that our two biggest challenges are the media continuing to conflate Bitcoin and crypto and Bitcoin's environmental impact. But we do seem to be making progress. During this bear market, Bitcoin has shined as something unique, especially with all of the regulatory actions. Bitcoin has been the one thing that has regulatory clarity. It's completely different. It is not a security. So that's why I believe we're starting to see a shift in the media narrative. And we also did have recent positive reports saying that Bitcoin is ESG friendly, a positive report from KPMG. So it's starting to turn. And I think what's also helping is Wall Street taking notice and filing some spot Bitcoin ETF applications. So as sentiments begin to shift, I think Bitcoin will also benefit from the faltering traditional financial system, which makes me think of that original headline by Satoshi Nakamoto. The best marketing for Bitcoin is fiat and the collapsing of fiat currencies and the mismanagement of central banking and weaponizing of currencies. So stories like the ones you see on screen will continue to gain momentum, and as they become more frequent, people are going to search for a solution. But unfortunately, every time I go on the news, you can see I'm right there with Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP. So we still have some work to do. We have a ways to go, and we need to acknowledge that because it's been 14 years. 88% of people report that they've heard of crypto here in the US, but most still don't own Bitcoin. And fewer understand it, really. Some reports say only between a fraction of a percent to 2% of the globe owns Bitcoin. And one of the reasons is because the mainstream media are just not educated. And the signal can be found on independently run websites, on Bitcoin Twitter, on podcasts, on YouTube. We have a lot of work to go. And part of the responsibility really lies on all of us to educate the people that are in our communities, our circle of friends. So what can we do? You can educate your community. You can educate your friends. You can educate your coworkers, your parents. Every one person makes a difference. Someone told us about Bitcoin. For me, it was friends in San Francisco, and I'm so grateful that I was curious enough to start to study on my own. but someone had to tell me about Bitcoin. Pitch stories to your local news reporters. Wherever you live, whether it's a big city or small, there's a local newspaper, a magazine, a television network. They're constantly looking for stories. Pitch them a Bitcoin story. Contact your local elected officials. Tell them this is important. They always want to be ahead of the news. And generally, politicians now, they know something because they know they need to have an answer. Go to events and bring and invite normie friends. We cannot just be talking to other Bitcoiners. As fun as Bitcoiners are, we need to expand our circles a little bit. Orange pill people with influence, right? So if you know someone who maybe has a bigger reach, maybe they're a speaker, maybe they're a teacher that has a lot of students, maybe they're an influencer, maybe they're an actor, whatever it is, if you can reach people that have a larger audience, that will be more effective because people with large audience have developed trust with those audiences. And if you're interested, create content and work in Bitcoin. I did it on my own thinking it was just, a passion project, and it turned into a full-time career. But I think we just have to remember that, mainstream media acts as a barometer for public interest. So if Bitcoin remains on the periphery of public interest, then it won't get news coverage. And if we elevate Bitcoin and education, I think we can ignite a real cycle. Heightened awareness will prompt media attention, and in turn, expanded coverage will foster more understanding, and it'll be a dance of supply and demand in the information age. So the narrative will change. Bitcoin will win. Thanks for stopping by. Stay classy, Austin. We have a little bit of time for questions if anyone has any. The yellow shirt. No, they're not. My challenge right now is whenever I get called for doing a news hit, I really, my most frequent stop is at Fox Business News, though they seem the most open to Bitcoin. It's generally around something negative happening, a news peg. And the conversation I have is the same. I mean, rarely they'll let me know that it's about a headline that came out in the media. So I know a little bit that I need to read up on it. But I keep telling them, you should put Bitcoin on a screen separately. It's different from crypto. And I've offered to do like Zoom tutorials and help them just take my own time and teach them about the difference. But none of them have taken me up on it. So maybe that'll change. White T-shirt with the hat.
From a normie yourself to a public Bitcoiner? I don't know if you heard the whole question, or should I repeat it now that I have a mic?
I'm not sure I understand. What do you mean?
So, when you were first getting involved in Bitcoin,
yeah,
and you're sharing with normie friends, and they view you as Natalie, my journalist friend, talking about Bitcoin, versus today you are Natalie, my famous Bitcoiner friend, talking about Bitcoin.
Well, so I mean, this community, like I said, I never expected to work in it, and so most of my friends they're in other industries. A lot of them are still in news, and they think, I've just gone down this crazy rabbit hole, and I'm risking all my money, and they think I'm sort of crazy. I mean, especially when I left my job, it was a very stable job. I had, I was about to renew a contract, and I had gotten to a place where I was very, very, secure in my position, and I decided to risk it all. So they thought I was crazy. They said I was jumping out of a plane without a parachute, and they thought, I definitely got some laughs when Bitcoin tanked, and they were like, you're probably going to have to go back. But no, I mean, it's just, I think what's difficult is trying to find that pain point that's going to work, because everyone's so different. And in news, it's just, the thing that I don't understand is is so many of the people that I worked with, they struggled with a lot of the financial issues that I struggled with. It was, we were getting paid less than $30,000 a year, spending more than 50% on rent. And, there's clearly an issue here because, 2 generations ago, people could buy a house on that income, and there's a clear problem, but so many people are just reluctant to study it. And, I think that the more that we expose them to this, they're obviously, it's FOMO, it's number go up technology that really brings the most amount of people in, because I had the most amount of questions when it was the bull run, and now it's sort of faded, and they're worried for me that I've lost all my money. So it's been a mix. It's challenging. It's challenging to orange pill the average person. I think we're out of time unless we have one more. Yeah, okay.
Just a quick question and kind of a thank you. But so many of us can't effectively communicate the Bitcoin message in a short time frame. And I've seen multiple clips of you on Fox or other news stations, MSNBC or whatever. And I just want to say thank you because you do a good job of communicating the message effectively in a very short period of time. And I just would encourage you and hope that you continue to do it. But you may have contacts that you can then orange pill that can also do the same thing, because not all of us are as good at communicating those things.
Well, I really appreciate that, and it's funny that you say that because I get a lot more nervous for a room of people than a camera, because I don't know who's watching on a camera. It's just me and with a camera looking at me, and I don't get nervous the way I do on stage. But you're right. I mean, this is what I did for 10 years. No matter what the topic was, I would go out. I would have to report for 8 or 9 hours, collect as much information and interviews as I could, and then I would have to go live no matter what, whether I had the story that I wanted or it didn't fully come together and I didn't get all the information I needed. I had to go live multiple times every single day. And so the more that you repeat something, it's a skill, right? Like kicking a ball, like a sport, like an art, anything that you do and you do repetitively, it just builds that muscle memory. So for me, it's easier to try to crystallize a message and say it in a minute when I'm sort of prepared for that. And there are a lot of amazing journalists who do it even better than I do. And if they understood Bitcoin, they could reach even more people. So I'm trying my best to, orange pill the mass media because they really need to understand it. And then I think there will be a lot of effective communicators. Because like I said earlier on when I first started this, the majority of people still get their news from these online news sites and television. And we have a lot of work to do. So thank you guys for having me. Really appreciate it.
Oh my gosh, wasn't that great? I loved it.
All right, guys. We are at the news desk with the founder of Barefoot Mining, Bob Burnett. How you doing, Bob?
Yeah, great. Great to be here, Nico.
Oh, man. But first of all, I really enjoyed your panel. It was absolutely amazing. It was excellent. But I want to get your thoughts on a recent Forbes article that came out. It said that Oman was investing $1.1 billion in Bitcoin mining infrastructure. And then on April 30th, it came out, and secretly the Kingdom of Beauton has been mining Bitcoin for years. So is this a trend that you continue? Is this a trend that you see will continue?
Yeah, and I think especially from those second and third world developing countries, it's the perfect gameplay, frankly. It gives them a chance to leapfrog economically and surpass the first world nations that I think are lagging and have a more difficult time doing this.
Yeah.
And to a certain degree, you could say, well, it's an advantage of a government structure that doesn't have the bureaucracy of a place like the U.S. Because if you have a king, hopefully a benevolent king or a benevolent benevolent dictator, you can do this sort of stuff quickly, and I think they're taking advantage of that.
So you do see the trend continuing. Natalie, thank you for joining us. So what I just brought up to Bob was the fact that it was announced yesterday that the Oman invested $1.1 billion in mining infrastructure, and this came out a couple months after it was reported that the Kingdom of Beauton has been secretly mining Bitcoin for years. Do you suspect that this is a trend that will continue?
Absolutely. I think more and more sovereigns will get into Bitcoin. And one thing that I find interesting about some nations in that part of the world is also the religious component, because in some nations and under the Islam faith, you can't have debt, you can't have interest. And so this is the first form of credit-free ethical money. And I just find that to be so powerful, because it will reach even more populations because it has even that quality that makes it great money.
And in that Forbes article was fascinating because it did say that. It said that it was a religious issue, and Opti was making a joke about it earlier. He said it was halal, right? Which I thought was absolutely hilarious. Anyways, Natalie, I really enjoyed your panel. And especially coming from, you come from the legacy media, right? That was your career. I came from the YouTube world, right? So in a way, it's like it's interesting what social media has done to the landscape. It's democratized the process in a way, right? Anyone with a microphone and a camera could become a journalist, so to speak. How is that like? How was that like? Because I'm sure when you were starting, you needed an institution.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think it's incredible. I talk about it all the time, how in the same way that media and the internet democratized and decentralized information, Bitcoin is doing that for value transfer and for wealth. And looking at my career, it's fascinating. I mean, I wish that I had, a time machine so that I could go back and take a risk and do something like YouTube earlier on. But I was was someone who was so programmed in the fiat 9-to-5 mindset that, I have to I have to get to the big network. I have to get the big network deal to try to get the salary, to try to, get the house, to retire. It's like we're programmed from such a young age that when I looked at things like YouTube or social media, not only did I not have the foresight to see how much it could grow, but I was too afraid to try because I thought it was safer to stay with these big institutions and, the little salary packages they offer you. So I think it's incredible when, you're able to kind of step out of that and build something that is truly your own, but also to be able to share information that's just not out there that should be, because we are so misinformed about the financial system, uninformed really since we start school. We don't understand what money printing is. We don't understand the history of money, and you have to sometimes go to these independent sources to find that information.
Natalie, at what point, and we were privileged to have Pierre Richard earlier on the live stream, and at what point could you say that, I don't even call it mainstream media anymore, I really call it legacy media, some of their publications, you can make the argument it's malicious. Right, especially the New York Times hit piece, that was released. Like clearly, so of course, Bitcoin Twitter, they were making the case that they changed the picture and stuff like that. So I don't know if that's a tough question, but from my perspective, of course, coming from the newer generations of social media, getting my information from Twitter and independent sources. What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, it's tough because I'm someone who's always believed that it's more often ignorance rather than malice. I don't like to believe that people are bad and trying to misinform the public, especially at a massive publication like that. I boil it down to broken incentives, and fiat has really broken the incentives. It's broken the business models for everything. And with regards to, companies like the New York Times having to compete with all the eyeballs that are online, they have to do something that's going to get the clicks and be a little bit more salacious sometimes. And unfortunately, with that article as an example, they just really didn't do their homework. They didn't have thoughtful curiosity, which I think a journalist needs to have in order to explore any topic. But I think it will change. I'm positive on it. And the New York Times, unfortunately, when that article came out about mining, I've posted examples of when they covered previous disruptive technologies in a very poor light. They didn't believe that planes were going to be possible. They, were negative about the internet first emerging. They were negative about, other forms of technology that ended up transforming our lives. So I think that's what's going to happen. They'll turn around on Bitcoin too.
Gotcha. And last question for you, Bob. What was your take on that article? Especially, your business is based on this, and we know from the Biden administration specifically, they don't look kindly on Bitcoin mining. So what's your take on all that?
Well, I view it as malicious, actually. So I probably slightly disagree with you, Natalie, that because I believe it was coordinated. If you look at the timing of the article and the announcement of the administration's proposal to tax Bitcoin mining electricity consumption at 30%, they were perfectly aligned. And to me, that's just too coincidental. And the article referred to pieces that had been published by the White House earlier that were also terrible journalism, if you want to call it that. They were terrible pieces about exploring really how Bitcoin mining works and the impact on the environment, and completely ignored. But I had even personally reached out both to the New York Times as well as to the White House, knowing when they were developing those, saying, "Hey, can I have a voice? Will you listen to me?" And I know other executives of mining companies, certainly some bigger than me. I'm not mad that they didn't pick me, but I'm mad that they didn't pick somebody. And so I was very disappointed. I was very happy that got defeated in the budget, but I don't think it's the last time that there's going to be an attack on Bitcoin mining and energy consumption. And one other thing I'll say about that is that I think even people that don't like Bitcoin should look at things like that and fight with us against it, because that tax proposal was an attempt to reduce our freedom to use energy as we see fit. Like to say is, I want the right to plug whatever I want into a wall and use that energy as I see fit. And the moment as a society we let government start making moral judgments about our use of electricity, then Pandora's box is open, because whether it's your pool heater, your microwave oven, your Christmas lights, whatever, it's now free game.
Yeah, and I agree to Natalie's point. Just to wrap it up here, I think I'm right in the middle, right? I think we live in a society with misaligned incentives. And I think the results from whether it's the Biden administration or the legacy media, I think it's a result of corrupted money. I think if you fix the money, you fix the world. Anyways, guys, you've been listening to the BitBlockBoom live stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. This was hosted by Simply Bitcoin. We are streaming to the Swan Bitcoin channel, to the BitBlockBoom channel, to the Swan Twitter Spaces, to the Simply Bitcoin Twitter Spaces. We'll be back tomorrow at